Good morning and welcome. There's that bassy voice you love so much. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
So does the dog get to stay out this morning since it's his birthday?
Yes, he does. He's out.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gourdy turns 1 year old today. And not like 1 year since we bought him. Not like 1 year since we took him home or anything like that.
It's not gotcha day.
Legit first birthday for Gourdy.
He's so big.
Oh, man. We have a great show for you today. He will have to make an appearance at some point.
Yeah.
On his birthday.
I have to put the garbage out, so maybe by 7.
Grab him at 7, and then we'll bring Gourdy down here, say happy birthday, the whole deal. A lot of people throwing in for Gourdy's birthday already this morning. I want to thank Adam with 5, Michael with 20, Blake with 10, and Chris with 15. Wow, thank you guys. Great start to the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much over on the Streamlabs and PayPal end of things. You guys are starting with a quality overtime goal today, $2.95 away. Thank you very, very much. Triple N, I cannot read that, but Gourdy thanks you very, very much. Sir K getting a little lippy before the show today. You know, sometimes people are in our chat before the show begins, and they're just, saying hello and whatever.
Sure.
Sir K said, well, I'm sorry, Dr. K. I apologize. He didn't go to 8 years of K school to be called sir. So he's a knight and a doctor.
You would think it'd be like 3 years of K school.
Wow. What is a bigger honor? Like if you were knighted and you were a doctor, would you want people to call you sir? Well, I guess you wouldn't be sir, but if you were a sir, ma'am, sir, would you rather be a sir or a doctor?
Oh, boy.
Do people address you as, or how about sir doctor?
I think sir is somehow above doctor.
Yeah, they don't hand out as many of those.
Right.
They hand out way more doctorates than they do knighthoods. So I think that works. So Sir K this morning said, I'm disappointed you don't have a real dog. And I felt the need to address that before the show.
Well, because you chose him.
Yes, I said you apologized to his face.
Okay.
To which Dr./Sir K said, I'm sorry that Aaron didn't buy a real dog, Gourdy.
Do we need Gourdy here for him to apologize?
You know what? No, a little bit later today,
Okay.
we're going to Sir K and Dr. K and Mr. K and
all the Ks.
all the Ks. They can get together and they can say their I'm sorries, and we can all move on with our lives. Sir K did want to point out on Twitter this morning, he said, I just want to let it be known, I've been calling Aaron boss long before anyone got scared of him.
I think that's true, actually.
That is true. He is, whatever my ways are, I'm going to mark him safe from the boss, as it were.
Well, lucky guy.
Like I said last night, I think Anthony laid it out perfectly. I'm more of a capo than a boss, but I appreciate the gesture. Thank you. And those gestures will be remembered in the future. Thank you.
After you apologize to the dog.
Tim Downs says, good morning, killer, sir. I got here as early as I could. I hope that pleases you, sir. I mean, if you all hit the like button and you all subscribe, then yeah.
Likes for Gourdy.
Yeah, I think so. Jake says all donations go to Gourdy, right? Yeah, the college we're saving for. Absolutely, yeah. Gourdy's education.
It's going for his treat fund, too.
Yes. Veldrain says, I hope Aaron looked into getting an Italian Greyhound and was like, nope, too expensive. Ooh. Actually, the expensive thing was like the third one.
Yeah.
There was also like they die quick, they break down, they're little shit bags.
They're brittle.
They suck.
They're kind of like Huskies, never-ending energy.
Yeah.
Just everywhere.
But they like to be inside.
Yeah.
So they run and parkour off all your shit, and it's like hosting a ping pong ball. Remember in Men in Black when Will Smith touched that thing?
Yeah.
And it went ape shit all over the Men in Black headquarters?
Yes.
That's like having an Italian Greyhound.
Right.
That's what they do.
Gourdy only does that for about 3 seconds, and then he's winded.
Yeah. Loaf Piggy checking in. Loaf Piggy just saying simply, oink. And he has a loaf and a pig as his avatar.
It's good to know he's well.
Ricky Garcia says, my Tom Likas. I don't want to be Tom Likas. Don't make me be Tom Likas. I don't hate women enough to be Tom Likas.
Whoa.
I mean, I'm not enough. I said not enough.
Okay.
I didn't say I can't be Tom Likas. I don't hate women. I said I don't hate women enough to be Tom Likas. Also, I don't have a fake voice and tough guy sunglasses. So
Well, you can work on that.
it's not necessary. Tin Man Taylor says, no shit, it's your dog's birthday today? It's my 30th today. I mean, I don't...
Ooh.
Happy birthday to both of you. Who's got... Let's see. Oh, you've still got more time left than the dog does. I was just doing the math in my head. He's still way more time.
Right. Chiweenies last until about 20 at max, right? Like, if we take good care of
Yeah,
them.
you get about 20 out of a good one,
Sure.
15 out of a normal one. Yeah.
Out of a normal one.
Yeah. Thank you very much. David Chandler says, good morning. I am contractually obligated to acknowledge David Chandler's existence. Hello, buddy. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Short Bus. I always know when I go to Short Bus in the chat as we start the show in the morning, I'm going to get something very nice and complimentary
Okay.
from Short Bus. Hey, Aaron, I believe there's something wrong with your camera. Oh, that's nice. He's telling me that there could be a technical issue
Okay.
with the program. That's very helpful, Short Bus. What is it? It looks like you've got shit all over your face. It's just facial hair that I'm attempting to grow. Did I have a chocolate madness muffin? Yes, I did. I had a chocolate madness muffin for breakfast today.
Aw.
And it's almost, look, my facial hair looks a lot less gay than the fact that I said on the air just now, chocolate madness. Chocolate madness is usually what I call what's going on in Chicago.
Well, it's what I call my film studio on Thursday nights. While you're at boxing.
Time out. What?
I'm kidding.
Hold on a minute.
Just a beat.
John Lastman says, listen, you didn't have to put the hit out on Gary. He tried to pay you your last check, but this place doesn't make enough to pay what you demand. All of these people thinking I'm threatening them. I don't know what happened. Veldrain says, how dare you? Gourdy's just as real a dog as Aaron's dyed hair. There we go with that shit today. The dyed hair thing.
Next it'll be you've got hair plugs, and after that it'll be you have a wig.
Corey, can't thank you enough, buddy. Appreciate the dyed hair thing. God.
Why did that start? Why do you have dyed hair?
I don't, you're just fucking around.
It just looks that way.
Chris D says, Alex Stein tweeted about you guys. Good PR. No shit, really? I'm going to look at that. And
Instantly.
if Alex did, then that's cool. Thanks for telling us. If he didn't, you're making me look like, you know what you're making me look like right now?
You fucking mark!
Oh, let's see. There's the CNBC thing. I want to apologize for the comments I made on my show recently. I promise to do better in the future. Guys, I don't see this Alex Stein tweet about us.
That's
Holy
a load of shit.
Oh, he's got a guy in his underwear. That's
oh, wow.
very
He
nice.
tweets a lot.
He really, he loves, holy shit, does Alex love tweeting? If you want to tell me which one it is, then I will gladly check it out. But I do not see it right now, Chris. If you just got my hopes up and now you're giggling at home, that hurts my feelings a lot. Mad Max Mardigan says, wait, you guys still calling that small sewer rat a dog? Oh,
Hey,
now why?
I've grown to like him. You
Why?
can too.
Scarface with $4.99 says, here's your envelope, Don Imholt. It's a little light being that we're going to the mattresses. There you go. $2.90
Thank you.
away from today. I told you Barry would become a big fan of this program. He says, Lindell impressions, please. Hey. Once in a while.
That is good, though. He likes something.
Mike wants to know, how long does it take April to dye Aaron's hair?
Oh, there's not much of it. Probably get around the whole thing in about 7 minutes, including the face.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. No, Corey made it clear yesterday, I do not color the facial hair.
Oh,
I'm using it. I'm
using.
using it to distract from the fact that I color my hair.
You see, I'm planning for the future, like 4 years down the road when we hit about 40.
You look at the men
And
in
it
my
gets a little gray.
You look at the men in my family.
I don't actually.
They,
So bad comparison.
fair enough. You look at the men in my family. They go bald. They don't go gray.
Okay.
So
Not much better.
just pick your poison.
My dad has a nice gray beard.
Chris D says, love the show. Thank you, new listener. I want to know where Alex tweeted about us. I'm a whore for a mention from a media member. Are you kidding me?
Maybe if you'd went to his like tweets and replies section,
maybe
he had just said steel toe somewhere.
So I haven't caught up with the chat, and then we'll get, if you're new to the show, we catch up with our chat for the first 10 or 15 minutes. Then we go into our stories and the stuff we're talking about today. If you want to throw a link to that tweet in the chat, like I said, I am not proud. I am a complete whore, and I love hearing my name being thrown around. Blazing Barbarian says, who would win in a fight, Mersh's cat or Gourdy?
Oh, boy, I'd give it to probably Louis or Clarence. Gourdy's kind of a bitch.
Gourdy will fuck up Clarence.
No, I feel
Louis
like,
might win.
God, I love him, but I feel like he's a bitch when he's confronted. He submits. Like,
Yeah.
I can't even chase him around the living room and he submits.
That's true. Maybe he wouldn't get in the fight. I messaged April about coffee marketing, says Sir K. There you go.
Yeah.
They're saying I've been eating ass. That's why my face looks this way. Thank you, ugly fuckling. Oh. April, I'm way behind. They said April too far. I don't know what April went too far about. I have completely lost my spot here in the chat. Yeah.
Do you want to hear what Sir K messaged
What did Sir
me
K
about
have to
coffee?
say?
I don't know
Sure.
if I can read this.
Hold on, let me see. Good to hear you have a magic bean. I mean, that's a very interesting name, but I don't know if it's something we can say.
Interesting.
I would laugh if Alex tweeted about your dye job.
You mean DYE?
Citizen M says, you're making the show host look senile. That's E-Rock's job. I don't even know what that means. Thank you, buddy.
I made you look old.
Tanker Yanker with $10 says, $10 for your hair dye fund. Happy birthday, Gourdy. Thank you, buddy.
Oh.
Appreciate that. And yes, it is Gourdy's first birthday today.
Did you spell his name right today?
I don't know. Title of the thing, Gourdy.
Yes.
That's
Good job.
Gourdy. Marquis says, oh, I don't give a shit. Derek says drapes and carpets both get dyed. Look.
The drapes are still, no, the carpets
Oh.
are still doing all right.
Chris says, yes, tweets and replies for Alex's tweets. I mean, look, Chris D, you go back and tell Alex I'm more of a I want to be in the direct tweet kind of a guy, and I'd also like to be @mentioned. But look, I'll take the crumbs, I suppose.
You know you're going to go look. And that guy might have just went along with what I said.
You know I'm going to go look. Yeah, I'm actually mad that so many people are chatting because I want to go look and see what Alex said to me.
Look, I get it.
Man. He says thoughts on Stuttering John coming back. Wild. Good for John. I mean, that's been over for a long time. I don't think we've done a John thing since like November. It's like, we get it. The guy is a buffoon. Orange Boy with $9.99 says for Aaron's hair, so he can keep the carpets matching the drapes. See, now this is not productive. This is not a dye job.
Oh. Do you want to go to the salon today and get it fixed up?
No, I don't dye my hair.
Your roots are showing.
Wayne Kerr says Aaron doesn't dye his hair, definitely pubes and a goatee. What if I do, and I'm actually a redhead, and it's all self-hatred that I'm projecting out onto the world?
Maybe.
Amanda Hugginkiss says, my respect to the Capo's dog. You are blessed. You are blessed.
He's in fine form this morning.
Or forn. He's in fine form. Yeah. We're all in fine form today.
You already got a treat this morning.
Forn all over the place. Yeah, I had chocolate madness.
I want one.
I'm going to have chocolate madness out of my asshole later.
That doesn't sound
No,
right.
it doesn't sound good at all.
Is it creamy?
It's like a brick. It's very cumbersome. All right. Should we track Aaron's body language today, says Mr. Be Nice? Yes, let's do that. I love my wife. She's a wonderful person. Why does it look like I have scoliosis when I turn my back? Sit up straight, you fucking worm.
This is me turning my back.
There we go. This is me grabbing your tit from behind.
Miss.
All right.
You got ribs.
Citizen M says, I just had the best Die Hard pun, but I forgot. Fucking aphasia. That's too soon. Too soon, my man. Too soon.
Keep my husband's name out your fucking mouth.
Why? Why with a Bruce Willis aphasia? And by the way, he doesn't have aphasia anymore. He has full-blown dementia. So joke's on you. All right. They're saying tweets and replies. Alex, throw me a bone. Which tweet is it that Alex mentioned the steel toe in?
I'm kind of promising that it's not actually in existence. So.
He's going to make me look for this all day because he knows I will. And he said, oh, yeah.
Ooh, Dontarius looking good.
I don't care about that. I want to know where Alex said my motherfucking name. At any rate, Chris, if you could let us know where it is, I would appreciate it. Very sweet of you.
Send a link, please.
Nolan says there's nothing wrong with dyeing your hair, Aaron. You just did it too long. No. Oh my God, this is way better than any Hollywood crime drama on TV. Is the Alex tweet, 8:23 p.m. All right. Now people are saying in the chat, The Rock even retweeted it. Oh, really?
Oh, you've been had.
Thank you.
Do you feel old ever?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, you have a message? Your thing's blinking.
I will get to it.
What if that's the tweet?
Oh. Let's
God,
see.
you were mean.
Oh, optimistic Deo. Here we go. It's not. It's about MLC. I don't give a fuck. Steel Toe. Oh, yeah, Misery Loves Clips. Steel Toe was involved or had previous knowledge of the attack. And then Alex just writes, oh, my God, this is way better than any Hollywood crime drama on TV.
Oh, so he's on your side.
Yeah, and it's that sad-ass F-lister who's trying to clout chase off of us. Oh, that's got to be... Boy, to be around doing it for that long, and this is where you're at, chasing me. Oof, keep chasing, bud. I hope those little chubby legs can keep up. Aaron went to the barber and said, give me the Steven Seagal. Why?
I'm starting to be embarrassed sitting here.
Why? No. There's no dye job. Now you're starting to believe them.
Well, you hear it from enough people. Look, when I hear it from one person, I tend to, swat it away.
You are around me literally all day. How could you have... Triple N says, he's responding to Neil Brennan's brother. Oof.
I'm thinking,
that was a good one.
Here's my new theory. There's a chance that you might have gone to the store at one point without me and gotten Just for Men or
I'm
whatever,
really interested
shampoo,
to hear this theory.
the color depositing shampoo, and you then got that bottle home and you emptied it into your usual hair care bottle. So I don't know anything. And then you disposed of that bottle. And now it's got color deposits in your shampoo.
Wow.
So technically you're coloring every time you wash your hair.
This is remarkable. David Chandler says, not true. Some of those gym trips are to the salon, aren't they? She's with me at the gym.
Every time? Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Triple N says, I like April going full Q-tard. Yes. Aaron seems to be having a midlife crisis, so he dyes his hair and grows some pubes on his face.
They're getting softer.
Thank you.
I actually like them.
I appreciate that.
Even if you're pube face McGee, I have to have it now.
With a dye job, apparently, now.
Yeah.
Christy says, get Alex back on the show. Hope you guys have a great stream. We were going to have Alex on when he first started the Blaze show, and he forgot about me.
He doesn't like us.
He done forgot about me. All right, guys, let's get started. We've got a lot to talk about today, and a lot of fun stuff to do as well. Good morning to Double Trucker and Atomic Ray and everybody, the hundreds of people over on Rumble as well. Make sure you guys are hitting the thumbs up. Make sure you're hitting the thumbs up here on YouTube as well. Let's get that up to 200. Let's have 200 of you hitting the thumbs up by the end of this hour. That's another 45 minutes away. You guys have got it. All right. We start today with a home invasion. One of the scariest things people can face. I mean, a home invasion, it's your privacy, it's your castle.
It feels like a violation.
It's been violated. Not only that, there is a very real threat that violence could happen to you.
Yes.
I mean, you could be aggressed against. Luckily, in this story, it was more embarrassing for the home invader than it was the guy who suffered the home invasion. But that doesn't mean it didn't start out scary as shit. Let's go ahead and check this. This comes from TikTok. First of all, I can already tell by the fuzzy carpet sections being used as drapes, we're not in the nicest neighborhood in the world.
No, that looks like cause for concern, actually. Like it's blood looking.
Well, here we go.
This is not your fucking house. Go away! What the fuck? Fucking plane! I want my money. This is not the right.
So a guy kicks in your door. Look, he busted the trim and stuff, all the shit. Like everything's all busted out of the doorway there. And then he just comes in going, I want my money. That is a terrible way to have your evening progress. That could be a coat rack, by the way. I'm sorry.
Absolutely a coat rack.
Whoopsie daisy.
And a Step Brothers pillow.
A Step Brothers pillow. So we know whoever lives here is a complete douchebag.
I have that lamp though, so I can't Shit on the lamp.
Fair enough. They're value shoppers. So this guy comes busting in and he wants his money. It takes a turn from there.
What the fuck? Fucking plane! I want my money. Fucking money now.
This is not the right house. This is not the right
Oh
house.
shit! Where is he?
Who are you looking
Where is he?
for? Who are you looking for?
Get out here now.
Who are you looking for?
Where is he?
Let's go. The cops will handle it. Let's go.
Where is he?
I have
Who?
on video.
Who?
Where is
Your
he?
brother.
Your brother.
I don't have a brother. I don't have a
You
brother.
might be at the wrong house.
At least that woman's got some sense. Like,
Right.
let's go.
That guy comes in, bull in a china shop. Where is he? He's like Batman in Dark Knight Rises. Where is he?
Screwed up.
You wouldn't give your brother to an ordinary citizen. So he is coming in looking to fuck somebody up. Where is he? Where? And this guy, you know, there are people who are playing dumb
Yeah.
and they know something. And then there's people who are genuinely scared shitless and have no idea what you're talking about.
This is that guy.
This guy is clearly, he's going, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you are. What the fuck is going on? I was cooking hot dogs in the microwave.
They're exploding.
They actually have split down the middle like when you get a new dick or a new vagina when you become a trans person. That's how my hot dogs look right now.
Ooh, you can put the ketchup in it, though.
Yeah, you can. You're a farm kid, that's for sure. So this guy comes in ready to beat the shit out of somebody. He looks like a retired wrestler.
Yeah, he's big.
And then the wife decides to put a bug in his ear that, honey, there is a chance that we've just kicked in the door to the wrong home.
She's scared, too. Do you hear her saying, like, dude, he's got you on camera.
Yeah, you're on camera now, dipshit. Get over here. Come on. There is a chance. You know, it's like in Ace Ventura when Dan Marino calls Ace over and he's like, you might want to take a look at a fucking tuck job that they've got going on behind him there.
Yeah.
And this guy comes back from his wife and he goes, my esteemed colleague, my wife has informed me that we may be at the wrong house.
How do you end this? Do you look back at the guy and be like, look, this is all a joke, obviously. I'll pay for the door.
You do a Rodney Dangerfield in Caddyshack. You go, so what? So let's dance. She loves to move. She loves to groove. And then you start moving. It's a good time. Good times are had by all.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. By the way, somebody's living in this house and sleeping on the futon.
Oh, no. Do we know who this is?
It's a sad fuck.
Who?
Where is
Your
he?
brother.
Your brother.
I don't.
Wait a minute. This might be the guy that did the... Because there's a guy who's
Oh.
sleeping on a futon,
Okay.
and he's not there, and he's looking to...
Okay, so
Wow.
he's the perpetrator.
Oh, boy.
Maybe.
Well, it looks just like Cheetos.
I have a brother. I don't have a
You
brother.
might be at the wrong house.
Who are you looking for?
What's his name, Haley?
What's his name?
I am so sorry.
So it starts with kicking down the door. I'm going to fuck you up. Where's my money? Where'd he go? And then the woman's like, look, I'm really sorry about this. This got awkward in a hurry. And, whew, do I feel like a horse's ass.
If the right guy's living next door, though, he's had a warning for a while now.
That guy's
He
sitting
can
in a chair with a shotgun.
Yeah, I was going to say he can get ready.
He hit my door with a car after
He hit
the
my
car.
door with a fucking car.
We have been here the entire time. We have not left the house.
And I'll pay for it. I'm sorry.
I knew it. Look, this is a big misunderstanding.
Big misunderstanding. I'll give you a bunch of money. You go ahead and... You know, people, though, this looks like multiple people living in a shitty house, like young people are sharing a
Yeah,
shitbag
it
house.
looks like a townhome.
I wouldn't doubt if they just take this guy's money, buy like a couple bottles of booze or something, and just leave the door the way it is if it'll still close.
That happened to me once. I had to pay my neighbor that I didn't know like $400 or something once, and he didn't use it to repair the thing. He never repaired the thing.
People are going to talk, so you might want to say specifically what you did before they think it was a hymen or an asshole.
No, I didn't know this person's name until I did knock on his door, okay?
And what'd you
There was
do?
no sex involved.
What'd you do?
All right. It was some shitty college housing, and our landlord hadn't put down any salt on the fucking icy parking lot.
So you're already blaming somebody else.
I am.
Okay.
This is 100% his fault.
All right.
It was one of those days where we had an ice storm. It was like February 14th was Valentine's Day.
Okay.
There's like this much ice on the thing.
Did you call your landlord and say?
Do you do your job? No.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was crawling trying to put my Grand Prix into a parking space and like not on the gas or anything, just crawling, and it just wouldn't stop crawling. So it just barely kissed. Like, it touched this guy's older, like, Mitsubishi next to me. And the whole front
Mitsubishis
bumper...
are made of pop cans.
Yes, the whole fucking half of the front bumper just cracked off. It just fucking fell. I barely touched the car. It was like I did this to it and it cracked off.
Sounds like a Mitsubishi.
So I did one of these. I looked around. Nobody's out there. Everyone's shades are closed because it's like early morning.
So you're thinking of taking off.
I'm thinking of taking off.
But you can't because you can't even get out of the driveway because it's an ice rink. You're going to get caught.
No, check it out. I took some time. I did take off. I parked in the street for 3 seconds, I think, and I sat there contemplating. Like, God, I could just stay out here. Nobody saw it. I have such...
Guys, this sounds like an attempted hit and run by April.
Hold on.
Sounds like there could be some Twitter art to be made of this.
No,
Old hit and run Imholt over here.
No, I have such a guilty conscience. I went back. Then I did not look for this person yet. I didn't know who it was. So I went in and talked to my roommate. I'm like, this is what happened. Would you tell anyone? And she's like, no. No one's outside. Don't fucking tell anyone.
So you live with dishonest bitches, too.
I sure did. She
All right.
trashed our townhome later.
All right, so then what happened?
I sat in my room. I took a shower trying to forget about it.
You really took a long time thinking about ripping this poor fuck off.
I couldn't forget about it.
Now, there were no marks on your car. You could have gotten away with this.
There were no marks on my car because, get this, I didn't really hit anybody. I barely touched something.
So now is this bumper hanging off?
No, it was like a section this big, the front left section, that just like totally, it must have been old. It cracked and like fell off. It was like brittle.
So you could have picked it up, tossed it in a dumpster or something, and then been home free. No evidence.
There's no cameras anywhere.
The guy would have thought a dog came by and just ripped part of his bumper off.
After my shower, I decided to do the right thing. And I went around to my entire building and I knocked on every door until I found him. I'm like, is that your car? And he's like, oh, yeah, what'd you do to it? And he acted all cunty about it, although I was crying.
Well, because he probably sensed, he was like, she probably tried to get away with it for 3 hours.
I felt so bad. And I said, look, dude, there was nothing I could do. I'm so sorry. I'll pay for it. Like, if you know.
And now you paid him. And then did he get a new bumper?
He went and got an estimate from his family member that works at a shop.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. And he came back.
How much for a Mitsubishi bumper?
He said $423.
Horse shit, the Mitsubishi isn't worth $400. I'll give you $250. We'll call it even.
I didn't have $400 at the time, so I had to work like overtime for a few weeks, and in 3 weeks I had enough money to give him the check. The guy never repaired his car. Not ever. I've still seen him.
Well, that was that was for pain and suffering.
I saw him driving around for like up to 4 years after that because I lived in the area, and he never fixed it.
Oh.
Ever. You know what his name was, by the way, and I'm actually not kidding.
Oh boy. Oh, well, that's a name of a ripoff artist if I've ever heard one.
It's a bad track record.
Perfect. All right, let's continue watching this guy. He's the wife lets him know, look, we may be in the wrong house.
In my door with a fucking car.
We have been here the entire time. We have not left the house.
And I'll pay for this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Who are you looking for?
Come here. Come outside. I'm sorry.
I'm not coming outside.
Come here. Come with me. No, come follow me, dude. Don't worry. I'm a trustworthy guy. I break into the wrong houses and threaten people without knowing them. Come on. Come here. Come on. Follow me.
He's probably trying to get him to point him in the right direction.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not being privy to this. Nope.
I also don't think this guy's trying to trick this dude. I think he's just in a panic now because he realized he just kicked in the door like a rabid animal. Mm-hmm. And then, fucking went to the wrong house.
Wouldn't you if somebody hit your daughter with a car?
I mean, look, I would probably try to take more reasonable steps to get this solved rather than just barging into the first door I see because I had a hunch that that's the one.
You're not the type.
Yeah, I don't think
No.
I thought.
Stay away, please. Who are you looking for? This is the wrong house, I'm sure.
I'll pay for it.
Okay. What's your name?
What's his name? What's his name?
You know what's funny is, was that a Jack Sparrow poster they had on the fucking wall? Are they 8 years old? This is definitely a college house. There's stains on the carpet right there.
So he's got stepbrothers and
Christmas
pirates.
the Christmas lights on the railing. This
looks reminiscent of my townhome in college.
Yeah, this is definitely a college.
The tiny tile section around the door too.
Yeah.
Landlords do that to not wreck that carpet.
Yeah, this is a college house.
Wait.
We do not know anybody with that name.
Oh my god, you're at the wrong house. They said that he gave this address.
This is the wrong address.
I am so sorry.
We do not know anyone with that address.
I'm so scared. He ran my daughter over with a car.
Take money.
I don't want money. We just want you to leave.
I don't want money. I just want you to leave. By the way, I don't know.
That's a horseshit lie, by the way. You want money.
How much did that guy realistically give him? Even if those were hundreds, that's $200-300. Maybe enough to replace that door, but not. I doubt these college kids can even put a door in. They can't drop the thing into the hinges.
Check it out. If it's a college door, there's cameras. You just call your landlord and be like, somebody actually broke into my house.
And then pocket the money and buy booze?
Yeah, because the landlord will fix that.
Perfect.
I'm sorry. Take it. I'm sorry.
He gave your address.
He gave me your address.
Well, I don't even live here.
I am so sorry.
Why would you not have the police come and get it?
We have the police.
I don't think so.
We have the police coming.
Can you just?
He gave him more money. This guy, every second that he feels guilty, he hands out more money.
Keep him there a while.
Guy's like, oh, I have a bad anxiety condition, so that I'm not going to sleep tonight. Oh, here's a little more for you. Order some food and get a movie on me. There you go.
Pull out lawyer speak.
Yeah.
You two going on a nice date on me.
This is giving me a lot of stress, distress, and I feel like I'm in a toxic environment now. Here's another $40. There you go.
Guys, all this stress is really like put my neck in a way. I think I can't move my head, and I might have to move actually because PTSD with this house.
You can tell that these two are in such a white trash situation.
Get their
like
fate.
Some guy hit their daughter with a car, and now they're running around town trying to find a guy to beat the shit out of him. This is just some kind of white trash scum fight that you don't want to be a part of.
They're adults out in sweatpants.
It's looking to beat the shit out of some guy.
200. I'm sorry.
Can you just give us your name and your phone number?
Yeah, Robert.
Yeah, give me. You just want me to pay for it? I'll pay for it.
He doesn't want his name.
Contractor.
I'm a contractor.
I am so
He
sorry.
gave this address.
Dude, he won't give his name.
Yeah.
That means that if you look this guy up, there might be a paper trail.
Or there's about to be one for breaking and entering.
Yeah, I don't need you to know my name. It's Claudius T. Wilson.
And this bitch back here is already like, oh, it's Robert.
Yeah.
Did you hear her?
Yeah, he's like, it's Robert. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
More money.
He does talk. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you my name. Here's another $50. There you go. He's like white trash Roger Sterling. He's just pulling out money every time he's got a problem.
Do this. This is illegal. We could take legal action against
I
you.
understand.
Please,
He came in my house. He ran
please
my
just
daughter
leave.
over.
Please just
He
leave.
ran
That
my
is so
daughter
Please just
over.
leave.
to the police.
Please just leave. Please just leave.
They try to shut
Please
the
just
door
leave.
and it
Thank
falls
you.
off.
they try to close the door. Oh, I'll pay for your floor. I'll pay for your floor. I'm sorry.
Look, I know you had pointed out the coat rack in the beginning, but they did indeed blow out the whole fucking business.
They blew out the whole doorway. Oh man, he's just it's like a Chevy Chase movie. Everything he grabs just starts falling down. He's like, I'm sorry, I'll leave. And he leans on the banister. He's like, I think we're gonna be.
He dies.
He just falls down the stairs and dies.
What a shit show. Oh, the screen door too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he fucked up. Oh wow, he fucked up
Oh
everything.
my god.
I'm so happy that man did not have a
Did not.
Did not have a.
I was just brain in his head. You can finish that sentence with a lot of different things. Holy shit. So he gives him $200, and then a few seconds later he just took the money back. He's like, here's $200, and then he goes, never mind.
He sat there and thought about it. He's like, no, I need that for something
Yeah.
later.
You know what? I'm out of beer at the house, I just realized. So, you know what? Look, maybe something else.
What kind of beer does that guy drink, do you think?
Keystone.
Keystone.
He's a
Yeah,
Keystone man.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Rouse Sauce with $5 says to not pay tribute to the Imholt name and his infamia. Thank you, Godfather. Oh, that ain't going away anytime soon, is it?
Nope.
Thank you, Rouse Sauce. Appreciate that. Zero Dark Tony with $9.99 says, have no fear. A striking Viking beard kit is on the way. Thanks, buddy.
Aw.
So, and anything for my dye job?
Ooh, you still have that Vikings mullet thing you can wear when your hair falls out.
Excited about that.
Oh.
$5 for from Veldrain says, April, that bumper must have been mostly rust. The whole underside of that Mitsubishi was probably orange.
I know. Honestly, I know. But I was like, I think I was 20 years old at the time. I was 20 and I was just scared shitless somebody was going to come at me like pissed and like do something legally to me. I had no idea.
Welcome to the show, Cowpote. Good to see you, bud. Behave yourself. David Chandler says he sounds like the I just want to shake your hand guy. He's got a little bit of Edgar from Men in Black about him.
Calm down. I just want to take some pictures of you. Yeah. Now he's Dahmer.
My name is Yakov Smirnoff. That's my name is Mike Roch. That's how you know. Yeah, he just puts the money on the table. He goes, "Here's 200," and then all of a sudden, never mind. I'm putting it back.
I have unpaid parking tickets.
Yes. Look, man. I don't need the cops involved. All right, what do you guys want? You want some booze? I can get you booze.
Want some sex? My wife's here.
Take my wife. All right, I got warrants.
Richard, what?
You guys like dated pussy? It may not look like much, but she can really take a good pounding.
He started singing "Might Be a Little Dust on the Post."
Scarface says those people are Pennsylvania trash. The accent gives it away. Yeah, and the wife is just giving up all their information. It's like, my daughter's name is Felicia. The guy who hit her's name is John. His name is Robert. We live at 2465 Bradbury Lane.
At least, I don't know, at least she came in and said we're at the wrong house. So it didn't escalate anymore.
Yeah. Hulkamasha baby, give me the galaxy. He broke in and the guy just looked at him. He goes, you can kill me if you want to, but you'll never find the galaxy. And the guy broke in and goes, well, you're right about one thing. And then it was curtains.
Watching your face when you do that is so funny.
Well, you're right about one thing. Where's we have a bunch of those, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Somewhere in here.
Okay.
No, that's not the one.
Hey.
I'm sorry, I like to do that just to fuck with you a little bit.
You know, I've noticed an infestation here. Is that letter? The worst way. Give me sugar.
That's what he came in to say. Give me sugar.
You have more gravel in your voice when you do it than he does.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm not
You need
Vincent
to-
D'Onofrio. Yet another disappearance.
You need to gay it up a little.
Yeah, what's my name for repairing the door? Yeah, my name's Richard, but my friends call me Dick. Yeah, Dick oozing in ya? Yeah, that's my name. That's, it's right, yeah, U-Z, yeah, you got it. U-Z-I-N-Y-A, yeah, there you go. Good job. I'll be in touch. My number, 410-867-5309. All right. Thank you. Phillips here says, love that the dude put 400 down, looked around, and said this white trash door isn't worth. I mean, that's pretty much it. $200. Yeah, but $200 doesn't get you much anymore.
You want to know why I bet he took the money back? Because he realized, landlord's going to replace it anyways. These kids don't need it.
An exterior door can cost between $525 and $1,700. Although he did take the money back as soon as the dumb college kid went, oh, no, we just want you to leave. And the guy's like, okay, fuck it. I'll take my $200 back. All right, sounds pretty good. Triple N says $330 for an outside door. I don't know.
For like an apartment one, I don't know either.
It's difficult
Low
to
end.
know. You know, you can't leave it up to the college kids, though, because they'll get like a hollow core door that you put on the
They're
inside.
not buying it.
Yeah, and they'll put that as the outside door.
I will tell you this much. When it's like you're renting, it's not up to you to replace that door. Like, you're actually not allowed to.
Yeah. You guys want to just drink a Borg and we'll be fine?
Borg.
How about a Blackout Rage gallon, you and me? What do you say? My name, Barry. Barry McCockiner. You're going to look me up and you'll know who I am. I'm well known. I'm from the Hershey McCockiners. And they'll attest as to who I am. Thank you. Dustin Hoffman said he was thinking ahead. He needed the money for bail.
Yeah. Where did our Barry McCockiner go? Do you remember him?
I don't remember where. Maybe Barry's got a new name on YouTube. I don't know. We've seen a bunch of the classics come back recently to the live streams. Chops was here.
I'm still waiting on Cheeseburger Pie. That guy, is he dead?
I don't know. I hope he I hope that he came back from his vacation.
He was supposed to be back from vacation a long time ago.
Yeah, he's supposed to be back from vacation a while ago.
And I really figured I would have heard from him by now.
Barry, we know your name's Barry. You're our favorite hater turned fan. I appreciate it. Mick KM says, been away for a couple of weeks. That beard shocked me. Yeah, how about my dye job?
Wait till he gets like down here.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's going on.
Will you just let it go?
Somebody made a chat GPT or whatever and said, show me these two hosts with a beard, or show me this host with a beard.
Yeah.
And it gave me a beard, but it also gave you one as well. So it didn't work out very well. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I don't want a beard. I already am one.
I mean, I apologize. Mike was like number 100. Very cool, Mike. 20 minutes away from 7 o'clock. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes by the time we hit the top of the hour. Everyone throw us a thumbs up, and also everyone throw us a subscription on the channel. That means a lot for the growth of the show. All right, we have more stuff to get to. Do you want to go bring Gourdy down for his birthday and take care of the shit you have to take care of?
Should I?
Let's do that now because I got a big story coming up here in a little bit. So be swift about it, if you would. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, magazines, optics, parts, suppressors, NFA, you name it. They've got a great selection at Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Order from wherever you live. Of course, Midland Armory with the promo code SteelToe gives you a great discount for being a Steel Toe fan. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Apparently, our audience in Florida loves Midland Armory. Whenever I get any kind of notification from Derek, he's like, wow, Jesus, when I get those out-of-state orders, he goes, Florida's a hot and heavy one. Midland Armory in downtown Florida, midlandarmory.com, promo code SteelToe. Look at this IWI US TS12 12 gauge. It looks a little bit like a takeoff on my DP12. Was this made by Connecticut Manufacturing? Who's the maker of this? Manufacturer IWI USA. That looks like a fun takeoff on my DP12. I like that one. God, I am attracted to stupid expensive guns when I want one. I had a DP12. I want that Smith & Wesson Performance Center 1911. That's like a $1,600 fucking handgun. I'm never getting them, but boy, I'm attracted to the spendy ones. I'm like a broad over here. Why not the Hitler mustache to be to be provocative, says Gila. No, not those. I don't have those kind of balls. Sorry. Ran out of thoughts. There it is. Promo code SteelToe, midlandarmory.com. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Look out for Cheetos at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. We're having our big 9th anniversary show there on Saturday, August 12th. I don't know if any of you have the link to the Eventbrite there. Put it up in the chat if you can. Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's. Get your tickets now. A lot of VIPs are already claiming their free tickets. We got a lot of people coming in from out of state to celebrate with us. Gino Bisconti and Keanu C. Thompson will be there, as well as everybody from Steel Toe. Oz even got in touch with us yesterday and said he'll be going to the anniversary show.
Yes.
As well. So everyone will be there at the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party. Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. 320-253-5203. Nobody quicker than All Care. All right, let's see him. Come here, bud. He hates it down here.
He's shaking.
Hey, it's his first birthday. Hey, bud.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Like his broken-ass ears.
It's your first birthday. You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? Oh,
you
want to look at the camera, bud?
Believe it or not, he's gained like 6 pounds since we got him.
Gourdy, you want to look at the Gourdy? Look, Gord. Look at the camera. Look. Boy, his ears. He has nervous ears right about now.
Yeah, they're broken.
Sorry about that, bud.
He's okay.
Happy first birthday, bud.
He got a birthday biscuit a little bit ago.
Oh man, he hates it over by the studio area. Oh, there he is, the birthday boy. Gourdy hates it. I think it's because we talk loud when we're doing the show, and it It makes him a little bit nervous. Johnny Chopsticks with the best classification of Gourdy's appearance I've ever heard. He says, aw, Applehead. There he is. There's Gourdy. Jay Falcon says, that's the dog you left outside. Look, I feel bad about it, okay? I feel terrible about the whole thing. I'm sorry. I left him outside for a little while, and look, he's bounced back really well. Man, I think we can move on from the Aaron leaving him outside thing. I think, look, he's forgotten about it. I think the rest of us can as well. All right, we have another story from the world of science that you guys are going to be really, really happy about. You know, we've known the last few years that scientists take risks. And when scientists take risks, all of humanity benefits from it. You know, like if we hadn't taken a risk on moldy bread, we would have never found out about penicillin. If we wouldn't have taken a risk on a lot of different treatments for things, we never would have come up. I mean, trust the science is what I'm trying to say. We know that science fucking around where they shouldn't be sometimes leads to really good things for humanity. So let's check up on what science is doing now.
I'm here for it. Let's go.
In the warmer, in the Arctic area where temperatures are warmer and there are seasonal thaws, scientists have revived a zombie virus that spent 48,500 years frozen in a permafrost. This is going back to Jon Stewart's theory that the world's going to end and the last thing we're ever going to hear is a scientist going, oh, it worked.
I did it.
Yes.
God, I can't wait.
By the way, CNN gets to put their own spin on this story. So scientists went fucking around in the permafrost and they unthawed a 48,000-year-old virus. What is CNN going to blame it on? I'll give you a few guesses. And the chat, too. This is for you guys as well.
Climate change? Am I right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, get it? Because everything's thawing now?
It's not going to be the scientists up there fucking around and unfreezing a virus. It's going to be your goddamn SUV. It's your vehicles. It's your lavish lifestyle, you bastards.
I think the zombie virus already visited Kensington, though.
Yes, it did. I hope it's not the same zombie virus because that one's a bastard.
It's ugly.
It comes in the form of synthetic drugs. That's where apparently the virus likes to live. Warmer temperatures in the Arctic are thawing the region's permafrost, a frozen layer of soil beneath the ground, and potentially stirring viruses that, after lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, could endanger animal and human health. So you know what these scientists are going to do? They're going to scrape up this virus, bring it to a lab, and fuck around with it for a while.
Just agitate it.
Sure, just kind of poke at it and prod at it and go, hey, do something. Come on.
I was just going to say do things.
Yeah, come on, do stuff. Come on.
Come on, please.
What do you do? Hey, I hear this thing only has a kill rate of like 0.1%. What is it, COVID? Come on, do something. We got to make a good one here.
Check it out. Maybe, oh my God, that's terrifying to think about. Like COVID was going to be this big bad monster, which it kind of was. But that somebody out there's going to be like, that was nothing. Let's see what this one does.
Yeah, we can do work. Look, I promise you they're doing that right now.
I don't want to know.
They're doing that right now in labs all over the world.
I don't want to know.
It's kind of like when the housing market crashed and everyone went, oh, God, that was terrible. We'll never do that again. I have bad news, guys. They're still doing the same exact shit in the housing market that they were doing before 2008. It took like 20 years for all that to catch up with us. Mm-hmm. It's been about 15 since. So
it's lasting longer now, too, isn't it?
But you can just kind of feel we're at the tippy top of the roller coaster.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's going to take a while.
Yeah. So they're kind of doing the same thing. People are like, oh, boy, all these groups and organizations saying COVID came from a lab. They're probably done fucking around like that. Won't have to deal with that anymore. They're all still doing the same thing. They love it. They can't stop.
It's like their version of adrenaline rushes.
Yes. It's like
they
nerd
get
adrenaline
the thing
rush.
To spread to something like their mice that they're dealing it with.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, I did it.
While a pandemic unleashed by a disease from the distant past sounds like the plot of a sci-fi movie, yup, sure does. Almost like these scientists have never seen any of those movies, and they just do all the shit that they do. Scientists warn that the risks, though low, are underappreciated. By you, not by us.
Right. We're terrified.
We would have told you to bury that fucker deeper.
Smart people are scary.
I know.
They just do things.
That's just it. Smart autists, like scientists.
Yep.
They've got all this intelligence. It's like Teddy Atlas says about having a punch but no way to set it up. He goes, you've got a big bomb but no missile to deliver it. That's... I'm choking on my own spit now.
He's excited.
I get excited. I get a boner.
Maybe. Do you have the zombie thing already?
I already have the virus.
Very red.
I'm already infected.
Ew.
But, these scientists have all this intelligence, but none of the common sense to, like, deliver it. Mm-hmm. So they just do smart guy shit without thinking about, like, real-world consequences. So they're like, oh, a new virus. Well, we have the ability to fuck around and mutate that virus. But so they have the intelligence to do that, but they don't have the common sense to go, yeah, I really should let this sleeping dog lie, I think.
Yeah, like fuck around and find out is usually a threat to most people, and they like embrace it.
They're like they want to skip to the find out part. They're like,
yes,
God, can we just find out what happens?
That, like the whole cloning process and all those things too. Like I've always wondered, like, have you ever watched Jurassic Park? That shit's gonna happen someday.
I wish we could go back to the days where they were like, let's see if we can make a copy of this shit.
I know, but that's the start of it though, because now they do that with viruses.
Yeah,
and they
like,
tweak them.
Oh man, this thing hasn't been seen for 50,000 years. Let's fuck around with it. Oh great, because something we haven't been exposed to for 50,000 years. I'm sure our bodies have a lot of great stored up immunity for that one.
Yeah,
50,000 years.
One of the kids in the house here is always talking about the creatures they want to bring. Scientists like promise that they're going to bring back in the next however many years. And it's like, you don't know what that's going to do to the earth either, but you'll bitch at us for our cars. Like, you want to bring back a woolly mammoth and have it eat all the food and shit everywhere?
That woolly mammoth better be followed around by a Black Hawk helicopter ready to blow it to pieces at any given moment. There's a lot going on with the permafrost that is of concern, and it really shows why it's super important that we keep as much of the permafrost frozen as possible, said Kimberly Miner. I don't want a scientist named Miner fucking around up in the Arctic digging around for viruses. I love how they're the ones who go up there and disturb all the shit, and then they go, guys, we have to be really careful. Yeah, no kidding.
Even if it melts, just stay out of there.
Right.
Like, don't go there.
Permafrost covers a fifth of the northern hemisphere, having underpinned the Arctic tundra, blah, 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 boring. To better understand the risks posed by frozen viruses, Jean-Michel Claverie, an emeritus professor of medicine and genomics at the Aix-Marseille University School of Medicine in France, has tested Earth samples taken from Siberian permafrost to see whether any viral particles contained therein are still infectious. He's in search of what he describes as zombie viruses, and he's found some.
And did they tell us what these things do?
No, they just fuck around. They're like, look, you guys will know in a little while.
Yeah, once we're infected.
You guys will find out once this thing slips through our fingers a little bit.
Gets out of bounds somewhere that nobody wants to talk about. I
mean, it was sitting in the ground. It wasn't hurting anybody. And then you guys went digging around like, hey, we just take a bunch of samples out of the permafrost and, we see if we can wake it up. How about you just leave the shit in the ground? We don't need to know.
That sounds about as smart as like, oh, let's go dig up these dead bodies and see what kind of diseases they might have.
Yeah, I want to be like the boss of science, and I don't want to be the guy who has to know anything about science. I just want to be the one who like directs traffic.
Okay.
And so if I see two guys with a drill and I go, hey, what are you guys doing? They're like, we're going to go drill in the permafrost and look for viruses. I'm going to look at both of them and go, you work on AIDS. You work on cancer. Now shut the fuck up and get out of here. This is not productive. We are not. Anybody else going to the Arctic to drill for viruses? You see a bunch of guys dressed up like they're about to go ice fishing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, you hepatitis. You cervical cancer. You
cervical cancer.
I just keep giving them all jobs of other diseases, and I'm like,
no.
You try to make my dick hard without making my heart explode. No, I mean make a pill. Don't suck my dick, you fucking weirdo.
Just puts his knee pads on.
Right, like scientists don't know common sense, so they're like, oh, you want me to make your dick hard here? He starts rubbing it. Get the fuck out of here.
Very literal people.
Yes, you got to be very, very clear with them.
No sarcasm.
Michael B. says, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think, if they should.
Exactly. My whole point. Watch Jurassic Park. That should be warning enough.
Jurassic Park, by the way, the first 3 Jurassic Park movies are like a story of radioactive half-life. Like every next movie is progressively shittier than the one before. It starts out, hey, that was a fun little movie that you made. Hey, here's an unnecessary sequel where we've contrived a plot. Here's another unnecessary sequel where we've contrived a plot. And when we're done with that, we're going to make another set of 3 movies.
I haven't seen all the newest ones. It's kind of like Star Wars. Like, I want to leave the first ones alone. You know what I mean?
I saw the newest, or not the newest, but the first one in the newest trilogy of Star Wars movies. I shut it off immediately. I'm like, I don't want to go down this road.
I skipped all the new Star Wars movies, but I did see like the first newest Jurassic Park one with the redheaded chick, and that one wasn't like horrific, but I still wish they had made it. Yeah.
Seen that one too, where they all get loose in the amusement park. Yeah. The Tigger Next Door with oh, sorry guys, spoiler. The dinosaurs get loose. You thought it was a movie where they just go look at them in a museum. No, it's they get loose, and
some people die.
Some people get killed by dinosaurs.
Hey, the kids live though.
Jeez, fucking ruin it for all the people who wanted to see the kids die.
And they end up like kissing or something.
Ooh. Oh God, Hollywood really is full of fucking pigs.
It's pretty gay.
Yeah. The Tigger Next Door with $10 says, to quote Monsters Inc., put that thing back where it came from or so help me. Yeah, nobody does that in science. They just kind of go, hey, should I fuck around with this? Let's see what happens. $260 away from knocking out today and doing overtime. Thank you very, very much. Somebody in the chat is standing up for Rogue One. They said Rogue One is pretty good. Really? I don't consider that one of the lists in the new trilogy. That's one of the like independent Star Wars universe movies. That's like the bridge from Revenge of the Sith to A New Hope.
Oh, you see, you were talking about like the Clone Wars and shit like that. I was talking about the newest ones.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I was with the guys in the chat, and you're somewhere else. I've seen those.
No, I'm talking about the new ones.
I've seen like episodes 1, 2, and 3, I guess, and they are awful.
Nah, people may fuck with me on this one. I love 3. I think 3's good.
Really?
I think 2 is the worst. I think 1's bad, but I think 3 is pretty good.
Okay.
But I'm also a Ewan McGregor mark. So there is that.
It's okay.
Rogue One was epic. Yeah, I don't consider Rogue One to be part of the new trilogy. That's like Rogue One can work on its own. It's a standalone movie. Sorry.
I like your like pained like breath.
No, that's the Fezzi impression.
I know
that's how Fezzi delivered it.
I've heard it before.
You see, it's a standalone fruit. You know what? Fuck it. I have to hear standalone fruit now.
It's pretty good.
I have to hear standalone fruit. Guys, hit the like button, share the show, subscribe to the channel, the whole deal.
Isn't that viral on the internet? That is the most uncomfortable moment in video.
Up.
Clip is that?
This
own. Blueberry.
This clip.
Now the blueberry is one that can't work on its own. It has to have something with it, like the kiwi. It's not a standalone fruit.
Rest in peace, Fez Whatley.
Yeah,
the standalone fruit. Oh shit. The original Star Wars trilogy is overrated in hindsight, says Derek Chauvinist. You know, because of like how bad all the movies they made around it were, you do run the risk of kind of weakening the originals.
I don't like to think about it though. I don't think too hard about it. I just, like I look at them endearingly, like, no, those are my Star Wars movies.
Yeah, well, just leave them alone. Dub says episode 1 was 1999. Yeah, almost 25 years ago now.
Isn't that crazy?
That piece of shit came out and ruined Star Wars. Bearded Trucker, episode 3, they kill all the younglings. First movie to wipe out the children. Yeah, that was a little fucked up.
I didn't like that.
Yeah, a Star Wars movie where like the bad guy, like Darth Vader was a dick, but you always thought he was a dick like in service of the Empire, like it was to accomplish something. He didn't, like Darth Vader never struck you as a guy who just went and like slaughtered a bunch of kids. That wasn't really his thing.
Was episode 3 the one where they were in that big coliseum with like
No, that was 2.
Was that 2?
2's a bag of
God,
shit.
my brother always made me watch that one because he loved the Coliseum scene.
See that? And that's the kind of shit. It's like, that's not a Star Wars fan. That's just someone who goes, oh, I want to see all the big swords.
He was a kid. He's little.
I know. Scarface says he did blow up an entire planet. You know what? That's true. That's true. But that was like from a space station far away. Anakin in this one just takes out a lightsaber and just starts cutting up kids. I mean, it's
sick.
That's fucked up.
I'm with Dub in the chat.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Jar Jar Binks was like the epitome of bad.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Like you and I tried to watch that movie like last year or something, and it was just awful.
As soon as he comes into those movies, you just feel homicidal rage.
It's disgusting.
You just feel, oh, you want to hurt it. I don't know what that thing is or what species it is.
You want to punch him right in his nose.
I want to bop him right in the face is what I'd like to do. Yeah. All right, guys, let's go on. Let's talk a little bit about a hot new TV show that's going to sweep the country. We've seen MILF Manor, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of old cougars who want to have sex with the other girl's sons.
Hot.
Sure. When we saw a clip from that, we all
details.
Yeah, and then all talk to each other about the dickings that they got from each other's kids.
Oh, how's your kid?
Yeah, and then
how's yours?
We watched that clip of the guy singing the woman the song, and we all puked.
It's gross.
It was kind of fun. Well, now they have a new show that's premiering on Fox. I think it premiered last night. It's called Farmer Wants a Wife.
I missed it. Yeah, I've been seeing these ads for a while. I wondered if you'd pick up on this.
This looks fucking tragic.
It's pretty bad, but this is one of those shows where I see the commercial for it and I kind of want to not hate watch it, but watch it just to see how bad it is.
It reminds you of home. You want to see a bunch of people who look like home. Here, I got bad news for you. They're going to pick guys. I don't want to take the magic away. They're not picking actual farmers.
No,
I know. They're picking guys from farm towns.
They're farm adjacent.
But they're picking the best looking guys and then just dressing them up as farmers.
Yeah, nobody actually dresses like this.
Oh my God, so all the farmers in rural areas look like Chippendales models? That's fucking crazy.
I wish.
Yes. High school would have been a lot better for April if that were the case. Here we go. This is a little sneak peek.
The host actually gave some stats.
Yeah, you think these guys are farmers?
Nope. Not one of them.
I mean,
they've been even for this show, they were transplanted into a farm setting. They actually came from wherever these the buildings are behind them.
It's like Hollywood thinks that Americans are just empty-headed shit for brains. And they just open our brains, scoop diarrhea out of a bucket, and then just dump it in and go, here you go, you fucking tardos. Enjoy your entertainment.
They're not wrong.
Diarrhea in your brain basin.
They're not wrong for some people.
I mean, if this show does really well, let's just call it a day.
On the success rate of farmers.
That guy's a gay stripper. That is not a farmer. I'm sorry.
Meeting city girls.
Yeah, but the handkerchief or whatever.
Is the reason behind that success.
Oh, he's a gay.
It's a tract, I guess. Yeah, and
right.
they get to experience our life, and it's a lot different than other matchmaking deals. I think that has a lot to do with the success rate.
I think it's a real life scenario, and it's our lives, and they get to experience that.
Yeah, these guys are farmers like the people in Letterkenny are real farmers.
That's kind of how I feel. They've got a fruit stand.
Right. If you guys had real farmers on this show, they'd look like Squirrely Dan. They'd look like Derry. They'd look like they wouldn't look like Wayne.
I want to see him drive some tractors or hop on a horse. See how they do.
They'd look like Noah Dick. I wanted you to come over and do chores once.
Not sad and not necessarily a vacation type.
Yeah, they figure out if they don't want to bite off more than they can chew.
That's right.
Right. What was your dream girl?
This guy just goes, a white one.
A white one. Here's another thing I
want to get my hands on the white man's prize to make up for years of discrimination and displacement. He's all of a sudden he's a militant.
I own the cotton fields now.
Look at me. I am the plantation owner now.
Had a handful to pick from. They got to
pick us too. And, I think that's
that one might be a farmer. He's totally retarded.
I came from a farm town. Most farmer guys don't have a hard time finding women.
No?
No, because we all think they're hot.
They all just pair off in high school and then done.
No, that's true though.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of got their got to choose, who they thought they might be compatible with.
Right. Oh my goodness. So have any of you been married before the show?
I was married once before, yep.
To a very nice gentleman, but my parents came home with a shotgun one day and told us we couldn't be together no more. His name was Enos Delmar, and he got AIDS, and I ain't heard from him in quite some time.
Really? Oh my God. How long were you married for?
A little over 3 years.
No way. So,
Yeah.
I mean, are you happy that now you were able to try at it again, or?
Yeah, because you know how you find your life partner. A bunch of fame-thirsty whores who want to be on a TV show. That's how you find a nice, respectable woman that you can settle down with for the rest of your life.
That's not usually the partner you want on the farm.
Oh, you mean one of these 7 people you've picked out of a casting call for no other reason than they'll look good on TV? That's going to be a great way to find a person that I'm totally compatible with.
Don't you think?
That's actually fewer choices than you get living in an actual farm town.
Right.
It's been a great experience, this show, and getting to meet all these people.
They always have fucked up teeth, though. That's
you
the thing
can
about
fix teeth.
That's the thing about farm chicks, though. You find the smoking hot one, and you're like, oh my God, how is she even living here? And then she opens her mouth, and you're like, oh my God.
I had teeth
Looks
problems.
like a thresher shark.
I had teeth problems once.
That's what
you get some braces and you fix it.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm saying farm kids look hot until you see that well water mouth.
Never look a gift woman in the mouth.
No. You know what I do? I found April, and she was a very hot chick from a farm town, and I saw her teeth, and I just went in there with a hammer and a chisel, and I went bing, 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 and I knocked them all out, and I took her to the dentist, and she got a bunch of fake choppers, and she looks like a 10. It was great. They feel better, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Says the guy with fake teeth.
Well, I knew what I was talking about.
When I met Aaron, he had a mole the size of Pluto on his head.
Yeah, actually, they had been going back and forth on whether or not it was a planet. And they settled on no, which was disappointing to me. And then they cut it off my head.
Why did you decide to cut it off?
I was starting to get paranoid that it was getting bigger, even though it wasn't.
I don't know.
I don't think it was, but when you have a mole and you know that feeling you get with a mole where it kind of mushrooms, where you can feel under the mole and there's a stem, you're like, okay, I got to get rid of that fucking thing.
You're just picturing it growing into your brain or something.
Yeah. When the mole's on your head and you think you are dead, that's immoral. I got it, immoral. Isn't that what a mushroom, a moral, right?
Morals are coveted mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I was always afraid I was going to...
When you think it's a sty you can't see with your eye, that's immoral. Sorry.
Well, and, 3 new friends.
I had another one.
It's been great.
So I gotta ask you, was your ex-wife a city girl?
No, ma'am, not particularly.
Nope, crazy farm bitch. She ran off with one of him. So I decided I'd try again, and I knew this guy was going to be an old cock block. I thought we were gonna.
Clearly got the bigger one.
I don't know. It takes a lot to wear that facial hair. So that could be confident dude.
Is that what you're doing? You're trying to put the vibes out?
This is my big dick stash.
Okay.
Is what this is. Do we want to play the trailer for this?
Yes. I've seen it before. It's pretty good.
Let's take a look. This is Farmer Wants a Wife. First look. We're going to get definitely... I'll have to trim this out later. So if you're watching live, here's a perk.
The world's biggest dating show. 35 countries, 180 weddings, and over 400 babies have arrived.
Who is ready to fall for a farmer? Hello, my name is Jennifer.
Yeah, but by the... Oh, God, the Sugarland chick is hosting it?
Yes. Why?
Wow.
Does that trouble you somehow?
I mean, the singing career must not be... lighting the world on fire anymore if you're hosting a TV show.
I think you just kind of run out of things to sing eventually.
You do. You really do. You listen to your favorite rappers and you're just kind of you've run out of shit to say, haven't you?
If you're in country music, you only talk about drinking and breakups and cheating and...
Well,
and
if you're a real country artist, it's kind of like being a rapper. You're kind of a fraud after the second or third album.
Right.
Because it's you can't... rap about that other shit anymore. And it's like, if you're a country star, you can't rap about being on the farm and getting your boots dirty, because even if you do own a farm or a ranch, you're paying other people to work on it, and you're never there.
Yep.
What's the Bo Burnham song? I got a private ranch that I barely use. I don't like dirt. Like, all of
Willie Nelson actually has a big-ass horse ranch. He takes in wild horses.
Oh, yeah? And does you see him work in the stables every day?
I think he actually did.
I don't believe you.
I'm sorry, Willie.
It would cut into weed time.
What better time to smoke?
He's like 99 years old. He ain't walking around taking care of horses anymore.
Okay.
Not in my opinion.
Right.
And I am thrilled to be the host of the fantastic new unscripted series, Farmer Wants a Wife.
Unscripted. Horse shit.
Yeah, unscripted my ass.
Like, to me, here's what unscripted means. Oh, guys, that was okay. Let's shoot it again and then just say the same things you just did.
That's what I always assume. It's take after take until it's exactly how they wanted it.
Right.
Ever dated a farmer?
No, I've never dated a farmer before.
This has real.
See, that's what they're used to fucking. And now they get these beautiful. I love it. All these made-for-TV model-looking women. Yeah, they're going to be perfect for all these rural farmer guy types.
Here's the thing. Country is a trend for some people instead of a reality, and this is going to look a lot more like the trend. They're going to dress the way they think country people dress and do the things they think country people just do every day, like taking them to fucking line dancing and shit. That doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Okay?
Authentic connections, people who are looking for lifelong partners, not just looking to become famous.
It's hard to meet people.
Okay.
That's naturally why we're on TV.
That's why we're on TV, right? Because we just want to find love.
In that case, wouldn't you just do the show and call it a program and not televise it?
If you're trying to find love and you're not trying to be famous, then you would turn down the TV show.
Right. Like I'm saying, you would do this thing like as a program, but not on TV.
You want a farm guy and you don't want to be famous, you want to find love, just go hang out at Legions and VFWs in small towns. You'll find one.
Go to the Farmer's Daughter.
Yeah, they've all got restaurants that are either the Farmer's Daughter or, the Milk Bucket.
Hang out at First District.
Yeah, there'll be the Silver Dollar Bar. There'll be that one. They're all over the place.
I miss Litchfield.
When you don't leave the farm much, hopefully I find true love.
What do we think of Oklahoma? It looks very abandoned.
Finding true love.
Oh, yeah, they're going to work out great. They're going to be fine together.
This is awful. And you know what? Who's manning their farms while they're here?
Illegal immigrants?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know.
For me, it's now I have a partner, someone who not only do I have their back, but they've got mine.
They will spend 6 weeks getting to know each other.
Oh, well, that's more than enough time. They should all be fine. A month and a half? They'll get it figured out.
You loved me in a month and a half.
Yeah, well, we were on a TV show.
This journey to find love.
She definitely got my attention.
Oh my gosh! There's poop on my hand!
She's a hoot, I'll say that.
I get to meet more girls in one day than I've met in the last 5 years.
God, they're exposing themselves a little.
Let's say this works. These guys, all I saw when they were walking down that little small town shopping area there.
Yeah.
If this works, I'm sorry, guys. This is going to drain your bank account.
Yes, absolutely.
This is going to cost you a fortune. Does he have an FAA or FFA or whatever the fuck? Does he have some kind of egg medal hanging up right here? That's adorable.
No, it's fake.
Morning, ladies. It's a little overwhelming having all the ladies at once. It's a big adjustment.
Especially since I fucked 3 of them. I mean, that's going to be awkward as all hell. That's the weirdest thing about these dating shows. I always think about that. I'm like, didn't you hook up with her and you hooked up with her and then you stuck your stanky dick in that one too? And now you guys are all just supposed to, hang out and just pick one?
Just got cow shit on your dick.
Yeah, what is this, the Ottoman Empire?
Since when do all of our farm men wear Baja drug rugs? When does that happen?
Well, it helps them communicate with the help.
Oh,
yeah.
It makes them feel more approachable.
Yeah, makes them feel at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
See?
I love love. What's better than love? And I love.
I don't know, talking like a retarded 3-year-old.
Money? I don't know.
I love love. Do you love love? Watch the Farmer Love Show. It's for people who love love, not people who hate love. God damn it.
This chick's cute.
I'm watching us fall the fuck apart on television. I'm watching, people look back at the history books like, the Roman Empire fell when it split in two and there were civil wars and barbarians. They're going to look back at shows like this and go, and the United States started to crumble right around this time when Farmer Wants a Wife came out.
Real people who are out there doing the work.
I'm not the type of girl that's going to fight and compete against other girls. I've got to go.
Well, then don't be here. God damn it. Don't be on this show. I hate girls on The Bachelor that say that shit too. Like, I'm not going to sit here and fight for, my relationship. Well, you kind of have to now.
You got to give them this. It's a great launching point for their OnlyFans.
There's some girls, like the overly made up ones, you can tell they're just totally there for views.
Yeah.
I don't want to beg you to stay. I want you to stay. This is a hell of a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Right, because you're dating psychotic city bitches who want to be famous. You're looking at girls who came here because they wanted to be on a TV show. You thought they were going to be low maintenance?
And you know what? Once these chicks get kicked off the show or whatever, get sent home, they're going to go back to all their city girlfriends and be like, oh my God, it was just so hard. And I did all these dirty chores and stuff. And they're going to wear it like a badge.
Can we go to the clubs and cruise for basketball player dick now? Thank you.
In a dress where my vagina's hanging out.
Yes, in my pussy dress.
Did you want to do this?
At the end of the day, no matter how content you are by yourself, there's just still something missing.
Why do you want to do this? Well, I'll tell you, darling, straight up between me and you, because I like you. Cow pussy just don't feel the same. And, eventually, you got to go for the real thing,
See, now you're doing it. You're thinking that's how all countrymen are.
Yes, of course.
No.
Super excited to get to be a part of this heartwarming adventure that brings people together in real romance.
That's a weird way to say I really liked the paycheck they gave me for this deal, thanks to my agent, Ari.
Right.
That date went smooth. It ended with a good kiss. You're not shy, so.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't date 5 girls at the same time.
Mama's opinion, she's the one.
What's my heart saying right now? Get my rear end back in there and keep dancing with that pretty girl.
I mean, good luck to everybody on Farmer Wants a Wife.
Wednesdays, you know what? Can I tell you? Where's my pen?
Oh, no. You're not. Don't tell me. I think I dropped your pen.
Yeah, use your monkey toes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, hey. We just watched a TV show with, let's see, take it easy on the monkey talk.
I want to do some, I'll call it...
Show research?
Show research. I'm going to watch that first episode.
You're going to watch the... Wonderful. The Mood with $6 says, we had this farmer show here for years now. I don't get it. To me, it's a bore. Yeah, like I said, best of luck to everybody involved in that show. All right. I don't want that name on there. That's not very nice. Continuing on here. There we go. $2 from Fat Andy says, working title, City Girls Go to Ram Ranch. That was a good working title. That could have been okay.
Cattle Prod Ranch. I like that too.
Man. $255 away from overtime today. Thank you guys very, very much. Derek Chauvinist. 166 likes, it looks like. Everybody fire off the like button. Let's get us up to 200 before we go. Balloon Head. See, some of our listeners are not, they're not trying really hard to find marketable names. They just want that good alliteration. Mm-hmm. Balloon Head with an idea for the show's name. Farmer Fuckers.
Don't we all want to fuck a farmer, guys?
Everybody apparently. No. Why?
They're lovely people.
All of you leave that area because you realize what a dead-end life that is.
I left for college.
And you did,
I just got done saying how much I miss Litchfield.
And what you got back. And every time we go back there, you're like, all right, I'm ready to go home.
There is nothing to do in Litchfield.
Right, exactly. A little bit goes a long way.
I prefer Litchfield a lot more in the warmer weather so I can be outside. Right now, there's fucking forever feet of snow.
Derek Chauvinist says, cum shots at the OK Corral.
Oh, man.
Brian M. renewing his membership for 10 months. He says, farmer just needs to raise sheep, and they are less high maintenance. There you go. Sure. Dexter Morgan, mommy milkers. There you go. It kind of works, right?
Right. That can be the name for the ladies on there.
Yeah. 166 likes at the moment. Everybody, or whoever's counting, hit the refresh button. Let's get up to 200 likes. It helps the algorithm. It helps the YouTube shit. Hit the subscribe button. Become a big fan of this show. If you feel like becoming a member, that's cool too. We're at 173. Let's go on a nice little rally here to 200 before we go on to our next story, which is apparently Floyd Mayweather jumped Jake Paul outside of I think this was a bowling alley again.
Didn't those two have a run-in?
The gotcha hat moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that. 178 likes. We'll get to that story next. But first, everybody, hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button here on YouTube, hit the like button on Rumble. Let's get up to 200 and then move on from there. Thank you to everybody on Rumble. Hit the thumbs up, hit the follow button. We're looking to get to 1,200 followers over on Rumble.
Thanks, guys.
Michael says 181 likes, but 8 billion people here on Earth. Yes, very nice.
They should all be watching.
185, so we're jumping up pretty quick, 15 away from 200. And you guys have put a serious dent in all things goal today as well, 255 away. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
191 for likes. Everybody with the thumbs up one time. That's the important part. Dead Sidsty says dead air for 10. What? No dead air here. We fill all the air. Den Sidsty. Just sit back and enjoy the program. Don't be such a grump. All right, 191. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, let me know when we get to 200. 195, just 5 away. I think we're going to be there in about 10 seconds here. 199, and...
It's an auction.
There you go. Come on, one more. There it is, 201.
Thank you.
All right, on the way to 300 likes, looking to get to 400 by the end of the show today. Floyd Mayweather Jr. confronted Jake Paul in Miami in an incident, luckily, caught on video. Boy, Floyd really didn't like that whole hat thing, did he?
I guess not.
Ooh.
It's a goddamn hat, man.
The legendary boxer and a group of men confronted the problem child before Jake Paul booked it from the area. Ooh, you never want to book it from the area.
Why?
Because here's the deal. Floyd Mayweather's not going to hit you.
One of his guys might.
No. Floyd Mayweather has way too... Guys with Floyd Mayweather money who say what you want about him, he carries a bunch of cash and goes to Las Vegas. He does have people that manage his money very well.
Mm-hmm.
He's done very well with the money he's made. A guy like Floyd Mayweather is too smart to just punch a guy in front of cameras.
Right. I would never assume he would do it himself.
No, I don't even think he'd have his guys hit anybody. Because once you have hundreds of millions of dollars... You've got to chill real hard because everyone, not only because you could be sued for anything physical, but people are looking for a reason to sue you because they see you as a big pork chop stuffed with money.
That's true. You're a money piñata.
Yes. And if people can squeeze a couple of bucks out of you, they absolutely will. So Floyd Mayweather apparently confronted Jake Paul. My theory on this, Floyd said he wants to fight 5 more exhibitions this year. That's his kind of new thing now is he goes to Japan, he goes to all these other countries, and he fights MMA guys and stuff like that, and he clowns around, and he dances in the ring, and then punches them in the face.
Makes some money.
Yeah, makes a bunch of money. Well, I think he's setting up an exhibition between him and Jake.
Why not? Yeah, we've had a couple run-ins now.
He already spanked Logan. Jake Paul is now lost to Tommy Fury, so there's no undefeated record to protect. It sounds like Jake's going to rematch Tommy in July.
That's soon.
Yeah,
okay.
they're going to do that. They're going to run it back again. But which I think Tommy Fury will actually beat him worse.
I do too, because now he has had a taste of what Jake Paul is like. And
he knows he can stop him.
Right. He knows he can stop him and he can work on anything he can improve.
Yeah.
In plenty of time.
So Jake may now be at a point where if he wants to keep boxing, he has to actually go through the ropes and fight really shitty fighters and build his way up over the course of 5-6 years if he wants to do that. Or he can take the high profile exhibition fights. He can fight KSI. He can fight Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition. He can do all of that stuff. It'll be really interesting to see which way he goes. But I think this confrontation here, I think it's Hollywood. I think it's Floyd trying to get people talking, stir something up, and maybe put something on down the road.
Yeah, the exhibitions would be the quick money grabs.
Yeah.
Actually, nice to get that camera.
What's going on?
What's up, Floyd?
I can have what I want.
What you mean with a camera? Oh, you got camera too. So who you supposed to be?
Oh, Floyd. Oh, no, there's Floyd there. I was going to say, is Floyd filming? If you're Floyd, you don't film your own shit.
You shouldn't.
I'm just working, man.
Oh, there he is.
What happened? You're not tough anymore since your loss? What happened since your loss? Yo, we gonna bust him up, guys?
Oh, shit.
I told you before, put that
Yo, let's bust him up. Where you running, Jake? Where you going since your fight? Since you lost? What's up, Jake? Where you going, Jake?
Why?
Oh, he's running! He's running! Look at him!
The fuck? Why wouldn't you stand there and talk some shit with Floyd Mayweather?
That to me says something.
He's not doing well after the loss,
Yes,
maybe.
he's either not doing well or somebody like said something to him.
Yeah.
To like get him out of there.
Something. Or, you know
Like-
what? If it's a crowd full of Floyd Mayweather fans, you're like, look, this could go bad at any second.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like some people might sit there and say, "Oh, what a pussy move," but dude, like big crowds and shit
Yeah.
aren't turning out to be good instances.
That
lately.
is not a dumb move, what he did.
Right. It makes you look like a bitch up front, but probably the smarter decision.
That's so overrated, though, that whole, I don't want to look like a bitch. It's like, really? You'd rather be surrounded by 60 people who hate your guts and just stand there and, at least I prove I'm not a bitch. Yeah, well, guess what? You're a bitch, but you're a bitch with all your teeth.
Right. Having that mentality where you got too much pride and you don't want to get out of there for fear of being a bitch, like that'll get you beat up. You know?
It kind of separates the intelligent people from the really stupid people.
Mm-hmm.
Really stupid people look at that and go, hey, he's a bitch. He's a fucking bitch. You should have stayed there. Well, then you have a double-digit IQ. I'm sorry. People who are smart go, yeah, you know what? 60 on 1. Great. If I take a beating from these guys, they won't see me. First of all, they're going to call you a bitch anyway. They're going to say you got beat down. So I'd rather be the bitch who's going home completely healthy in a nice car, lots of money in my pocket. So what? Who gives a shit?
Hot girls.
All that you're a bitch or you tapped out shit, all that is people trying to goat you into something that's not advantageous to you.
No.
And smart people know to spin out of that shit and go, now you guys have fun. I'm going to go this way, do my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's smart what Jake did. Now, the selfish fan in me wants to see the two of them jaw at each other on camera for a while.
Yeah, but then other times when there's like the whole takeoff thing at the bowling alley, like you can't even have confrontations now without people whipping out a gun. That's terrifying.
That's
that
true.
has to be scary.
Yeah, just because Floyd's there doesn't mean some other guy won't be an idiot.
Exactly. I'm not saying Floyd would ever do that or his men, but you don't know about anyone else.
Dude, Floyd pulling out a gun or Floyd hitting someone in public, you have the same odds of that happening as Elon Musk hitting somebody in public.
Right.
They're not going to do it.
But it's everyone else that's sitting there.
Yeah.
Jake Paul running, champ.
I love that. 30 big brawlic people chasing after him. Oh, he's scared. He's scared. No, he's smart.
You guys are clearly confrontational.
Yes.
So I'm going to get out of here.
There's 30 of you and one of him, and he's going the other direction. I would definitely not say he's scared. I would say that's a guy who can do math more than anything else. Patrick Bay with $5 says, everyone knows if these dudes were serious about finding love, the farmers would put up a billboard. Yeah, right, exactly. Like the guy in Wisconsin. You put up a billboard when you can't find a chick.
So-and-so's ranch, 30 miles this way. Looking for a lady.
Real is real. Mayweather, real dude. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bitch move, but when you got 30 people on your side against one guy, I don't really know if that's you being real. That's you being smart. Again, Floyd's being smart too. He's got numbers on his side.
Yeah,
both of them made the right move.
I wouldn't feel comfortable if I'm just standing there if I'm Jake and like you got 30 people around you like, ooh, what are you, a bitch?
Yeah.
And being all confrontational. No thanks.
Cherokee Girl says Mayweather fights are so fucking boring. Yeah, well that's what makes Floyd so brilliant is that Floyd does the pro wrestling heel thing before all of his fights. Mm-hmm. So you tune in to watch him get the shit beat out of him, and then he's already got your money in his pocket.
Yes.
That's it. And look, you can call him boring if you want to. The guy, he should be admired. He is a stellar fighter. Like, he embodies what boxing is all about. Boxing isn't about going in there toe-to-toe and, throwing haymakers at each other. Boxing is hit and don't get hit. He's the best at it. Maybe the best ever at it. He's very, very good. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, Mayweather used to train at a gym down the street from me. He is a cool guy, but never knew he was going to get that big. I met him like 3 times. I've heard from people who have that I know that have either met him or know people who have met him, and they say Floyd is like a very nice guy. Like,
Yeah,
he's nothing
unless you've
like
got
the
beef, I'm
well,
sure.
they say he's nothing like the persona at all.
Okay.
Yeah, he's actually a down-to-earth, pretty good. I mean, as down-to-earth as you can be for a guy who takes stacks of $250,000 with him to Las Vegas and goes and plays cards, you know.
I feel like that's how it is with a lot of like big names like that, though. They've got some kind of shtick or personality for a camera.
Yeah.
And then they're just nothing like that in real life.
Marquis says, does one person really need 30 gigantic ass ends with them? Yeah, they do. Because if you're a famous fighter, you've got people who are going to test you all the time, and you can't hit them.
Yeah, there's probably going to be just dummies that'll come up to you and try to like touch you and stuff like that. You're right.
Right.
Take a swing at him just to say they got hit by Floyd.
No, but he can't hit anyone. But
he's not going to hit him.
Yeah, he can't hit anyone, and all those people want to hit him. So you have to have guys in between you that do your hitting for you.
Right.
It's ironic, but the better you are at beating people up, the less you're allowed to beat people up in public.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
Exactly. Yeah, his dad, his uncle, they were all pro boxers. It's in his glove, or it's in his blood.
It's in his gloves too.
It's in his gloves too. It's both of them. Scooby Jooby Joo says he's the Gordon Ramsay of the boxing world, another super nice guy with a wild public persona. Heard that too. Heard that Gordon Ramsay is a really nice guy.
John Taffer has a pretty soft heart.
Yep, absolutely.
He'll be tough on you though.
Oh, Donnie Darko, how you doing, buddy? Big fan. I think you should enjoy from the bleachers there, buddy. Nice to see you. All of you guys who come here, remember, you're big fans of Steel Toe, and we love you all like our children. Tiger Woods is getting sued, and this came out of nowhere to me. The Tiger Woods, I didn't know Tiger Woods was in any kind of trouble. All I knew was that he handed a guy a tampon.
It was funny.
Yeah, he handed a guy a tampon not too long ago.
Which he had to apologize for.
Which then he apologized for because apparently, like, gays just started watching golf, and they started getting pissy about everything.
A male sprinter was upset.
Oh, that's right. Who was it? Was it Carl Lewis or Michael Johnson?
Doesn't matter.
Was it Michael Johnson?
It's an NPC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, easy.
It didn't matter.
Easy. What does the N stand for? Just checking.
Don't make me out myself here.
Well, at any rate, you have Tiger Woods did the tampon thing. He apologized for that for no reason. Now, I guess I didn't even know he was dating anyone. But he dated some crazy bitch, and now she wants like $30 million from him.
You have to be so scarred, honestly, if you're a celebrity, like dating anyone.
Well, look.
Like, can't that just get so scary?
I think Tiger's one of those guys who kind of made his bed, though, too. Like, Tiger's one of those guys who you're like, look, man, I feel bad that you caught a crazy one. But if you want to follow the progression on the timeline, you kind of put yourself here.
Yeah, but
like Mars says, Tiger loves putting his dick in crazy.
Right, but at some point, after all these this money you have to shell out, you've got to make some adjustments, don't you? You have to start learning.
You would think.
Maybe have your crazy radar on.
But maybe he enjoys the crazy. I mean, he doesn't enjoy being sued. Admittedly, this one got away from him.
Right. Was the crazy worth $30 million?
You know, none of us can speak for Tiger. Obamatron says it was a lame joke and you blocked me. Gay, I'm out. Oh, well, Lear, let me help you.
I mean, you sure seem to have a lot of burners on standby. It seems like you do this a lot.
I love that when people are like, that's gay. Why would you hire me for being a dick? I'm out of here. Okay. And then you just open the door with their head. I love this. I actually do enjoy it because we're far more annoying than that. Yeah, Jake just goes, LOL. Okay. Bye.
You can always tell it's somebody who does this a lot because they have burners on standby.
Right, exactly. Love you, buddy. Keep watching. You ain't going anywhere. 2:35 away from today's overtime as Brandon Can't Lose with $20 says, happy birthday, Gourdy. Thanks, buddy.
He says thank you.
Oh, appreciate that. Yeah, I think Gourdy says thank you. April likes to speak for him. I don't. I like him to represent himself now that he's an adult.
He got, what did he get? He got 2 new squeaky toys.
He did. The kids got him 2 new squeaky toys and a bunch of snacks is what he got for his birthday.
He's a lucky boy.
CC says, Aaron, you're fired. Block me, please. I'm not going to, CC, because you didn't spell your right.
That's true, and you can't fire him. He's his own boss.
Tiger Woods, latest girlfriend of about 6 years. Wait a minute. How long ago was the skier chick? Wasn't he just dating the skier chick, or was that long ago?
No way.
He went from Lindsey Vonn to just some gal?
Are we having multiple girlfriends at once?
Oh, yeah, that would be unheard of for Tiger Woods.
I know.
How could he do such a thing?
Well, even if you knew about each other, if you're getting the life because you're all dating Tiger Woods, are you going to complain?
Apparently,
what are you doing, marrying him and settling down?
This one is Tiger Woods' latest girlfriend of about 6 years is taking the golf legend to court over an NDA she claims he made her sign. And she's citing a law that prohibits NDAs when there's evidence of sexual assault or harassment. Yep, he caught a nut. He caught a crazy one.
Okay, that's two really different things, though. Assault and harassment are two very different levels.
No. That's the law. The law is the NDA is void if you can prove one of those two things.
Okay.
But to me, this is what happens when something with a crazy one goes bad. She's going to start saying anything and everything about you to make you look bad publicly because she'd like a little something on the way out the door.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, did you try asking first? I mean, do you go right to, I'm going to make a legal accusation against him, and then maybe I'll get $30 million. When you could have broke up and said, hey, do you think you could buy me an apartment or something?
Yeah, but then you're already broken up. He doesn't owe you shit.
Erica Herman filed legal documents which spell her grievances out clear as day. Namely, she alleges Tiger Woods made her sign an NDA at the start of their relationship. Smart. I would do that too if I were him.
In his situation, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Around August 2017, which according to her, which she now says is being wrongfully enforced on her. Oh, I love it when you sign all the things you need to sign if you want to date a Tiger Woods. Then when it all goes bad, all of a sudden, all that was bullshit. 6 years ago, it wasn't bullshit when you thought that you would be together forever. But now that he's bored with you and he wants to move on, now all of a sudden the thing you signed is bullshit. Sorry, I hate that. We talk about this with porn stars all the time, too. You sign these deals with Pornhub or you sign these deals with a studio, and then they don't give you a cut. They give you money up front, and then they don't give you a cut of like how well the video does. And they sit there and go, I was ripped off. I was cheated. No, you weren't. They put a deal in front of you. Mm-hmm. You could have said no, made a counteroffer before the cameras turned on, and instead you signed it and took their money. But, none of these porn chicks go, oh, well, the video only did 5,000 views. Here, take some of my money back.
That's true. It's just like that, what is it, the Mr. Deeds movie where that football player's in his office asking for more money, and he's like, well, what if you don't play very well? Like, do I get some of that back?
Shit, no. I mean,
no.
Well, that doesn't sound very fair, does it? So, yeah, a girl like this signs a thing. Oh, yeah, I get to fuck Tiger Woods, and he buys me expensive shit. Hell yeah, I'll sign an NDA. 6 years later, yeah, you're kind of crazy, and I'm done with you, and I'm moving on. NDAs are bullshit. He harassed me. He assaulted me. And he's like, God damn it, I gotta quit fucking waitresses.
He trafficked my hand into signing it.
I mean, no offense, but Tiger Woods doesn't exactly pick them very well.
No.
He cheated on one. She caved in his windshield with a 5-iron.
Fuck.
The next one, he married a really famous skier, and then her knees turned into silly putty. And now he dates some crazy chick who's now going to say that he sexually assaulted or harassed her, and she doesn't have to stick by the documents she signed. Oh, and she wants, what is it? I think it's, $30 million.
Has he had kids with any of these chicks?
The wife.
Okay.
He had kids with the wife. That was it. $199 from Nolan T. He says, here, I heard Kikkoman is getting expensive. That is a soy sauce hair dye joke. Thank you, Nolan.
I get him low sodium so it doesn't affect his blood pressure.
That's really nice because, I color my hair. Thanks,
Why do you
guys.
smell so bad?
I smell like Kung Pao chicken. She argues in her legal documents that the NDA should be declared unenforceable under the Federal Speak Out Act, yay, which prohibits the enforceability of an NDA agreed to before a dispute arises involving sexual assault or sexual harassment. Ruh-roh.
So now you're just going to put him through the ringer for something that didn't happen, probably?
She wants her money.
Dude, I'm looking at this picture here. He is not very attractive without a hat on.
Well, he's in his mid-40s, mid to late 40s, and you gotta get him this. He's been through it.
I know he's been through it. I mean, he looks miles better with a hat on, though. Let's just keep that on, huh?
I love this part of the article. By the sounds of it, she and Tiger are no longer together. Really? No shit.
The hell you say?
What? You mean they're not getting back together after she accuses him of all this shit and then sues him for $30 million? You're thinking that this might be the real thing this time?
She found out she wasn't getting the $30 million, so she She goes back to him like, Tiger, that was a big misunderstanding. I think we should give this another shot.
Baby, you know my blood sugar was just low. That's all it was. But she doesn't specify when they broke up. Publicly, there's been no sign of a split. Although we haven't quite seen Herman and Tiger together for a while now. Hey, TMZ, crack reporters. That's a sign of a split.
Typically.
Yeah.
Like,
we aren't sure if they're broken up or not, but really haven't seen them. They've always been separate when we've seen them.
I'd say, like, if I suddenly took a hiatus from the show without warning, we might be having some problems. Huh?
Even if you weren't feeling well,
Right.
the idea would still be, oh, April's leaving. It's over. Like, if you're 20 minutes late for a morning show, they're like, oh, she's done.
Did you two fight?
Wow.
Dude, you can't even sit like this for 5 seconds.
No, I sit like this to read the chat because it's a little more comfortable. And it's, oh boy, Aaron's had it with April's bullshit. He's turning his back to her.
Or another one used to be when I'd make my animated faces at you, like somebody would catch it and take a screenshot. Look at how disgusted she is with him.
Do you know what a solid fucking show we have? That we have like angry, miserable people that watch that closely. Like if they don't, I need to make it very clear to those types of people. I'm being honest with you, and I know this bothers the shit out of you. It's a fucking honor, dude. It is an absolute honor that you're this invested. Do you know how good of a fucking host I am? Do you know how talented of a broadcaster I am? That I can hook you in so much that you can't live without it? Fuck, I'm good. And you're welcome. You don't even say thank you.
His wiener moved. He's excited.
A lot. It's a log right now. You have to actually put a log chain around it to pull it out of my pubis with a truck.
What the fuck?
Got away from me for a minute. They haven't been seen together for a while now. Even at his latest golf outing. You don't have a gout outing typically. You stay home when you got gout.
Yeah, I feel like Tiger can't be getting gout.
No. Even at his latest golf outing a few weeks ago. In any case, Herman says she's seeking clarity from the court because, according to her, she's eager to share her experiences with Tiger. She wants a judge to declare the NDA invalid and unenforceable.
Hold on. Typically, when you break up with somebody, you're not eager to sit and talk about them. So she's looking for a fucking book deal or something.
If you're a clout-chasing, money-grubbing whore, you do.
She's absolutely looking for a book deal or like a show or something like that. Like, what it's like to be Tiger's lady.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what she's going for. God. Rouse Sauce with $5 says some kibbles and bits for the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Gourdy. Thank you, buddy. 2:30.
Thank you.
Away from knocking it out today. Thank you, everybody, for all the wonderful support of this program. RGZ says she's going to talk about how Tiger's a homo.
Right. She's going to absolutely put him through the mud.
Fentanyl says, April, blink twice if you're okay.
Let's see. I can hardly count, but
Oh, Jesus, that one scared me because she told me before the show that she's leaving if this show doesn't go well today.
Somebody yesterday, I think, sent me a Twitter DM saying, fix your hair and blink twice on the show tomorrow if you're not okay. And I'm like, good one.
Oh, that's very funny. Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend suing for $30 million. So here's where we get to the details of the actual lawsuit. So she wants to be able to talk about her relationship with Tiger. Right now, she legally can't because of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed. But there's ways around an NDA. You know, my old boss used to say, oh, yeah, non-compete clauses are bullshit. You can get out of those easily. I'm like, really? Yeah, you just have to go to court. And I'm like, you fucking retard.
That's not
Yes,
easy.
you can get around them, but you have to pay tens of thousands of dollars. Like whatever income you were going to make working at that competitor, you're just going to spend in legal costs, so you might as well wait out the NDA.
Juice not worth the squeeze.
Or not the NDA, the non-compete. Yeah, I heard a lot of dumb shit from my old boss. He said a lot of stupid things, including, quote, this is my old radio station boss, the internet is a fad.
Oh, he hated podcasting.
Hated podcasting. Hated YouTube. Hated, Twitch. Hated all that shit. Because podcasting was a fad. But really, you know what it was? He saw the threat coming down the road.
Right.
And he just wanted to shit on it.
It's the footsteps thing.
Right. And that's radio in general. Radio just decided to be shitty to iPods. They decided to be shitty to podcasts. They decided to be shitty to streamers. Instead of fixing their business and adjusting it for the next century, which radio had such a head start on all of these places. They had way more money. They had way more talent. They had way more connections. And they squandered it because they didn't want to change because they might have to spend some of their precious shekels to improve their product. They didn't want to do it, and now they're just going down with the ship. And by the way, radio could still turn it around if they wanted to.
But they don't want to.
Broadcasters are way more interesting to listen to when they're allowed to be entertaining than some podcaster, than a stand-up comedian who does not know how to carry on an entertaining broadcast. But radio just fucked that up and said, here, play music, voice track, don't stay here too long. We want to pay you part-time money instead of full-time money.
Somehow your old boss's 45-minute apology phone call to me at our anniversary party at Stoney's turned into how much he hates podcasting and how much he has saved your ass and everything. And it would teeter between, God, I've saved Aaron's ass so many times in the media, but I hate podcasting. And it was just back and forth. Never an apology. Didn't know my name, apparently.
What radio doesn't understand, radio doesn't get that you can't make $1 by splitting it in half. No. You know, they keep trying to cut dollars and they think that that's going to increase their profits. It's not. It's just not. All right, I got to thank Zen Rhino real quick, and then we got to get up. I want to detail this Tiger Woods lawsuit because it's just so Tiger Woods that he got with a crazy bitch.
It's very Tiger Woodsy.
Yes, it's a very Tiger Woodsy story. Aaron needs a show like the Howard Stern show, in my opinion, says Egg Picker. Well, I mean, we are an edgier talk show that talks shit about a lot of stuff going on in the news and stuff. It's pretty close. I don't want to have midgets in here and like the shit from the 90s, but I think we've definitely got a lot more bite to us than Howard does now.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I would say if you needed like a Howard Stern show, it'd be the back in the day Howard Stern
Yeah,
show.
you'd need a back in the day one.
Yeah.
And I don't have a Beetlejuice just sitting in my pocket.
Don't you wish you did, though?
I sure did. I sure do. Beetlejuice is once in a lifetime. You're never going to recreate Beat. Thank you very much to Zen Rhino. He says, happy birthday, doggo. Treats for Gourdy. Thank you, buddy. Good morning, Keely Chow. That's twice now you've said hello. Good morning. There you go. Hi, nice to see you. Big room between Rumble and YouTube. We got about 800 people. Hard to get to everybody, but it's nice to see you. Thank you.
Hit that like button, everyone.
Yes, thumbs up, like,
Smash
subscribe, the whole deal. Thanks, everybody. So now this Erica Herman chick has filed the lawsuit saying, oh, God, this is every woman who wants money out of the rich guy because she didn't get the ring and they broke up.
Yeah.
According to the documents, Erica Herman and Tiger broke up last fall. The then couple had been living together in his Florida home for 6 years, during which time Erica said she performed, quote, valuable services for Tiger in exchange for living there rent-free.
With her hands.
No, wait a minute. You didn't perform valuable services to live there rent-free. You were dating. She's trying to set the groundwork for like, I did work that was worth a certain amount of money and I want that money now.
Unless you had that shit in a contract, I probably wouldn't be bringing that up.
Right.
That doesn't stand. And there's nothing you're doing for him that he can't buy if he needs it.
She went to a lawyer and she's like, I want to bury this fucker. And all the lawyer saw was Tiger Woods money and maybe a settlement. And he went, yeah, I'll take the case pro bono. Just give me a percentage of whatever you end up getting. Oh, yeah, we'll prove. And the lawyer talked her up and pumped her up into a whole bunch of shit. And
oh, yeah, you've really got something to work with here.
Yeah, he's giving her the Jim Carrey speech and liar, liar. He's like, you're a taken advantage of woman, love-starved, driven into the arms of another man.
That's my favorite.
7. Whatever.
7.
One of which he has any evidence of, and all of which he himself is responsible for.
Sounds good to me.
She admits she doesn't have that in writing. Well, then bounce, broad. But refers to an oral tenancy agreement, which was supposed to last 5 more years after their split. Bullshit. Now, look.
What?
I don't want her to get a dime, but at the same time, this feels like being Mel in Scarface and going, it's your tree, Tiger. You're sitting in it.
So when this kind of thing happens, do you have to wonder if you're Tiger, like, do you have to wonder if she ever cared at all? Or if this was always, like, the end game?
She probably
Do you have to wonder that?
She probably cared about him, but I think the money and the lifestyle became cooler and more important to her than he did.
God, that's too bad.
That's for sure. Well, I mean, look, that's the kind of women he goes for. That's the kind of women he attracts.
The gold digging ones?
Yes. And I'm not saying she's a gold digger.
But she ain't.
She's not, she is not cavorting with any African Americans of lesser income. No. There.
That was a sexy way to put it.
Thank you. In the documents, Erica alleges one of Tiger's lawyers even met her at the airport with a proposal to resolve any outstanding issues between Tiger and her. She also claims they confiscated more than $40,000 in cash she had at the house and accused her of doing something shady to get them. Oh my God, is that where they lived?
Woo. How could you ever complain about a goddamn thing?
Holy shit. Does he have a jump pit, like a track?
Yeah, that is what that is.
What, did Tiger do the triple jump when he's fucking training for
That looks just like the long and triple jump I used to do.
And then he's got like the Olympic swimming pool lane. God damn, Tiger.
Jeez, look at the windows on that house. That place looks like paradise.
You know what the shame
A tennis court.
This is what the shame of this is. The shame of this is, you know that to him, if you live there long enough, that becomes to him what our houses are to us.
Right, your tolerance on houses is built up.
Yeah, it's a tolerance. So he lives in this, like, we look at this and we go, oh my God, if I could spend 2 hours there, I'd die a happy person. He wakes up in the morning and he goes, that door's all fucked up.
I need a new house.
Yeah, he's looking, he's like, God damn, how old are the shingles on the south wing? Like, do I need to repair? Like, he's only thinking of the shit that's wrong with it. And like, oh God, do I have to call the guy who plows the driveway? I mean, I know it's like, it's Florida, so there's no plowing, but like, do I need to get the tree clearing guy out here today? God, this house fucking sucks. I hate it here.
Do you ever think that when you have houses like that you get sick of having something that big and you want to downsize?
Yeah, it happens a lot.
I think so.
Yeah. I think Mark Wahlberg just did that. He moved out of L.A. He said he wanted a better life for his kids, so he moved to Las Vegas.
Check it out.
Yeah.
The most recent $1 billion winner of I think it was the Powerball.
Yeah.
Powerball or Mega Millions winner just bought a $25 million mansion in the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
It's huge. And now he's like neighbors with, I think, Jimmy Fallon and Ariana Grande. Just some nobody.
Oh, and they probably just fucking hate him.
That kind of would scare me a little if I'm one of those celebrities and just some nobody comes and buys a mansion next to you.
After taxes, $2 billion is about, after the lump sum payout and the taxes, it's about $500 million. They say half it and then half it again. So $500 million. He's got $475 left now. In my opinion, I would put the $400 million into something and just play with the 75. But you do you, buddy.
Well, the house is only $25 million.
Well, what are the taxes every year?
Who the hell cares?
But no, that's how those lottery winners, though. That's how they get fucked, and that's how athletes get fucked too.
Because when I heard the news reporting on this, the stupid women at the anchor desk were both after the report saying, "God, I would have a vacation home. I'd have a winter home. I'd have a summer home.
Right.
And all these homes. I'd have a home for Tuesdays." And I'm like, there's your problem.
Yeah. And then
now all your money's gone.
Right. Sad Boy says they're like 242. Very cool. Let's get that up to 300 by 8:30. Very cool. B. Morlent says Tiger is single, April.
Well, I should probably get to packing.
Well, I mean,
I'll send you some money after I get a payout.
He sounds like an absolute hoot. Doesn't he? Sounds like a really easy guy to be with.
I'll give you child support. How does that sound?
Wonderful.
For Gourdy.
I really appreciate that. By the way, it is Gourdy's first birthday today. If you notice the title of today's episode, it's Gourdy's birthday. We're very excited about this.
He's sleeping in his blanket nest over there.
Oh, he's having a relaxed birthday then. Well, guys, it's a Republican House of Representatives now. So they're doing a lot of COVID investigations in the House of Representatives. They're bringing in a bunch of people, including the former CDC director. Now, it's very interesting because for the last 3 years, all we've been hearing is the stuff Fauci's been telling us. Right. Anyone who asks any questions or tells him that he was wrong, you get banned from Twitter. You got to go from social media. You get your videos taken down, all of that stuff. Well, now it just takes a little bit different leadership in the House. And out of nowhere, we're hearing all these different voices now. Where the hell did these people come from?
Interesting.
We've got energy secretaries saying that the virus came from a lab. We've got these people now coming out saying, yeah, Fauci wrote some bullshit paper and then passed it off as independent research. All of a sudden, all these people who have known this stuff for 3 years, and by God, we just never got to hear from them. You know what? They must have been really busy with pandemic shit. It must have slipped their mind that they knew all this stuff. I'm sure they were offered platforms and that people would have let them speak out about this stuff. But you know what? God damn it if they didn't just forget.
Absolutely forgot.
Well, now we're getting to see these different people, including former CDC director Robert Redfield. He's got something to say about Fauci that, again,
look, I'm ready for it.
Director of the CDC. Didn't hear him say this stuff during the pandemic, but now all of a sudden when he gets called in before a Republican House, he's got some shit to say. Let's take a listen. By the way, I don't want you guys to get worked up,
Miss Green,
but this is definitely something that could have been brought to your attention yesterday.
Dr. Redfield, did you agree?
They call him Dr. Redfield because he has a big red pube bush.
Ew.
Yeah, that's why he's Redfield. It's a nickname.
Okay.
Your opinion with Dr. Anderson?
No, go ahead. We got all the time in the world.
They don't want us to hear this.
This virus did look engineered?
I was concerned because of the presence of the furin cleavage site that we've talked about. And I think it's important to understand what that cleavage site does.
Makes your dick hard.
Makes my dick hard for sure.
Yeah. You get that cleavage site. Oh, God. You're just like, God, I want to stick my fucking dick between the cleavage of that virus. Yeah. And then that's how you get infected.
I have a cleavage site.
Yeah.
You have a cleavage site.
Well, I mean, a little less so.
We've all got cleavage sites.
Everybody's got a cleavage site.
They're all hot.
Mine's in my ass cheeks.
That cleavage site totally changes the orientation of the binding domain of COVID. So it now, which could not see the ACE2 receptor, which is the human receptor, it totally changes the orientation now, so it has high affinity for a human receptor. So,
dude, you're talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene. You're going to have to use smaller words, layman terms, and maybe even use color crayons.
Color crayon.
Yeah.
Sir, get your whiteboard out and start drawing.
Yes. Sir, do you think you could do this in colored pencil? Maybe Sharpie? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. She's pushing her tits out. She's like, cleavage site. You mean like this, right?
Cleavage? What?
Oh. I'm wearing a business suit. You can't see my tits. Lauren Boebert, are you wearing a low-cut shirt today? Oh, my God.
Green is considered hot, right?
Some people think she's hot. Me, I just see nuts. Not like balls. It's crazy.
I only see nut sacks.
The imprint of a dick right in her pants.
Furin cleavage site bothered me. It didn't seem that it belonged there. And then when you look at the sequences that it used, and it's beyond the committee, but I know many of you have looked into it, the sequences that they used in those 12 nucleotides for arginine were the arginine sequences, nucleotide triplet, that coded for the human arginine.
Don't you hate it when that happens? When your arginine and your peptides get crossed and the peptide is not the right arginine for the... Oh, my God. Can you believe that? We are owed an apology by every one of our chemistry teachers. They used to get mad at us when we'd fall asleep in their class. Mm-hmm. It's not my fault. You're talking about peptides and arginines. I have no... If I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, why aren't I catching up on sleep right now?
I hate it when I accidentally travel to arginine.
Yeah, and take a wrong turn.
So why did this virus have the arginine sequences for human there, not bat? It was very disconcerting to me. It looked like this virus was engineered.
It's interesting.
You just kind of said it.
Now, wait a minute. That's the director of the CDC, former director of the CDC. And he's saying that the minute he looked at this fucking thing, he went, yeah, that was designed to infect humans, not to infect bats.
He's got all the alarms going off in his head away.
He's like, I looked at it under, he didn't even write papers or do tests or anything. He just looked at it through a microscope and he went, oh shit, that's a man-made virus if I've ever seen one. Meanwhile, at the time this guy's looking at it and seeing that, Fauci's going, I need you to write a paper that says this was not man-made, and then I'm going to take that paper and go, look, a bunch of independent scientists I've never met before said this wasn't man-made. God.
Weird. So he's saying the most basic of observations.
Not only that, they froze motherfuckers like this out. Okay, it's one thing to freeze out YouTubers, to freeze out people on Twitter, to freeze out shit. They froze out the former head of the CDC from saying shit that he thought was obvious from day one.
Scientists and doctors, okay.
Yes. Block me, ban me from anything.
Retarded.
I understand. Yes, I don't know what a peptide is. I think that's something you take when you got reflux.
Pepsid.
Yeah. I don't know what an arginine is. I thought that was a woman in like a Final Fantasy game. But this guy, I reckon, knows what he's talking about. And we just said, no, let's wait 3 years before we hear what the former head of the CDC has to say.
And this all had to be just out of sheer embarrassment or didn't want to get caught, right? That's it.
Right. This is like if the East Palestine, Ohio thing happened, and all of a sudden Mr. Conductor from Shining Time Station went, I have a thought, and they went, get the fuck out of here, Mr. Conductor. He's got some shit to say. He knows some things.
And all these people are like, but wait, don't you want to know so we don't do this again?
I want Mr. Conductor to tell me what's going on. No, he's a propagandist and a Nazi.
Yes, throw swastikas in anything. And
No,
just,
not.
You're quiet now.
Mr. Conductor was a good man, and he was railroaded by the system.
Is this, what you're observing and speaking of, is this something that would be in line with gain-of-function research and the capabilities it would provide to the virus?
Yeah, I mean, basically this lab published in 2014 that they accomplished in this, allowing the coronaviruses that they were working with in the lab to bind to the ACE2 receptor in humanized mice. And the only
Great. That's fun.
So 6 years before it was out, we were like, yeah, they wrote papers about how they were fucking around with this stuff, and they went, Eureka, we can get it to, go into humanized mice.
And then some mental case out there's going to be like, but look, you were healthy for those 6 years.
Yeah.
This isn't our fault.
And now Fauci decided to, he released a statement. He goes, hey, are you really going to trust the guy who was helping out Dracula? And they went, Dr. Fauci, that's Renfield, not Redfield. You're just trying to besmirch this man's character. That's not okay.
Did that movie come out yet?
I don't know. There's a trailer for it that we can watch.
The only way they did that was by reorienting the binding domain.
And it was clear to them at this time that that was likely the issue in their private conversations. Yet by February 4th, a paper on the origins of COVID is drafted by 4 participants of the February 1 conference call. One of those participants, Dr. Anderson, completely reverses himself in an email to the president of EcoHealth, Peter Daszak, and says...
Now, Peter, that's an important name.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy that Fauci's NIH okayed money to, who was doing all the gain-of-function research in China, that the NIH changed the definition of gain-of-function research because funding gain-of-function research was banned by the United States government.
Sure.
So Fauci went in and changed the definition of gain-of-function research so he could give money to this Daszak so that he could fuck around at the Chinese lab.
Right, so the EcoHealth Alliance could do it.
The main crackpot theories going around at the moment relate to this virus being somehow engineered, and that is demonstrably false.
Uh-oh.
My question to you, Mr. Redfield, did you know of any evidence that they had found within 3 days from February 1st to February 4th to be able to confirm that it was not created in a lab?
As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, I was excluded from those conversations.
The head?
Guys, I hate living in a world where we have 24-hour information because we really lose the big aha moments, like if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. We're desensitized. Drink that in. This guy was the director of the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. That's the title that he has. They were having discussions about whether or not this motherfucker was engineered in a lab, and he goes, yeah, they didn't really talk to me about any of that shit.
In fact, they uninvited me.
Yeah, and you know why? Because he called them and he went, hey, I got a microscope here at home and I got a little COVID. And it looks like somebody was fucking around with this thing. And they're like, click.
I've got a little COVID.
Yeah, I got a little COVID here in my home microscope. And I don't know, this looks a little dicked with, Dr. Fauci. And he's like, prank caller. Hangs up on him.
Wow.
which I found retroactively very disappointed, since I was obviously a virologist and very engaged. And I actually had asked Jeremy Farrar, Tony Fauci, and Tedros to have these conversations. And then to be excluded.
They lost my number. I can't figure it out.
New phone, who dis?
Yeah, every time Dr. Redfield from the CDC texted him for information, yeah, it was just new phone, who dis? By the way, is this not what Jeremy from the Quartering's going to look like as an elderly man?
Oh, he's kind of cute, actually. Might be an upgrade.
I'd just like to say, while I was looking at the COVID virus, I was enjoying some delicious coffee brand coffee. I don't know if you guys know this, but they have great hot chocolate single K-cups, and you can get them at coffeebrandcoffee.com.
Nah, fuck that. Get April's Magic Bean.
Yes, until April's Magic Bean comes out.
I found unusual. I do think it illustrates one point that's worth really focusing on. When you have a group of people that decide there can only be one point of view, that's problematic.
Right. That's not that's not something we need to be told about science. That's something we all know.
This is so basic. God damn it.
Holy shit.
Dude, there has to be such a cool, to me, there'd be such a cool feeling sitting next to somebody this smart. And then but then how deflating to know that, like, the whole world shut down over this thing and they're excluding smart ass people. Like,
dude, it's really strange that Fauci just retired all of a sudden a couple of months ago. I mean, you would think he would want to be part of this, you know, part of these hearings, you know, talk it out, you know, see what, you know, give it some information. Because right now you're getting shit on, son.
I kind of want to hear what he just said one more time.
I wonder if they're not trying to goat him into coming to this thing. Because you know Fauci's an egotist. You know he's kind of a sociopath. And he's got a huge ego. And if they call in a bunch of people who go, he never spoke to me, totally looked engineered, the guy was lying through his teeth from day one, like kind of like how Apollo goaded Rocky into a rematch in Rocky 2. All of a sudden, you're going to see a cartoon in the paper tomorrow that says Fauci, the Italian chicken.
I hear what you're saying, but at what point is Fauci going to understand that every time he does make an appearance, such as you're speaking, like, it embarrasses him? Like, he looks worse and worse every time. And
I hope he never learns that, because I want to see it.
Okay.
Let's listen to him say that one more time.
Very disappointed. And really, unfortunately,
February 4th, to be able to confirm that it was not created in a lab?
As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, I was excluded from those conversations.
He's not a janitor.
No, he's a very smart dude, the head of the CDC.
He's the main guy. And I always thought, this is where I'm stupid. I always thought the head of the CDC outranked, like, Fauci's position. Like, head of the CDC, I always thought my whole life, I thought the CDC was like the guy on germs.
Should be.
Like, when it came to germs and viruses and shit, it's the CDC. That's where the buck stops. But apparently not, because they didn't even call this motherfucker. They left him putting together 1,000-piece puzzles in his office.
The head of the Centers for Disease Control, and he's excluded from these conversations.
He was excluded from the conversations of how this virus started.
Wow.
Wonderful. Which I found retroactively very disappointed, since I was obviously a virologist and very engaged. And I actually had asked Jeremy Farrar, Tony Fauci, and Tedros to have these conversations. And then to be excluded, I found unusual. I do think it illustrates one point that's worth...
that this is a real crooked, like, fucking Keystone Cop operation we were running here.
It's fucked up.
And by the way, on all this bad information these people had, they locked you all in your homes for at least 1.5 years. Congratulations. I had no say in it.
Shut down your businesses.
Yeah.
Really focusing on... When you have a group of people that decide there can only be one point of view, that's problematic.
Oh, shit.
And I'll keep going saying it's antithetical to science. And unfortunately, that's what they did.
I can tell you, Dr. Redfield, that is the case. It's very problematic, because how people suffered in this country from those, what I would call tyrannical decisions, using their positions of power and shutting down the country in the way they did. I think people definitely do feel that way. Thank you. I yield back.
I know. God, I love how somebody's starting to make a point or proving their point.
Well, no, she legit, you have 3 minutes.
I do understand that, but it just always does seem to land right at that time.
Well, and that's kind of them, too. That's the people with the time. They're very, like, you got to remember, all these people are pieces of shit. And they kind of time it out perfect, like a Hollywood movie, to, you know, build to a crescendo right at the end. They want you to think that. They want to get to the end of their time and be like, oh, see, I even had more shit that I was about to.
They want to leave you with that thought in your head, too, though. Like, they just gave you the hard-hitting moment. Now sit with it.
Yeah. Mr. B Nice says, Aaron, why do you have to attack Jeremy and other podcast hosts? Stop dipping your toe in the mud. Get in or get out of the mud. Pick one. Grow up and stop using terms like mud. You're not 7 years old. You're allowed to make fun of other people. And people like Jeremy are better people. And they don't go like, what? That guy said I'm boring. I'm going to kill him. Relax, Mr. B Nice. You're getting too worked up about this shit. Omega Dread's gaming channel with $4.99 says for Steel Toe, and I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
Well, look, man,
Thanks,
I moved past pissed off a long time ago because I'm just like, look, what's the point?
We can't go back and undo how we handled it, but I do want this shit to keep coming out and for more people to get upset about it, honestly, so that we don't do it again.
Yeah, I mean...
so that we make sure that these people aren't being excluded and important information is getting out to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a disease that we need to control and prevent, it would be nice if we would be in touch with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
Really great.
It's just my position. I could be wrong. Atomic Ray over on Rumble says, I hope April's Magic Bean coffee has floral aromas and puts a bounce in my boner. There you go. That's a hope.
I will do my best.
For April's fiery bean. No, what is it? April's Magic Bean coffee.
Fiery bean.
Fiery bean. Yes.
Sounds like we got some kind of infection.
$220 away from overtime today. Thank you guys very much. You've been very consistent on that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's the Streamlabs link in the chat, and there's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count towards that goal. JR's Gam says, it's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's also Gourdy's birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to JR's Gam. Balloonhead says, call it April's steamy bean. April's flicked bean. Stevie J says his thoughts about the virus being engineered were publicly available at the start of the pandemic. And then there was an election and lots of videos got censored off of YouTube. Oh,
yay.
That just seems like an odd coincidence. Jim D says, I bet you're going to love grinding April's Magic Bean every morning.
No shit, you do have to grind the beans.
You've got to grind the bean. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing here?
Oh my goodness.
If you ain't grinding the bean.
You got to grind the beans to get that nice drip.
Exactly. You're not going to get any moisture or any drip unless you grind the bean. So, and then you got to put cream in it.
You do have to cream the beans.
You do have to cream the bean. Otherwise, again, it's just it's going to be
This is getting weird.
I only have one stipulation, however.
Yeah.
I just don't want it to be a dark roast. That's all.
You want it to be a blonde roast?
There you go. There
is such a thing.
Yeah. Dub with $2. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Oh, they're coming up with more names. April's Engorged Bean.
Oh, yeah.
Go.
Do you want to French press it?
I want to. Well, now that this is getting very tawdry. My goodness. Oh, yeah, we did. If you guys weren't listening to the evening show last night, the coffee thing is moving forward.
Right.
And we've got some we've got some movement on the coffee front, which is very exciting. Turtle with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. He says happy birthday to Gourdy and to April's Magic Bean.
Thank you.
There you go. 2:15 away from overtime. Split roast a blonde, says LM12. Now we're getting tawdry.
Oh, prolapsed bean. That's just mean.
Prolapsed bean. Beanageal mesh. Ugh, sorry. Wow. Did you hear the fun end when I tried to make a joke? Holy shit. Aye.
Glam radio?
It can be like your bean mesh can be the shit that it like filters over.
Ooh, boy. I feel hot on that one.
Do you feel sexy?
Oh.
Okay, what's next?
There you go. Sorry about that.
I like having sex with chicks.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Sorry about that, guys. All right, one more just for me.
A demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth.
Tin Man Taylor says, I like to have April's bean cowboy style.
Oh, cowboy bean. Okay.
I prefer reverse cowgirl bean.
That's very sloppy, the cowboy bean. That's got a lot of slop to it. Oh boy, 273 likes. Keep popping that like button like it is a bean, and go ahead and get us to 300 by 8:30. We appreciate that.
Dr. Climate Abortion says there's no way you're going to make him like this show 2 days in a row.
Dr. Climate, well, if I can't make a believer out of Dr. Climate Abortion, then I don't even belong here anymore.
I don't think so.
Dr. Climate Abortion, challenge accepted. We've got some good stories coming up in this next hour worth of stuff. We really do hope you enjoy it, and we hope we earn your subscription and your like. If we've earned your subscription, if you're somebody else, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. Joe Rogan's getting a little based on January 6th. I tell you what.
Stay away from that one.
Yeah, you can always tell when something's kind of catching with people, or when people are starting to have an aha moment.
Yes.
Because either the media will attack it feverishly, or they'll try to completely ignore it. Like, they won't have a discussion about it, no debate. It's either, this is misinformation and fake news, or... Let me give you an example.
It's not happening.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
It used to be a 3 times daily occurrence that you'd find a certain type of story. But when's the last time? And I prep a show based on the news and everything else every day. I spend an hour and a half prepping this show every single day. Drama podcasters take notice. That's how you do a real show. But...
well, they just watch your show for their prep.
That's true. I have influenced a lot of these podcasts.
So really, they do 4.5 to 7 hours of prep a day.
That's true. You watch my show, you have your show prep done.
Yep.
That when ROTC was on YouTube and I watched him more, I would even, I'd say it during the show, but I go, yeah, pick this one. Watching ROTC yesterday. Whoop. I would like that one, please. That's a good one.
Courtesy of Mersh Royce.
Courtesy of Mersh Royce. Thank you. And probably Frozen Asian and Virgie, who do all the work.
Yeah.
But
just kidding.
But you notice, I've been reading a lot. I wonder if the chat knows what I'm about to say. There's a certain type of Jim's soccer ball Stancil reporting for duty. Hey, buddy. There's a certain type of story you guys don't see in the news anymore. I want to see. This is kind of my test. This is why I like live audience interaction. This is the test on whether or not I'm crazy, or if I'm recognizing something that maybe there's a certain type of news story that used to be out there 3 times a day, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and I am not seeing them anymore. I want to see if anybody knows. And to me, it's a sign that the media does not want to talk about this shit anymore. They're not going to attack you and slander you for it. They're just going to pretend it's not happening. Boy, you know what? I might be crazy because all the chats that are coming in right now. Anti-government stories, no. Divorce lawyer ads, says Mr. Be Nice. East Palestine, nope. Man bites dog, monkeypox, COVID cases, derailments, Jew stuff.
Jew stuff.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I'll say this and you guys will go, you know what? I haven't seen a lot of it. Bingo, Scarface. Okay, there's at least one person. I have not seen any, hey, 19-year-old basketball player drops dead on the basketball court, or football player drops dead in the middle of the field, or I think Hayden Panettiere's brother was the last one I saw.
Yes, it was.
And I think they stopped reporting on it after that because...
it was too on the nose.
Right, Hayden Panettiere came right up. Like, I got wide-eyed when I saw it. Hayden Panettiere said, yeah, my 28-year-old brother, yeah, he dropped dead. Oh, what happened? And I thought she'd say, like, oh, a condition he's had since birth or anything like that. She goes... no, an enlarged heart.
No, you know why that is? Because eventually people's loved ones are going to keep dying and people are going to get fucking frustrated with it because they can't tell anyone. No one believes them. Yeah, and it's just going to start happening.
RGZ Mac, I agree with you. It's still happening 9 times a week. What I'm saying is, as a guy who preps shows, and I go to lefty and righty sites, I go to CNN, I go to The Blaze. I try to keep that balance up. I don't see it anymore.
No.
I just don't see it being reported. I know it's happening, but I don't see it being reported anymore.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
Right. So to me, the media, I think, does 2 things. They either attack, and that's usually how they meet it first when they don't want to have a discussion about something. And then after that doesn't work, they just completely wipe it out of the conversation. That's kind of what happens every time Joe Rogan comes up in the media. Remember when he got COVID and he said, hey, my doctor threw the kitchen sink at it. He prescribed me this, he prescribed me that. And one of the things was ivermectin, the human version of ivermectin. And remember, the media went, Joe Rogan's misinformation. He's taking horse paste. He's taking horse medicine.
Yes.
You shouldn't take a horse medicine. Don't listen to Joe Rogan.
You'll die.
Well, once people went, fuck you, we're going to keep listening to Joe Rogan. And by the way, he's not taking horse paste. It's prescribed by a doctor. It's an anti-malaria drug for humans. The media went, all right, shut up. We're not talking about Joe Rogan anymore. Move on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they had to move on actually to saying he said the N-word once.
Oh, no, you're right. They did. Wow, great memory. Yeah, then they went, oh yeah, Joe Rogan said the N-word like 10 years ago.
So you have to discredit everything he's ever said.
But that is a normal thing for the media. Unfortunately, that for that F-list guy who's gone after us, he kind of does the same thing. He goes, this, and people go, yeah, we don't give a shit. We're still watching. And then he goes, wait a minute, no, this one. And we go, don't give a shit, not watching. And daddy's not giving you any attention. Wait, this one. It's like, how many times are you going to do this? What's going to make you happy? Same thing with the media. The lefties in the media do the same thing that guy does. And they do this thing where they go, oh, this guy, he's evil, he's terrible. And then people go, I don't really see him as evil and terrible. They go, all right, well, no more talking about him
Or
at
they're like,
all.
okay, I like the evil and terrible.
Right. So so the J6 stuff is coming back out again because with the Republicans in charge, they've now gotten to subpoena all the tapes and all the information. And what they're finding out is, and Tucker Carlson's been playing this on his show every night, what they're finding out is there's a lot of footage that the people in that J6 commission did not show. And the stuff they did show, they were putting sound behind it. They were
amping it up.
Yeah, they were putting screams in it when it was a silent CCTV tape.
Mm-hmm.
And Tucker's been showing other videos. One where the cops are like, hey, we feel like we got set up here. We feel like they were trying to get this to happen. They show professional agitators in the crowd ushering people forward. And it's really interesting because when the J6 commission was happening, you didn't hear the media go, hey, come on, you should be showing all the tapes. You're cherry picking. This isn't fair, even though that's what they were doing. The message they were sending was the one the media wanted to put out there. Now Tucker Carlson is showing these other J6 tapes, and now all of a sudden the media is going, oh, don't listen to Tucker Carlson. He's a piece of shit. He's blasphemous. It's fake news. He's cherry picking all of this footage. Well, wait a minute. You guys have put out all the other footage. That stuff's still there. You guys can go and watch that all day long if you want to.
Yep.
Tucker's just putting out more footage. He's not reeling back the other stuff.
He didn't make the footage.
Right. He didn't reel back the other stuff and delete it from existence. I mean, imagine what a psychopath control freak you have to be that you're getting mad at someone for adding more information to something.
Well, it's just like the ex-head of the CDC just said, anytime there's only a one-sided narrative out there, there's a problem.
Right.
You know,
in
like
fact,
you can't look at the whole picture.
Coltrane renewed his membership and said, I'm behind in the chat, but that Redfield guy saying everyone following one point of view is a problem, now do climate change.
Yep.
Same thing. Interesting thought. So Tucker Carlson's been putting out these videos, and Joe Rogan decided to comment on them on his show.
Okay.
And this is going to be, again, where the media, you'll see the pattern. They're going to attack Tucker Carlson. They have been. They're going to say the January 6th videos he's releasing, hey, they're Officer Bar Brady in South Park. Nothing to see here, folks. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. Well, now Joe Rogan's on it. And look, Tucker Carlson is one thing. He's very big in the news world. But Joe Rogan's the biggest broadcaster on earth. And look, you know Joe Rogan fans. Most of them take everything this guy says as gospel.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's their guy.
Right or wrong, good or bad. And I don't blame Joe because he just does his show. If people want to, believe him that much, that's great. It's not his fault. But here's Joe's thoughts on the January 6th tapes.
And I go, I would vote for Trump before I'd vote for Biden, just because I think with Biden, like he's gone. Like
Oh, this is clip one. I'm sorry. This is him voting for Trump before he'd vote for Biden.
He's gone. You're going to be relying on his cabinet, and I knew his cabinet would be this sideshow of diversity, and which is exactly what it is. I mean, that one person who stole all the women's clothes, that Sam Brinton, we highlighted on the podcast yesterday, like that's a diversity hire. You just said, oh, look at this, a man who dresses like a woman and has a beard and a mustache, but also wears lipstick. This is perfect for us.
I'm sorry, but I hate to sound like an old man in my 30s, but celebrating that as a diversity hire, was this country not in a better place when we said, look, if you're a man and you want to wear a dress and, dress like a woman, I don't give a shit. Not my pig, not my farm. Leave me out of it. But wasn't the country a better place when we took that attitude and then said, but we're not going to give you anything important to do because you're not to be taken seriously?
I agree with you.
You're dressing like a fucking tart and you're acting like a fucking lunatic. We're not giving you an important job to do. You can be an assistant manager at a Petco.
Yeah,
you're perfect.
We can't be a clown and be in charge of things.
Exactly. So everyone acts like if you're not for giving that person an important government job, that all of a sudden you're transphobic or you're anti that. And I'm like, no, I just want to put that in its proper perspective. All right, that should be allowed to exist. That should be allowed to be a thing. Absolutely. Ain't hurting me. Don't give that anything important to do.
It's even worse than that, though. Now, people like Kamala and stuff, there's like her quotes out there all over the place where they're basically just basing their entire existence and what
diversity.
they do on diversity.
Right.
Like that makes and breaks us.
Diversity for diversity's sake is stupid. And it's also kind of racist in a roundabout way. Because what you're saying is, well, we wouldn't hire any trans or black people if we had to hire based on merit. I mean, so we got to just go ahead and take a few. No, if you hire based on merit, I guarantee you're going to get a kaleidoscope of colors. Yeah, you might get more of this than you'll get of that, but they'll all be represented.
Do people truly like being hired for a job or elected just because they're black or trans, by the way? How does that feel?
And the flip side to that, the people who do feel good about that, do you want them doing anything important?
Nope.
I don't.
I don't give a fuck what this guy's good at or bad at. I don't give a fuck what their credentials are. This makes us look like we're inclusive. This makes us look like we're on the right side. So let's hire this person. And you can't have those kind of people running a Ben and Jerry's. You certainly can't have those kind of people running the most powerful government the world's ever known.
Right.
It's nuts.
It's going to be the end of us. Like if we keep denying that merit is a thing,
yes,
it's going to be the death of us. So I'm sorry guys, here's Joe Rogan on the Tucker stuff, on the January 6th stuff that Tucker's been showing. By the way, is that a fucking Lex Fridman head that Joe has?
It's a cake. It's a cake made into Lex Fridman's face.
Why?
They posted this yesterday, yep.
Why? Joe.
Joe likes him. I don't know.
I hope he likes him the way we like Gourdy. Like he's a dog. He's not like
love Gourdy.
Right, but we love him as a pet, as an animal, as a dog. I hope he doesn't respect Lex Fridman's intellect because Lex Fridman is an octave away from being boring Jeremy.
Well, check it out. They made him into a cake. That's not like they made a statue out of him.
See, this is where, if I ever even got on a level where I could be on Rogan's show, I would blow it immediately. Because he'd go, hey, man, welcome to the podcast. I saw your show at Steel Toe. It's kind of interesting. It's, it's like bringing back morning radio, but to, a good morning radio show, but to podcasting. Hey, Joe, could I borrow a fork, please? I didn't eat anything on the way here. I'd like to have some of this Lex cake. Yeah, sure, have a piece. And I just start digging it into Lex Fridman's eyeball on the cake, and I'm just fucking tearing at it. And he's like, you know what? We're going to end the podcast and cut it short. And I just look at him. I go, I've got frosting all over my face. For Lex Fridman's cake is torn apart. And I look at him. I go, you know what, Joe? 2 things. 1, good call. Number 2, worth it. And I'd do it again.
You did make that hit call, didn't you? You are psychotic.
I'm not saying anything about my extracurricular activities.
Oh, even I don't know what he's up to.
I just know that August 12th at Stoney's for the 9th anniversary party is going to be a great goddamn time.
Yes, it is.
All right, here you go. This is Joe speaking on the January 6th stuff that Tucker's been putting out there.
And at the center of it, the
Was that Alex?
most famous person arrested that day was a Navy veteran from Arizona called Jacob Chansley.
Fuck that. That's Q Shaman, bro.
Referred to as the QAnon shaman.
The so-called QAnon shaman. QAnon shaman.
Someone named Q Shaman.
By the way, can we... I need to back things up a little bit here. Do we have any confirmation that guy ever called himself QAnon shaman, or is that just something the media made up and ran with?
I don't know. Because I've wondered that too, because once we give these, if you seriously think he's just some freak doing bad shit, you're going to glorify him with a name like that?
Yeah. Or,
might
have been like a what do you call it? A message board name. I'm not really sure.
I don't know.
Jacob Chansley became the face of January 6th, a dangerous conspiracy theorist dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive.
That's
what
true.
What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building. But according to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside. Virtually every moment of his time inside the Capitol was caught on tape.
Look, there's fucking cops following him around, escorting him.
They're just watching him.
They're just watching him. If this guy was such a dangerous, overthrowing the government guy, wouldn't you lock him in cuffs like right fucking now?
Sure would. You have every right.
Again, I see this footage of this stuff, and I'm like, these people were all rounded up like cattle and set up.
It kind of does look like you're being goaded into something.
No pun intended.
Right.
Goaded into something. But yeah, everything is like stirring the crowd up. Like if you would have left these people to protest, they probably would have sat outside the Capitol, yelled and screamed, bullshit, I hate the election.
Like
blah,
they
blah,
did
blah,
on
blah,
the other side.
Right, exactly.
Right.
But you got people whipping them up, agitating them. You put no security, no police in the way. And then, this has always bothered me. All those cops in the weeks after January 6th who just dropped dead. Do you remember that? Wasn't it like 6 cops died?
There was a good handful of cops that just kind of out of nowhere started dying.
It's just too weird to me. It's just, again, I'm not
really
making any statements. I'm not saying anything.
You're confused.
I don't get it. Why are 2 cops following this guy around if he's a dangerous 4-year imprisoned, overthrowing democracy guy?
And why aren't you tackling him and arresting him?
The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides.
Wow.
Here's video of Chansley.
They're opening the door for him.
Oh my God!
Are those 2 cops maybe ones that passed away?
Yeah, what's their status? They opened the
what's your
fucking
status, bro?
door for him?
Oh, God.
Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried.
Right there. Right there. He's dangerous. He's an insurrectionist.
It would take 2 of you to grab him and put him in cuffs.
To slow him down. Chansley understood that Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate. Watch.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building.
Oh, everything has fallen apart now.
Do you now...
That's tragic.
Do you now understand why the media is going so hard at Tucker Carlson right now?
Oh, Tucker Carlson is a liar. Hashtag was trending last night.
This shit is not supposed to be seeing the light of day.
Good for him. I mean...
Yeah, why are they calling him a liar on social media? All he's doing is playing the videos.
Yeah, he didn't do this. He didn't make this happen. He didn't reenact things.
Right, worst case scenario, I'll give you this. Because you know me. No Mr. Righty, no Mr. Lefty. But I'll give. Here's the best I can give you. He's cherry-picking the videos he's choosing to play. All right, then he's the same as you. Because you cherry-picked the videos that you wanted to show. So you guys are the same. I'm fine with that. Because I've always said that these people are all the same.
In the videos the other people cherry-picked have had their time in the sun. Okay, they've been exposed now. Now how about these ones? Why don't we get both sides?
For what, 2 years now? We've been watching your videos.
Yes, yep. And people, again, have lost jobs and shit and respect over their takes on January 6th.
Right.
So
Contrast the reality of what Jacob Chansley did in the Capitol building on January 6th.
Oh, he's bald.
Indisputable fact.
Oh, he didn't even have the goat costume on then.
Recorded on video, some of which has never before been seen, with the depiction of Jacob Chansley that you've seen in the media for more than 2 years. He's a terrorist, they said. He should be killed.
Shoot him. Shoot him. Like, you burst into the United States, if he was dressed like bin Laden, would you have shot him?
Shoot him.
No.
Shoot him. It makes you wonder, who are the violent extremists here? Not Jacob Chansley. And the video proves that. but you would never have known from the media coverage.
The people sitting in the chairs.
So look, I'm as jaded and as cynical as anyone out there when it comes to politics, but there are certain things that elections do influence.
Mm-hmm.
And if McCarthy weren't the Speaker of the House right now, we don't see any of this stuff.
This is, I don't want to say shocking. Shocking's not the right word, but it is interesting just how opposite it is from the narrative we've all been given.
Look, should those people have been in there that day? No, you should schedule a tour. You should go do a tour. They were, I don't know if you can trespass on public property, but whatever the equivalent to that would be, they were.
You're causing a bit of a disturbance, maybe.
But at what point were they confronted in a way that made them feel like they weren't supposed to be there? This guy's being taken on a tour of the Capitol.
So like I said, I've been to the Capitol building before. You do have to schedule things to get in there. Otherwise, you are technically not following the laws of that building. But
and it's kind of the same questions that I have about like Pearl Harbor. Okay, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. We didn't know anything about it, but magically our aircraft carriers, the ships that are going to win this war for you when there is a war, they were out to sea that day. They weren't in the harbor. They were the one ship that was on a training mission. Were our aircraft carriers.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Tucker Carlson. These January 6th tapes. These people are all domestic terrorists. They're crazy. They're awful.
Oh.
Why? All of our Congress, and we had no idea this was going to happen, and they just interrupted everything. No Congress people are there. They all happen to be safe. They're all locked down somewhere. None of them are even wandering the halls. None of them are in the chamber. Nothing. Magically, this all happened once everybody was far away and locked down. That's interesting to me.
But we still get to have the likes of AOC buildings and buildings away.
Yes.
Crying and saying that she was afraid for her life and that she was going to be assaulted.
Bro, all I'm saying is it looks a little weird.
It's pretty weird.
Wild. Right? You're not supposed to go into the Capitol building.
Right.
Granted.
I thought you at certain times you are.
Not like that.
Yeah, not like that. Sure.
Not like that.
But you schedule it.
Yeah.
When you see the people taking him around essentially on a tour, that's not what I thought it was.
I just hope all the conservatives watching this realize how little appetite there is in the Republican Party for defending people like this and thinking that Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump.
I've always liked Michael Malice. He's a smart guy. He's like a better Lex Fridman. He's like a smart dude, but he's like got some balls and he's not lame.
He is smart. Like he's right. I don't think we're like any Republicans or anything are out here saying, "Oh God, I really want to defend the Q shaman and stuff," because he didn't go about things the right way. It's more so about what the media did to all of us to cause such an outrage over this nonsense. Like
care about this is a delusion.
It's not even defending them. It's just forget about it. Let's look at what actually happened. We didn't know that happened.
Right.
We had a version of it where it was just chaos and the cops ran away.
And the cops were murdered.
Yeah. I would have never imagined that this.
I'm shocked to see that.
That's so wild.
And and like to your point that it's not a bigger story, that it's fucking Tucker who's covering this.
Is Michael Malice Anthony Cumia's younger brother?
Maybe. I noticed that, and I noticed he's wearing a COVID positive shirt.
Oh, that's funny.
That's broken. And I think people are starting to pay attention to it now.
I don't think it's broken. I think it's by design. I think it's work. It's by design. It's not an accident.
No, I mean, it just broke. I mean, like.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry.
It just got out in the world. I think it's really recent. And so I think people are just starting to recognize that it's not what you thought it was.
See, this is where CNN and the media and the internet, they're going to just shut down. They're just not going to talk about the January 6th stuff anymore.
Well, because like this disproves most of the things they've said now, doesn't it?
They're now just going to go, fuck it, we're not talking about it. Because when it first came out, they went, that's Tucker Carlson. Are you going to believe that bag of shit? He sucks. He's cherry picking it. But now when someone like Joe Rogan goes on and goes, hey, I've never seen that before. That looks a little fucky. They're going to go, all right, guys, no more talking about January 6th. It's not the most important terrorist attack since 9/11. It's not the Civil War anymore. It's just, some people did something.
It's a threat to our democracy.
Yeah, it's not a threat to our democracy anymore. It's just a thing that happened. Move on. Get over it.
Help me for a second. I would ask you in private, but it's just I'm having a hard time right now understanding why all this shit has been happening in a relatively short amount of time. Like we've got all.
I'll tell you why. The Republicans won the House. The House has investigative and subpoena power. So the Republicans weren't able to see this shit before. Now they get to subpoena it. So there's a court order that tells these places, these investigators and shit, you have to turn this stuff over to us now. So it's finally seeing the light of day.
It's not just the January 6th stuff, though. It's important information or voices that have been either excluded or silenced or covered up about how COVID happened and was handled, or the medical procedures surrounding that. And then about all the the weird fucking train derailments and everything that's happening. Nobody wants to look into it. No one wants to talk about it.
But they're all coming out for the same reason. The Republicans have subpoena power now, where they didn't before.
It's almost overwhelming.
Blackachew with $5 says, find Gourdy a nice bitch to smash for his special day. Oh, that's very nice of you. There you go. 210 away from doing 30 minutes of overtime today. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. I think if we get under 200 by the top of the hour, I think we're in good shape. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for the consistent levels of support for this program. You guys are the best audience out there to keep a show like this on the air. Malice is a Randian anarchist. He is 99.9% of the time about all political subjects.
People are calling him a punk,
People are calling him a punk. They're calling him a CIA spook and some other stuff. You guys know me. I don't go deep enough to know the shit a lot of you guys might know. I just know I've seen him a few times, and I thought he's had some interesting things to say. If you guys dig deeper and I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. You know me. I'm not one of those guys when somebody in our chat is really into politics and they go, "It's this." I'm like, I certainly don't know. I'm not going to argue with someone when I don't feel comfortable with what I know.
I totally agree. I tend to stay out of those conversations.
Yeah, you guys could be very well right about that. For sure. Anytime I hear someone call themselves an anarchist, I don't take them too seriously. Yeah, left-handed, you and I are kind of similar like that. I kind of feel like I'm talking to a high school kid. I'm an anarchist, man. If you go line by line, issue by issue with an anarchist, there's a lot of topics where you'll go, that doesn't seem like a lot of anarchy to me. Yeah. It's always people are anarchists or libertarians until it conflicts with what they want to do. I wish everybody would just have the honesty to go, here's what my politics are. My politics are, if it's good for me, I'm for it.
That's kind of how I feel about most things. For every single individual, I feel like you're a believer in something while it's convenient for you.
Yeah.
Or while it's doing something for you.
Michael B says, Mersh is on the hype train. It worked for him the other night. See? Royce and Mersh were making fun of Steel Toe for doing, mentioning the goal and shit like that. But every time those motherfuckers make fun of Steel Toe and fire up the music, guess what starts firing in?
The monies.
The donations that keep their show going. So, boys, you are welcome again. And, of course, thank you for doing a show that I've, from time to time, maybe stolen a few things from.
I can't even tell you how obsessed Aaron's been with your show for years.
You guys do a wonderful job.
He listens to you in bed.
I do not.
Check it out. When we first started dating, you'd listen to Revenge of the Sis in bed. Absolutely.
For sure, I would. All right. Let's go to the phones.
Mikey,
what's up, buddy?
Hey, talking about J6, did you see the video of Nancy Pelosi in her chamber office? One of her aides came to tell her that the protests are headed to the White House, asked her if she wanted more security, and she said no, because this is what she's been waiting for. I sent you a video in your Twitter DMs of it that I found.
Well, then you know what? Yeah, we'll check that out. Now, is this something that's being taken down on YouTube? I always have to ask that question.
That's where I got it from. So.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Mikey.
Yep, later.
Right. We'll check that out. She does seem like a Darth Sidious type that when you tell her that, she would go, yes, it's all going according to plan.
They look the same.
Yeah, she's a very Sidiousian figure, if you will.
I can see her rubbing her hands together while she's on the phone.
Jaeger King says, so when is Steel Toe Morning Show coming to Compound Media? Perhaps this will light a fire to improve video quality. I mean, people have it, I do have it set to low latency, so if you're trying to do 1080 HD, that might fuck it up. I don't know, but I haven't heard complaints about the video quality.
No,
I'm sorry.
I feel the same. It always looks like this, and that does bother me.
Okay, well, fair enough. We'll take a look at it. Yeah. Maybe it's time for some new cameras. We upgraded our cameras about a year ago. Maybe it's time to upgrade them again. Who knows? Oh, brother, where Art Liam says he's a Randian, which is even weirder. Okay, yeah, learning a lot about Michael Malice today.
I've never heard of a Randian.
Ayn Rand. Come on. You've won, or you've watched Mad Men. What's his name? Bert Cooper is into Ayn Rand.
Sure. I you know what? I don't hear about it enough to remember.
Wasabista. I love that name. With he says, here's 5 million Zimbabwe dollars. Thank you for the 500 whatever the fucks. I don't know how much that is, so I don't know what to take off of our goal. I apologize.
Do the thingy.
Oh, Jaeger King says, not your video quality, Compound's video quality. Yours looks good. Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, thank you, buddy.
I'm the only one with the problem.
I'm too defensive.
You're always thinking it's about us. No one's ever nice.
Apparently ours looks just fine. Rather than put the extra security on the Capitol building, Nancy chose to do have a film crew do a documentary that day. There's literally a scene where Nancy's looking out the window and Ray Epps is in sight.
Hot.
Fuck.
Oh, God.
Mad Joe says, well, something is wrong because I have to watch it at 720p, but my download speed is 50. Well, I mean, not the worst thing in the world, right? Do you really want to see me in that high of definition? I ask you.
I do.
You can see the individual whiskers on my...
Oh.
Which, by the way, the more this grows in, I am not hating it.
I will say I prefer you with it. I think you look like less of a boyish figure with the beard.
Thank you, question mark. 1-2 skip to my Lou with $15 over on PayPal. He says, great show so far today. Well, hey, if you guys agree with his statement that we're doing a good show today, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the program. 195 away from knocking it out. We said under 200 by 9. You guys are crushing it. Thank you so much for being as good as you are. Wasabista says, we do want high def April.
See, I do too.
Okay.
You can look at how gorgeous my hair is every day.
You can, I guess you got to take the good with the bad. I get it, guys. Rogan's in on the January 6th stuff. That means they're going to shut the fuck up about it pretty soon. Let's do that Nancy Pelosi thing, and then we got some other stuff I want to get to today. Here we go. His name on Twitter, VIP Mikey. Nancy Pelosi has been waiting for this moment.
Nancy Pelosi threatened to punch Donald Trump in the face, and she's also somebody who waited patiently for a situation like this to happen.
I just want to say one thing quick. Just because I'm playing this guy's video does not mean that I trust this guy for a second.
Right, we're not co-signing whatever he's saying.
I want to say this. This guy to me, I look and hear certain people, and I go, this guy's going to sell me something. Like, let me just lay this out right now if you're new to Steel Toe. Don't trust what I say. Always verify it. It's all horse shit. I'm just telling you my horse shit. And by the way, if I'm in a different mood later today, I might change my horse shit. It's a comedy show. It's an entertainment show. But this guy, I don't know. Anyone who takes themselves really seriously, I'm immediately skeptical of.
We're not giving political advice there.
Yeah.
Trespass of the Capitol provided a very great opportunity for her to remove her political arch nemesis.
Secret Service said they have dissuaded him from coming to Capitol Hill. They told him they don't have the resources to protect him here. So at the moment, he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out.
Whoa, Nancy!
I'm waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be happy.
Punch out.
Whoa.
I've been waiting for this moment, trespassing on Capitol Hill.
Why hasn't that been out ever?
I don't know, man. That to me seems like kind of a red flag, if you ask me.
What?
Jake Paul blames loss to Tommy Fury on wet dream prior to fight. This is from Sage. Jake Paul's long-awaited fight against Tommy Fury didn't end up as he hoped after 8 rounds of doing battle. On February 26th in Saudi Arabia, he was on the losing end of a split decision. Despite the loss, Paul still has reasons to be happy. He made $30 million, and he knows exactly why he lost the fight. You know, it's funny. I only hear about these injuries and these excuses and these incidents after the fight, after someone's lost. I never hear the winner of a fight go, oh, I tore my rotator cuff, or oh, I had this knee problem, or anything else. It's always a guy who loses who's got to say that.
It was sad. You and I were watching the after fight interviews in the ring, and he was saying how he got sick a couple times, and we're both just like, oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't make excuses, please.
I remember when Pacquiao lost to Mayweather, he goes, oh yeah, I had a bad shoulder injury. Well, then push the goddamn fight back. You want to win, don't you? Paul adding to his growing list of excuses is that he had a wet dream the night before the fight. That's actually one of his excuses. Paul discussed his wet dream with his brother Logan for the YouTube show Impulsive. According to Logan, Jake told his mom about the wet dream following his loss to Fury. Why are we talking about the coming? We don't need to talk about there's no reason to talk about the coming.
That is kind of weird.
Let's go to here. This is the mark in the show where he talked about
I'll tell you why before he plays it. I bet they say because you're not supposed to be having sex and coming, it'll lower your testosterone.
Which, by the way, I will tell you this. That's an age-old thing. You know, it's the Mickey thing. Where do I have my women weekend legs drop? It's in here somewhere. We've got so many fucking drops right now.
They'll get there.
I might have to go through them a little bit. Yeah, here.
Women weaken legs.
There's this old adage in boxing that says you're not supposed to blow a load. You're not supposed to fuck while you're training because it lowers your testosterone levels and it's bad for the fight night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whose world this is rocking here. Total bullshit.
Right. And it is. We've looked it up on the show before. Yeah. It's bullshit.
It's absolute bullshit. Now, maybe a little retention like a couple of days before the fight maybe might boost your testosterone levels a little bit. But also there's benefits in terms of endorphins and stuff like that in getting a release before a fight that could help you. It's kind of one of those things where like there's benefits to both, so it doesn't really matter.
Get your lucky strokes in.
Yeah, so coming before a fight is not going to fuck you up for a fight. You know what will fuck you up? Emmanuel Stewart got really mad at Tommy Hearn's entourage before his fight with I believe it was his fight with Marvin Hagler, because they were giving him a leg massage before the fight.
Oh, that's going to make him sore, actually.
It's a terrible idea because it exhausts your muscles.
Right. I've had massages before, and you hurt after.
Yeah, especially your anus, right? That's the weirdest part.
I wish you wouldn't tell people that part.
Do you think your wet dream played a part of it at all?
Bro, I don't know if should we talk about this?
I mean, I do want to talk about it because I know you didn't want to, but Mom said.
This is so gross. So this was Jake Paul's way to get this excuse out there. Like, he's using his brother as his PR team right now. Like, now we can get this excuse out without getting the excuse out. That way, if people find it to be lame or a gay excuse or make him look like shit, he can go, oh, well, it was Logan who said it, not me. I didn't want to talk about it.
This feels like Jake's a little kid now. I don't like that.
I made cumsies I couldn't punch.
Jake had a wet dream the night before his fight. I sparked up and I said, no fucking way. I had a wet dream the day of the KSI fight.
Hey, why are you guys talking to your moms?
Why are you guys jizzing in your sleep so much?
Thank you, George. Why are you talking to your moms about this? I want to know. I want answers.
Why does your mom need to know about your spilled seed?
I like George.
Very open family.
Yeah, very open family.
Yeah. Too open.
I don't think so. I think it's probably a bit healthy.
It's probably healthy to talk about sex with your kids.
Not at this age.
No, not. Hey, Mom, I jizzed in my sleep. There is nothing she can add to that conversation that's going to be helpful or productive.
Nope, there's no questions needed to be answered there. Nothing. Sorry.
Hey, Mom, I blew a load while I was sleeping. Oh, that's okay, honey.
Once you're past 16, do you really need to talk about sex with your parents?
I don't think you should ever. I mean, how many kids have talked to their parents about sex and end up pregnant anyway? I mean, come on.
My dad yelled at me when he found out I was on birth control. There was no reason to tell him anything.
Right. You don't tell people anything.
Right.
Why you know what I used to say growing up?
Why you're like
my parents
this.
used to be like, that's some white people shit. That's what I used to.
Nice.
That's some white people shit, bro. WPS.
Nice.
But dude,
I'm a white people. Can I just say that is not some white people shit?
You don't want to talk to your lovely parents about your sex
I
life?
don't sit there and all right, I just jerked off. When's dinner? You know, that's
maybe you should have talked to your parents like that.
I don't know. I don't know if it would have helped.
You would have been close.
Our lives really do run so parallel, and I know you had been in boxing terms what they call building your batch.
Yep.
So essentially, what you do is you don't release. In order to build up that testosterone.
It's horseshit. It doesn't build it up enough for it to matter. And carrying all that the night of the fight could actually make you tight.
Your balls are heavy.
Yeah, train your balls.
You're going to have the wilder excuse, oh, my balls were too heavy.
Yeah, my legs and my balls were all fucked up. Oh.
In your body to make you just like some angry fucking fight.
And I fucked myself, literally.
But can I tell you something? Jake should know this. He's way more advanced in boxing than I am. You don't want to be an angry rage monster the night of a fight. You want to be smart. You want to be sharp. Floyd Mayweather was not an angry rage monster when he went into the ring. He was cold. He was calculated. He was skilled.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Being the seasoned boxer that you are.
Of course.
You've had 2 fights.
Yes.
How did you handle the coming or not coming?
I
before
didn't
your
give a
fights?
shit.
I don't remember if you did or not.
I didn't give a shit. The second time. I don't remember the first time. But the second
I feel like
time,
the first time around, you and I were a lot more superstitious about a lot of shit.
maybe, but like I just wasn't ready anyway. But like the second one, I was just like, who gives a fuck? And I was more relaxed, and I fucking went in there and kicked some ass.
Really
Literally.
over.
What was your dream about? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
I don't actually even remember. Just
Cap.
like
Cap, you nutted and forgot? Nah. You nut and you go, oh.
no, because I literally
I don't like these guys. I'm turning this off because I'm just realizing I really don't like this show.
You'd rather listen to George Janko's music, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd rather listen to Janko sing, I think, than listen to him talk. Dr. Climate Abortion, and he's a doctor, you know this. He says a release actually encourages more testosterone production.
I'd believe that.
Noel Hines says, loving the Antonio Banderas look, Aaron. Oh, thank you.
Will you do one of these for us?
You want me to do a stroke?
There's something to it. I like that. You look smart.
I do catch myself like thinking and touching.
You guys, check this out now. Sometimes Aaron will get really quiet when we're having like a conversation, so I'll look over to him to see if he's okay, and he's just kind of sitting there doing this to his mustache.
Like a professor, you know?
No, not even. You're like picking at it.
Yeah. I want to be like King Schultz in Django eventually. I want to be able to and twist it.
I encourage it. If you want to keep growing that shit, go ahead.
Yeah. Is that boxer guy the crypto scammer? Yeah. Logan Paul got not in trouble, but
thrown under the bus.
Yeah, Logan Paul got in a little bit of shit for some crypto stuff. Yeah. Rexstart parody account says time to start smoking a pipe. I mean, first time for everything,
good.
Right?
Just make sure it's not a crack pipe.
Oh, you know what?
Those are
Thank
rampant
you.
around here.
That's really great advice. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Everybody hit the like button. How close are we? I wanted to be in the next 5 minutes. I wanted to be at 300. SC Motorsports says you'll hit 100,000 subscribers before that beard grows out. Ryan the Garbage Man says, actually, you look like a fit Shane Gillis.
Ooh. Fit?
I mean, good. Oh, all right. Hey, you guys hit 300 before 9 o'clock. Great job.
Thank you.
What a show we're having today. We hope that translates into you subscribing to the channel. We appreciate that.
I want there to be a beard contest, I've just decided, at the anniversary party.
I don't want to be in a beard contest.
Yes, you do.
No,
I
don't.
I want you up there with the likes of Yags from Jaeger, Curb, and Concrete.
Triple N says, balls are heavy, knees weak, palms are sweaty. There's semen on his sweater already. Mom says, tell me. It's a different Paul Brothers version of that
song. Was there ever a day where you talked to your mom about you stroking yourself?
No,
or
of course
a
not.
wet dream you had?
No, because that's fucked up, yo.
Kind of gay. Don't tell your mom you made cums.
It's a little gay. All right, we are 195 away from knocking it all out. We are 1 hour away from rattling the cans and doing our e-begging best to make sure we do overtime today. 195 away, and you guys have been very consistent. Thank you very much for chipping away. If you feel like doing it, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats and memberships count as well. I am not one of these people who wants to ever go on a cruise. I think you and I are pretty
simpatico.
Yeah, we're pretty simpatico on that one.
No thanks.
And this next story is one of those stories where, it's kind of like Pitbull stories. I see it and I go, yep, that sounds about right.
I went to imright.com. Some more confirmation for me.
I went to imright.com and I found the reason I don't want this shit. Hundreds of passengers and crew members fell ill while on board a Princess Cruises ship, according to the CDC. So they let the CDC in on that one.
They'll let them on a Ruby cruise ship.
But not the outbreak of COVID.
Okay.
In total, 284 of the 2,881 passengers, so about, 10%?
That's a lot.
Actually, no, it's not. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, well, 750,000 is a lot.
Yeah. I don't mean to correct you openly on the air.
I don't know. On our dog's birthday, you got to embarrass me like that.
I'm really, really sorry. I apologize.
God hates you.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Jeez.
In total, 10% of the passengers on the Ruby Princess reported being sick during the voyage between February 26th and March 5th. And 34 of the 1,159 crew members also reported illness. The symptoms, shitting and puking.
Norovirus like we just all had.
Right. So it's like, okay, I get to go on a vacation. Yay, vacation is fun. I love vacation. Who doesn't love a good vacation? Bad news. There is a 10% chance you'll be shitting and puking for days during that trip.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather, if you're going to be puking and shitting, wouldn't you rather puke off a Princess cruise ship railing?
I would rather be on dry land where I could go to a Walgreens, get some stuff for my tummy.
You can be on an actual poop deck.
Yeah, that's true. I could. It's going to be a poop deck, guys. Sorry. You're just firing out of both ends. Because there's nowhere to go to escape the bug.
Usually you're getting it in both ends.
Oh, you're just firing away. You're like, this is the total opposite of last night. Oh, it's all coming out. It's God's curse for my infidelity. Dick Sneezy says, watched a video of a guy refusing to apologize for puking on a woman on a cruise. His sister was proudly wearing a hat that said, "Flaming fat." The whole family was trash. Fuck a cruise. Yeah,
no,
I don't.
Honestly, I don't need to be in that close of quarters with anyone.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but also like with a cruise, in my opinion, I just get this claustrophobic feeling.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't want my my porthole next to your porthole and things like that. I'm not for it. What if we get stranded? God forbid we go down and there's sharks.
I don't share portholes well. Yeah, I hear you get sick that way.
But I also hear any port in a storm.
Yeah,
okay?
Well, that's what the desperate say. So yeah, I've never been a cruise guy. Look, April and I may be like basic Midwestern shitbags, and we love going to vacation in Las Vegas. I
also
get that.
A cesspool. I know.
I get that, but at least I'm on land. I can go do other shit. And there's also like a middle school, elementary school vibe to it, where I kind of have to go with like the schedule. We're going to be anchoring here for a little bit, and then you have this much time to do this. It's like, motherfucker, this ain't recess.
I kind of don't want to go to Las Vegas with you now for calling it a middle school schedule.
No, cruises.
Oh, thank God.
I want to go to a place where I can just go do my shit.
I want to bumble about.
Yes, I want to bumble.
On my own time.
Bumbles.
I want to bumble about with a drink in my hand everywhere.
Dr. Climate Abortion. Remember, we're trying to entertain him 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
$5 from him says, I just realized Aaron looks like Howdy Doody, but on TRT. April looks nice, by the way.
Thank you, Dr. Climate Abortion.
Thank you, Dr. Climate Abortion.
I like that.
It's very kind of you. 190 away from knocking it out today. Thank you, Dr. Climate Abortion. Yeah, Eric says, also love cruises.
See, I am.
I don't want to. And then I hear people puking and shitting all over the place.
Nope. I can't be around that either. I'm good. Like, I'll take care of my own family like a good little soldier.
Yeah.
But I will not stand for being around somebody else doing that.
Daniel says Vegas greater than diarrhea on the open water.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
At least you have a whole big ocean to shit in, right? You just drop trow on a coral reef and you just let her buck.
But now you're part of the climate change problem.
Yeah, that's probably contributing to climate change in some way, shape, or form.
You are killing the coral reef.
That's true. I am destroying the thing that can produce our oxygen and
produce like
clean the water and all that.
The algae and stuff that we need for certain things. I don't know.
I'm fucking the whole thing up. Get a balcony and then just let the butt hang over. We call it chumming, says the body. Well, there you go. Perfect.
The visuals of that are killing me.
Jaeger King says, plus you can drive out into the desert and take an amazing shit under the moon in Las Vegas.
You can hear a jackal in the distance.
I mean, you have that. You also have a toilet in your hotel room, but, to each their own. I have that
You feel like a king when we stayed at Caesar's Palace and you took a nice shit in that bathroom.
I loved it.
We had 2 bathrooms in that room.
I was literally king shit. It was wonderful.
We were kangs.
We have this problem we have now that we have that Las Vegas app, the slots app on our phone, and we built we built up enough points where we can get like 2 or 3 free rooms somewhere. So like if the gambling is going really well, we can be like, hey, Maybe we stay an extra day or two, you know?
Maybe we stream from Vegas.
Yeah, Johnny and Corey, you guys can do the show. Who knows?
No. Check it out.
I ain't streaming from Vegas. I'm on
no,
vacation.
hold on. I'm not saying for like our original allotted time that we're going there. I'm saying if things are going well
Just pop in
and we
once
get
in a while.
comped rooms, I would have zero problem doing a quick morning show from like the desert somewhere.
Oh.
And then just going about the rest of my day. I'm cool with it.
Jaeger King says, plus you can... oh, that's the one I just read. I'm fucking up my own chat.
All right, are you gay?
Mad Joe says, are you guys even real? No, we are not real. Daniel Hudson says you can bury your shit along with all the mafia capos that are out there in the Las Vegas desert.
Could just go shit on one, actually.
Jaeger King says there's nothing better than having a hand sprayer in the shower to shove up your ass and fill it with water and blast all the cobwebs out. Royce's Puerto Rican says last cruise my family was on was Africa to America. Tight quarters. I heard it wasn't fun. 383 Novocaine says shitting all over was at the SS Walmart. See, that's kind of how I think of it.
This isn't good. And another problem I'm having on the lines of that with cruises is like a lot of them are really cheap. Like you can get on a cruise for cheap.
Yeah.
So I just feel like the people you're around
Here, like if you
are
search,
not good.
yeah, you should do your research. Like worst
because
cruise lines.
To be honest, like to go to Vegas now, you kind of have to have a little bit of money. I think like everything's so expensive, so
Yeah.
you're gonna have a little higher end.
Anywhere, like going anywhere now is fucking expensive.
Can't even go to Target.
Costa Cruises is called the worst. Costa Cruises is the worst one.
You might get accosted.
Oh, that's the one where remember the cruise ship that sank? I was ignoring that for your own good. But remember the one that sank in like Italy or whatever, and the captain bailed on it?
No.
Yeah, this
Really?
was like, it was like
can
10
you look
years
that
ago.
up for us in a minute?
The Costa Concordia. Do you guys remember that one? Oh, this guy was a
That's fucked.
chicken shit. Yeah. Costa Concordia captain. They had to tell him to get back on the ship.
What happened?
Telephone sub call between Costa Concordia captain and Italian Coast Guard. Yeah, he ended up getting 16 years for manslaughter because he abandoned his post while people were dying.
What was happening on the cruise ship? What happened?
They hit a reef or something and they sank. I mean, they stayed afloat because ships don't like sink now anymore.
Every man for themselves. God damn
Yeah.
it.
Captain blames phone call for cruise disaster. Oh, man. Here.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
For the first time, we are hearing from the captain of the Carnival cruise ship that sank in January, killing 32 on board. At the time, the captain was denounced by some passengers for leaving the ship. ABC's Jeffrey Kaufman tells us what he's saying now.
Yeah, look at how much of that ship is submerged.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's no Titanic.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
How dare you?
But geez.
By the way, that ship makes the Titanic look like a minnow.
I know, the Titanic was small compared to today's ships.
Those piercing screams.
I'm getting pushed.
The sound of 4,200 people scrambling for their lives when the Costa Concordia ran aground.
See, that's one of those things where like you're like, guys, if we're gonna fucking die, could I not die with that piercing scream in my ears, please? Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't want to get into that water though. I'm
Italian
scared
Italian
of all
water,
of it.
shallow water. That's probably not bad.
Fuck that.
Okay, well, fuck that then.
32
I'm
people
wrong.
would die. 6 months later, the infamous captain is finally speaking.
There is no scale for measuring the pain.
Francesco Scatino.
Yes, there is. You got to ski-daddle and 32 people died. You fucking asshole.
Okay, but if he comes back with the retort of what could I have done to save those 32 people?
You're supposed to be helping lead the recovery
I know.
effort.
Yep. You're one with the ship.
You're supposed to be making people calm and like, guys, we're going to get through this. It's all right. Look, there's a couple thousand people on here and only 32 of us have died so far. I think we're doing pretty good.
How'd that line go? Part of the crew, part of the ship.
Exactly.
Part of the crew, part of the ship.
Offers condolences, but then says he became a victim in this calamity, clearly resenting the Captain Coward label that has hounded him because he abandoned the ship as it was sinking.
Well, I mean, does it not fit you? I mean, you can hate the Captain Coward label all you want, but I mean, you left in the middle of a bunch of people dying. You're kind of a dickbag.
You can't. Look, I'm not even in charge of shit, but if I'm on like, if I know that I'm going to be okay, I've got my life jacket on and stuff, and I see other people struggling, I'm going to have a hard time not trying to help.
Right.
Ship as it was sinking.
I was more or less forced to go into the lifeboat. I don't know if I slipped or fell.
Scatino takes every...
He's literally trying to convince us that I slipped into the lifeboat and it made me escape the ship.
Good one.
By the way, after he fucked up and did this.
So wait, that ship's not going to sink then because it's already ran aground.
It ran
right?
aground,
It's just
right.
flooding, so people are stuck in there.
Well, and the part where they probably some people probably fell, hit their heads,
Probably
died.
hurt.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
old people died doing that.
every opportunity to duck responsibility, including for hitting the reef.
I did not have command. Navigation was in the hands of an officer.
But damning
Wow,
it,
what a leader. What a leader. Like, this bad shit happens to the ship, and he's like, oh, I tripped into the lifeboat. Yeah, I wasn't in charge when that shit happened.
But
that's a guy I want having my back.
how are you? You should know better than to go that close to shore with that big of a ship. How can you blame that on anyone else?
evidence shows he was in command. An Italian newspaper has published the contents of the ship's black box data recorder.
Oops.
It shows Scatino took the helm 6 minutes before the collision. He does now admit he was on the phone at that critical moment.
I blame myself for being distracted.
What about the 1 hour delay in calling for help and ordering passengers to abandon ship?
He waited an hour after he heard crunch. He heard that noise, and he waited an hour to tell people, hey, I fucked up, bro. You guys got to get off the boat.
Meanwhile, there's already like 5 dead people from being scraped on a reef.
Sounded like a dial-up modem. And then that guy went, guys, give it an hour. I think we might skate on this. This guy sucks.
Oh, can you imagine just you're having something ground against your body from like a coral reef?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Just got a reef tearing up your entire leg.
Your anus has coral in it.
You're going to be okay. We're going to give this like an hour. I think you'll be all right. So this guy waited an hour to call for help and tell people to get off the ship. Guys, it's totally normal. This is part of our undersea adventure. You're going to see a little coral. Just don't let it go in your dick hole. You'll be fine.
He insists he should be seen as a hero, that he saved lives because he waited till the ship drifted to shallower waters. Karen Coys broke her collarbone when her lifeboat tipped during the chaos of the escape.
He was a coward. At no point, just fess up. He made a mistake, but he's putting blame on everybody but himself. Take the responsibility. It was his fault.
Scatino is facing charges of manslaughter and causing a shipwreck.
32 counts of manslaughter isn't going to look so good.
Yeah, he's doing 16 years in prison now.
Yikes.
That
that is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with not going on a cruise. I'll say that much.
Scott Richard Staska says, I'll bet she left one hell of a Yelp review. He needed an hour to collect the passengers' most prized possessions. Yeah. Well, I think they might all die, so maybe I can get some cool shit out of this.
I've got it. Maybe he needed to finish up the phone call he was on already before calling for help.
Yes.
Maybe he was like waiting online or on the phone for somebody to like help him with his insurance claim or something.
Yeah.
You know how long that can take.
Need Trump says, right, April? There's sharks in those waters.
And good.
Yeah. You don't want to end up getting eaten by a shark, for God's sake.
I'll pass.
Oh, second worst captain steering a ship. Yeah, I really only know of one captain who fucked up harder than that guy. I mean, look, it was a long time ago, forgive and forget. That's all I'm saying. Imagine April being the captain. Look how long it took her to find the guy whose car she hit. That's true, yeah. I mean, if you were running that ship, would you have done much better?
I was diligent. I went door to door. It's a big building.
You took a shower first. You parked your car so maybe you could get out of it.
I wanted to look like a respectful human being when
you drove away and hid your vehicle somewhere else.
I don't want to have to remind anyone. This was Valentine's Day.
It doesn't matter.
By the way, Valentine's Day of 2015.
What people are saying is if you ran aground, you would go like, oh, maybe nobody will notice. Let's give it a little time.
The front half of my ship is cracked off. I guess 400 will cover it.
See, I think they have a point.
Okay, but then when I do fess up, nobody fixed it anyways. So,
right,
check that shit out.
Well, at least you can kill 32 people, right?
Right.
There was also the one that got the tanker ship stuck in the Suez Canal.
That one was funny.
Look, cargo ships are not a thing you should be drift racing. All right? And we don't go drift racing in the Suez Canal. When you get out to the Indian Ocean, then you can pull that shit. But you don't do it in the Suez.
Too Fast, Too Furious canal drift.
Yes. Oh, this was a terrible Vin Diesel movie. Yeah. God, this was shitty. Guys, we are 190 away from doing overtime today. Has MSO made his prediction yet or no? I don't think he's made his prediction yet.
I thought he said today is the day.
I remember him saying that last night.
I thought he said it today, but maybe my days are running together.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm stupid.
Well, you are a woman. That's true. 190 away. Mad Joe with 799 says, what's the punishment for the people who made COVID and lied about it and silenced the truth? I got bad news. Nothing.
They're a protected class and it'll never happen.
Nothing. There is nothing that we can do about it. Unfortunately, I feel terrible that I have to say that, but not a goddamn thing.
I think you've kind of said this before. We have to take some kind of solace in the fact that the actual information is coming out.
Right.
And you just kind of hope that that continues to be the trend.
Rousesaw says, check out the MS Oceanos story. The whole crew took off.
Fuck. Can you imagine being a passenger on like a big cruise ship and you have nobody in charge around you?
You see everybody leaving and you're like, yeah, I don't think you guys telling us to stay calm is going to work out very well.
You've got to commandeer this shit.
MS Oceanos.
I hear its legs didn't work very well.
The story of the MS Oceanos. It's a 14-minute thing.
Ew, look at that guy.
Back in the early 1990s. Here we go.
Jesus.
The Oceanus. Miraculous escape at sea.
Mayday, Mayday. This is the Oceanus.
Oceanus, what is your position?
I don't really know.
Fucked. Totally fucked. We're getting the hell out of here. What about the people? Fuck them. They'll figure it out.
Somewhere between East London and Durban.
What is your rank?
I'm the guitarist.
That guitarist was Zimbabwean-born Moss Hills. On the 4th of August 1991, he and his wife Tracy were part of the entertainment on board the Oceanus.
They were the fucking cruise ship band had to lead the escape because the crew skedaddled.
A Greek cruise liner with 571 passengers and crew on board. The journey was a 7-day South African cruise from Cape Town to Durban.
So when we sailed out of East London Harbour...
Oh, dude, South Africa... There's a shitload of sharks in those waters.
That's like besides Australia, like some of the concentration of biggest great white sharks of all time. So
oh, boy.
Have fun with that.
I don't want my foot touching that water.
I don't have to outrun the shark. I just have to outrun you.
Do any of you have a gun? Because the minute I feel water on my foot, I'm blowing my head off.
It was very rough, and normally we have a sail away party, but it was too rough to have it out on the decks, and we thought, wow.
Said, fellas, it's too rough to feed ya.
This is going to be a bad night.
The ship hit hurricane-force winds and 20-meter-high waves.
That's almost as bad as a hurricane.
Off the wild coast.
The engineers were working on unblocking the sewage system.
Oh.
So it smelled like shit.
They had blocked shit and they were going through a hurricane. I want my money back.
The ship's fucking constipated, so everyone's just crabby.
You can't dump your shit in the hurricane water. Probably why the ocean had a hurricane. It was so mad you were dumping so much diarrhea shit into it.
Okay, jokes aside though, don't you check the fucking weather before you go on the cruise? Like if you're the crew?
Nah.
Doesn't the cruise crew check for storms?
Could we not have a day-old prime rib buffet the night before too? Clogging up the septic system.
Oh my.
You've got a fucking Randy Quaid looking dude down at the bottom of the ship. Shitter's full. Great.
He's got like a tiny hose poking out of the portal.
Into the water. Yeah. Just like, sorry, got to drain her the old-fashioned way. Ship comes back into port with a giant shit stain along the side. Ugh. Stop. Who was it? Rouse Sauce who sent us this? Thank you, Rouse.
They had opened valves, removed a pipe through a waterhead bulkhead, and all of a sudden, water came pouring in through the side of the ship.
Oh, so you dumped your shit, but then dumping the shit allowed, like, you lost a pipe, so then the water started. Oh, no.
Okay.
Is that going to be shit water?
I think there's some shit in it. So now, if you do live through this, you definitely have E. coli. You know,
Yes.
you're gonna be puking and shitting.
You're going to need
again.
some shots. Yeah.
Ugh. You're gonna
Water.
have pink eye.
Yeah. It's going to be bad no matter what.
Poured in through an intake reservoir called a sea chest, which had detached from the side of the ship. When it began flooding, the engineers closed the watertight doors of the engine room, donned their life jackets, and fled.
Dinner was served, plates were falling off tables, waiters were dropping meals all over the place.
Clumsy fucks.
The ship began listing to starboard side, and they were plunged into darkness.
I still thought that the captain was on the bridge doing whatever he needs to do, and that's when myself and a couple of the other entertainers went to the bridge to ask the captain what to do, and got to the bridge and it was completely abandoned.
Dude, that is the scariest moment of your whole life, is it not?
You're just like, where'd they go? They just said peace out, and they hightailed it. By the way, aren't you hightailing it into hurricane waters?
Yeah, I was actually just gonna say, I wonder if they made it.
That's kind of dumb.
Did they live?
Nobody there.
There were no announcements to abandon ship, and no alarms sounded. Getting everyone safely off the ship fell in the hands of the entertainment crew.
Fucking Jesse and the Rippers had to try and save everybody.
This isn't good.
You went, ooh, have mercy.
It's like a Legion type band.
Yes.
They're in charge now.
They were playing some Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Now they have to leave a mass scale evacuation off a sinking ship. Wonderful.
Oh, but if they're busy, who's going to play the music on the deck while everyone's
yeah,
scurrying
right?
around?
While the ship sinks, who's going to play the music? Well, gentlemen, it's been an honor playing with you.
The ship was filling up fast. The entertainers began...
Wait, Don Lemon was on that ship? The fuck?
Wait, why are we looking... That picture, that lady looked like seductive and like happy.
Well, she wanted to fuck. She almost died.
Dividing passengers into groups and tried...
White and black.
Tried to keep everyone calm.
We didn't know how many people to put into each lifeboat. We hadn't been trained for anything like that. We were entertainers.
Right. I could... If they needed to organize it by switching from an F chord to a G chord, I'm your man. But as far as knowing how many people to put in a fucking lifeboat, I just did what I've seen in Tokyo, and I just started whacking them with sticks until they all got in there.
Dude, this guy's a fucking hero, and nobody talks about him.
Oh, and by the way, he will probably tell you to this day, he's like, pulled the whole thing right out of my ass.
But that's usually how that works.
Yeah.
You just have
They
to.
bore off its hinges and used that as a type of gangplank to help people embark onto the lifeboats.
They helped passengers onto lifeboats throughout the night. But as dawn broke, there were still nearly 230 people that remained stranded on the ship.
That's not a bad body count. Pack it up. Call it a day. Good work. You're a hero. Come on.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah. Guys, I got to admit, I'm not built for this.
Somebody else take over.
You guys are going to have to find your own way home. Are any of you guys like those weirdo survivalists by chance?
We waited for the helicopters to come. By the time they came, it was getting close to dawn, so we waited several hours.
Oh, no. Look
Exhausted passengers were airlifted 2 by 2 off the sinking ship. Able seaman Paul Wiley received...
I always wanted to be described as able seaman.
I always want my semen to be able.
Yes.
I haven't found any yet.
Fucking braggart.
The highest honor, the Honoris Crux Gold, for leaping into the stormy seas to rescue a drowning passenger. But the real heroes of this incredible escape from a sinking ship were the entertainment crew of the Oceanus.
I know the whole rescue and then the sinking of the Oceanus has been called one of the most amazing maritime events.
Michael J. Fox?
I guess I kind of do.
What?
Oh my God, Alex P. Keaton is on this ship. Thank God the band acted. Wow.
I agree with that, because what's amazing with it, every single person was saved. There wasn't a single life lost.
Holy shit, good job.
Yeah, honestly, good
Sure
job.
makes that crew feel a little overrated, huh?
I hope that whole crew never had another happy moment in their life.
Yeah, did they survive? We never found out what happened to the crew of the
Who
whole thing.
cares?
Yeah, fuck those guys, I
Yeah.
guess. Daniel Hudson with $10 says, I'd intentionally sink a ship if it meant Gordon Lightfoot would make a song about it. That's a good point. 175 away from knocking today's goal out and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Guys, thank you very much. And we've still got a half hour before we have to go to the rattling the cans and the music and whatnot.
The Optic Nerve said, at least plug the band name. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, at least... Yeah, what the hell? I mean, at least, give us a plug. We saved all these lives. Yeah, you go, They saved your whole life. Do you guys want to book them? No, I got to be honest with you. They fucking suck. Like, they're really bad at music, but, I mean, heroes.
They actually bring really bad luck, by the way. If they hadn't been on that cruise ship, it might not have been constipated.
Did you know they opened for Great White the night that club set on fire? It's amazing. Great White wanted to do a nice thing, and,
I'm against that band, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Why is that?
I don't like
Seems like
Great
that name
Whites.
seems because of the Sharks. I thought you meant because of the racial statement. I was like, you like that kind of thing. Mad Joe says the twist is there never was a crew. Bong bong.
Dude, there could be a pretty epic movie made about that, though.
Yeah, what happened? He was on another ship that went down a few years later. What?
No. You know what? Here's my take
Oceanus.
on it. You can't go on a ship that sunk and then ever get on another ship, right? You stay off ships.
Moss Hills was born in Zimbabwe, performed with wife Tracy. As a guitarist and singer, he helped launch lifeboats, establish radio contact on the bridge, and set up and ran the forward helicopter airlift, remaining on board until every passenger was rescued. And nobody died.
Okay, but was he on another ship that sunk?
I'm going to take that as word. Yeah. I don't know.
But like I said, you just don't go on ships anymore, don't you?
What happened to the crew of the Oceanos? Yanis Avranos. What happened to that piece of shit? No, I want to know what happened to the whole crew. The captain and some of the crew were convicted of negligence for fleeing the ship without helping the passengers, who were subsequently rescued thanks to the efforts of the entertainers, who made a Mayday transmission, launched lifeboats, and helped South African Marines land on the ship. Okay. So did he go to jail? 4 officers negligent in the handling of the disaster. He was never incarcerated, and they gave him command of a ferry until his retirement.
Well, they figure you can't fuck that up, right?
Yeah, they're like, well, Jesus, I mean, if you fuck this up, you can't kill anybody at least, right?
Yeah.
God, I mean, you're just, the whole thing, a ferry, I mean, that runs in like 6 feet of water. You're not going to fuck this thing up.
I thought they flew, actually.
Oh, God. No, they actually have butt sex. Never mind.
Which was worse.
Never mind. We covered all the control of a ferry. Yeah, he actually was the manager of Harvey Firestein. That's
no.
He had control of a ferry until he died.
I thought he followed Peter around for his whole life.
Oh, of course. Yes, he was Tinkerbell. This might be the absolute dumbest story that I have for you all day. Anybody who bites on this, anyone who decides to make a wager on this next story we're about to do, you deserve to be swindled. You deserve to be scammed. You deserve to have every ripoff happen to you imaginable. Here. Oh, they have an ad first. Oh, I had to whitelist.
My husband and I have been married.
I don't care.
Christ.
You guys how old are you? How loud does this have to be? We got to play this ad. So a certain organization that does not have clearance to accept bets on their events is now trying in different state houses and legislatures to allow themselves to be listed as
part of sports
events that are allowed to be bet on in sports books. Yeah. And if you bet on it, you're an idiot.
So you're not in on this?
Big news in the world of wrestling breaking this afternoon. The WWE apparently is in talks with state gambling regulators to legalize betting on scripted matches.
I mean, but I'm watching these bets. I'm watching how Las Vegas opens the odds. And what if I'm like a WWE, like the guy in charge of scripting the matches, I'm finding the guy who's got like a 64-1 chance to win.
Yeah.
Mortgaging my house again, putting all the money on the 64-1 guy, and then calling him in the office and going, hey, guess what? You're going over tonight. Congratulations. He's like, wait, what? Yeah. My family's going to be rich. I know, because they all bet on you, right? Yeah, they sure did. Oh, you have no idea. This is so stupid.
It's remarkably dumb. You can't, like, the whole betting is supposed to be on something that's not scripted, right? There's like no certain outcome.
You can just change it whenever you feel like it. You know what? This is a great way to make a little extra side money if you're a WWE employee. You just find out the matches, you bet on the winner.
Why don't you get in with some of them?
Well, just kind of get in tight.
It's apparently going to be legal.
With Triple H and just, hey, what do you guys got going on tonight? I'm going to spend a few shekels.
The reporter who broke that story, CNBC's Alex Sherman, joining us now with more details. And Alex, when you pitched the story, I thought, what was Alex been out drinking? Like, what exactly is going on here? These are scripted matches. How can you gamble on something that has a fixed outcome?
You have one of the wrestlers put a bunch of money on himself knowing he wasn't going to win, and he just starts, it's a shoot. He starts like actually fighting the guy. Like, let's say Brock Lesnar is scheduled to lose.
Okay.
But Brock Lesnar puts a shitload of money on himself before the match. Who in the WWE is going to be able to stop Brock Lesnar if he wants to pin your shoulders to the mat?
I don't think anyone. I was actually just going to ask you that. How many times have matches gone not according to plan? Like either via an injury or somebody got pissy.
That's true too. Injuries
like there's
can
an
happen.
injury. Like what if somebody dies and they were supposed to go over that night and
boy.
they can't now?
This is a fun idea. This could be, if you're on the
kind of weird.
If you're on the inside, this is great.
Sure.
Well, if I've been out drinking, Brian, at least I'm doing it poetically from your hometown club here at Princeton's Nassau Club, where I come
Shut
at
up,
you,
be
little
funnier.
Slice of home for you.
Stop kissing ass.
This is an unusual story, no doubt. WWE wants to convince state regulators to legalize gambling on scripted matches. I'm reporting that they've been working with EY, commonly known as Ernst & Young, in a similar fashion to how the Academy Awards has allowed certain states to legalize gambling. So again,
I mean, I guess, but don't they collect the votes for the Academy Awards like way in advance?
I thought so.
I thought they did. I mean, I guess. Fuck it. Like, but WWE, pro wrestling is one of those things where they change the results like the night of sometimes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Or like mid-match, something can go wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like if you're somebody who's betting on this and you're not on the inside, don't you kind of feel dumb?
Like it's like, hey, we're gonna bet on the Young and the Restless. Who's gonna fuck?
I'd rather go for Days of Our Lives.
I suppose I don't.
I don't like the Young and the Restless.
Sorry
music.
that I don't know.
And this is an example of a situation where the results are known. It's not scripted per se, but these are known results under lock and key. And that is the template that I'm told WWE wants to use in its pitch to regulators to allow gambling. In other words, even though the event is scripted, if they can convince regulators that these results will not leak, then really it's no different from the Academy Awards, and people would be able to gamble on matches from the day of their announcement.
Dude, what's to stop me if I'm one of the people that knows the results, if I'm part of the inner circle, what's to stop me from calling a relative and just putting shit tons of money on all the matches?
Nothing, I don't think.
This is a terrible idea.
Unless they're going to have some kind of limits on how much you can bet, which I don't foresee.
All of a sudden you see like the net worth of like producers backstage at WWE skyrocket by like 12 times every year. And they're like, how the fuck are these guys making so much money?
It's corruption.
Yes.
Until really,
you're going to have like a Pete Rose insider trading, betting on baseball situation in WWE. A fucking open, like a curtain jerker, lower mid-card wrestler starts rolling up in a Beamer. And you're like, what the, how are you?
Check it out. The only way I can see around that is if like maybe certain people aren't allowed to know what the result is and they close betting at a certain time window.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like,
Maybe.
so you don't know the results until after that window has closed.
Theoretically, hours before the match happens.
Well,
and at that point...
That's by the way, that's a great job breaking the news. It's probably going to move the stock tomorrow if it hasn't already. And that's a great analogy. You can bet on the Oscars. The results are known to some people.
Right, but the Oscars aren't known to change who won like a few hours before the show.
No.
They're in some briefcase locked away with the nuclear codes, whoever it may be. It's kind of the same thing then, it would sound like.
But obviously the difference is that you've got a group of writers in the WWE case that's coming up with these possible solutions, which is obviously not.
Hey, why did you guys book the nobody to go over Roman Reigns tonight? Well, I'm behind on my mortgage, and I figured I could make it up. He's trading off at a 40-1, so I thought I would Buster Douglas the shit out of this thing.
It was a little light this month.
Yeah, it kills the storylines because all of the writers are just going like, look, man, I'm a little light on cash this month, so I'm going to have to fuck around with the match results a little bit.
Yeah, I think that if they're going to go forward with the betting on WWE, they're going to have it limited to a certain Like only certain people can know the fixed results until a certain window's over, like where they close the betting.
Yeah.
And those people that were privy to the knowledge prior don't get to like bet.
The Optic Nerve says you could have 2 scripts, the real one and the fake one that you leak out. Kyle says Nancy Pelosi will become a big-time wrestling fan. No. I think Paul Pelosi will become a big-time wrestling fan on Nancy's behalf. Yeah.
Probably that guy who assaulted him, too.
Yeah, when Nancy Pelosi shows up to the chamber with a Roman Reigns shirt on, you'll be like, what the fuck happened here?
Well, I've always been a big wrestling fan.
Yeah. Oh, I've always loved pro wrestling. Macho Man Hulk Hogan. I love him. I think he's great. Let's bet on looking for a farmer, says Stephen. Yeah, might as well bet on everything that's scripted.
I want to watch that. Betting for a farm. Or wait. What is that show called again?
Looking for a dick in a farm stack.
Oh, here
or
it is.
Something.
Farmer Wants a Wife.
Farmer Wants a Wife. Of course, she wrote it down.
I have to do show research.
Samurai Press with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. We are 170 away from doing overtime today, everybody. Thank you very much. And remember to hit the like button. Let's get to 400 likes by the end of the show today. I would love to see that. MSO feels comfortable. He has predicted it. We're 20 minutes away from the e-begging, can-rattling, ride the train segment. He's calling it right now. No goal. Today's the day.
I think we got to knock it out for Gourdy's first birthday.
It's Gourdy's first birthday. MSO's making his prediction. Let's see what happens. Kyle says, can we bet on the daily goals? Every listener just bets yes, a fortune, and then just can make it. I would love that if people could bet on making the goal in Las Vegas. That would be wonderful for our program. Are you kidding me?
Pretty cool.
Rusty Grammer says Aaron ignores me. No, I'm just not there yet. We've been doing a story. He renewed his membership for a 10th month. He said the passengers on the ship go drowning 2 by 2. Hurrah! Sorry, behind in the chat. Keep up the great work.
Here, I'll see if I get ignored too.
I hope you guys have really enjoyed today's program. We got a lot more left too. We're not even through the 7 o'clock stories yet. April renewing her membership for a 10th month just says wieners.
I think I spelled it wrong. Oh no, I did it so quick. I before E.
Everybody knows what you meant. 326 likes, looking to get to 400 by the end of the program. 326. Everybody hit the thumbs up, and we will do 30 minutes of overtime. Lots of good stuff coming too. Sid Saraf with $20 says a little something. Thank you, buddy. 155 away from knocking it out today. Thank you. Steven Taylor says, what's Gourdy's size so we can buy him a jacket for when Aaron forgets him outside?
Extra small.
He has some sweaters.
No, you know what? Get a small. I think he's getting a little too big for extra small.
Getting a little fat. Dog's getting...
Yeah, but if you keep locking him outside the way you do, he's going to lose weight.
That's true. Well, that blubber's good for him. You know, it helps.
There is not an ounce of fat on that dog.
He's a pretty not chubby dog.
Gordon.
All right, 155 away. We've got Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat. And also, if you'd like to do super chats or memberships, that counts as well. Dr. Climate Abortion says, wait, this is live? Yes, buddy. Gray Duckling renewed his membership for a 10th month, and he says, yippee. Thank you. See what you've started.
Thank you.
See what you've started.
I just wanted to know if you'd announce me or not.
Here we go. We've got I think this is Florida. Yes, it is. We've got a threesome that got all fucked up.
You should just never do threesomes, it turns out, even if like everyone goes into it thinking you're okay.
Yeah. Threesomes don't really tend to work out the way they play in your head. It's someone's dick's always getting cut off, or a nipple's getting bitten off, or somebody's shoving something up somebody's ass out of spite.
Who have you had threesomes with?
Well, I mean, it's, you follow the traveling circus circuit, and they get weird. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, happy birthday, Gourdy. Small dog, small present.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you.
Om says, so you're saying it's confirmed live? Yes, I can confirm that we're live right now.
So wait, you're real over here? You're not
right
just
now.
That thing that's happened before?
This is happening right in front of your eyes. Actually, you guys, hey, you want to know something trippy? This happened about 6 or 7 seconds ago. All of this. When you watch the end of the show, we've actually been gone till like the count of 6.
I bet we were at the gym now.
That's
by the time you're hearing this.
I don't think you're that far behind. Oh man. Let's get so here's how a threesome apparently works in Florida. A Florida couple was arrested Monday following a romantic interlude with a third person that turned violent. Somebody whoever gets their puss eaten always ends up being the jealous one.
Was it a gator?
They're not. Yeah, they were trying to fuck a gator and it went bad. Stephen Lopez, 31, was charged with throwing a cinder block into an occupied conveyance. Angela Viviana Velez Vasquez, 20.
Jesus.
You can drop one of those names, please.
Can we just call you Triple V and that's it?
Yeah, was charged with battery. According to investigators, the 29-year-old victim told deputies there was a disagreement while the three were in bed at the suspect's residence. There you go. Here's what I'm going to tell you what happened. He stuck his dick in the other girl. It was agreed upon that wasn't going to happen. One of them got jealous. There was a big fight, and then out come the cinder blocks.
In my opinion, though, that is true. If you're going to have a three-way, you have to have
gotta be rules.
Established rules first, and if all rules get followed, I'm sure it's fine.
If that stinky dick goes into the other hole,
why is it always stinky?
All bets are off. Well, it's got a scent to it after a minute or two of activity. According to investigators, the 29-year-old female victim told deputies there was a disagreement while the three were in bed. The victim told investigators that both suspects struck her, and Lopez threw a cinder block through her vehicle's rear window.
Oh.
All right, I think we now know who the couple was and who the third wheel was.
Okay.
That's not fair, though. Like, you invite her into your bedroom, she goes and she performs, clearly doing a great job, and you fuck her up and smash her car to pieces?
Were we trying to rob her or something?
I don't know. Like, maybe she, just gave a hell of a dick sucking.
Little sex.
Yeah.
Little robbery.
I'm thinking maybe the guy, maybe he had a look on his face where the, significant other thought he was enjoying it a little bit too much.
Yeah, after they're done beating up this chick, she goes to him right after, I saw the way you looked at her.
I saw your eyes roll back. You never do that for me.
Don't think you're off the hook.
You piece of shit. Yeah, there's another cinder block in the closet. I know. I can lift it.
I'm going to tie it to your foot.
Jesus. The suspects were booked into the Monroe County Jail. There were no serious injuries reported, according to the sheriff's office. Yeah, that's, look, let that be a lesson. Here's the couple.
Oh, but they look so sweet.
By the way, I also saw in this story yesterday, they must have pulled this from the story, because when I pulled this up yesterday for the show today, there was meth involved, is what they were saying. They're not saying that anymore.
So did they just assume there was meth involved?
I don't know.
And it turns out there's no meth.
A meth threesome that ends with a cinder block and a beating. I mean, that kind of tracks, doesn't it?
Usually there's tracks.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Look at the mugshots.
She looks like a sweetheart. Couldn't hurt a fly.
Oh boy, I don't think this one
He's
passes the
clearly
crazy eyes
well
test.
kept.
Oh yeah, we could use a little trimming there. I don't want my beard.
Well, you
to
are
end
a
up-
beard guy, you know.
Yeah,
that.
I don't want my beard to end up looking like that guy anymore. Ugh.
I would have to be honest. If you let yourself go and looked like that, and just never put effort in again, I'd have to leave.
You don't want me to grow a wrestling otaku beard?
I don't want to besmirch the great otaku name, but no.
Right. I got to watch talking shit about otaku. He kind of owns us, doesn't he?
He scares me.
Yeah, I got to be careful with otaku. He's a dangerous man.
I had a nightmare about him.
Did you really?
A couple nights ago.
What was he doing?
He sat on me.
Oh, well, that'll happen. Strippers got me banned becoming a member for a 9th month. Thank you. Danger
you.
Bear Wolf Turtle says we are at 332 likes. Let's get that up to 400.
Pump it up.
Thank you guys very much. We are 15 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we knock out overtime today. MSO has officially called it. Gourdy's birthday today is the day we don't hit it. Let's see what happens. Joe Mixon. We haven't covered this story very much because I kind of thought it would go away. It was a big athlete. There was a shooting incident.
Yeah.
But, I mean, now it seems that, this wasn't just a bad thing that happened at Joe Mixon's house. This was maybe Joe Mixon, the running back for the Bengals, was a little more involved than maybe we thought before.
No good.
Let's go ahead and play. They have the 911 audio of his trainer calling 911 on Monday night from the NFL star's home to report hearing gunshots outside of the residence. Sean Pena, a famed personal trainer who's worked with high-profile athletes like Antonio Brown. Now, of all the athletes he's worked with, why do we have to put Antonio Brown's name out there like this guy sometime is the psycho whisperer?
The next one's going to be
O.J. Simpson.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah. In the call,
Tyreek Hill.
Ray Caruth. You know, he worked with Ray Rice. Yeah, this guy's really famous.
Michael Vick.
Yeah. In the call, you can hear Pena say several kids were playing near Mixon's home and had at one point blocked off the street with their cars. One kid was running around brandishing a weapon, and he went back to his car, and it looked like it was fake. But then I kept watching, and then he was screaming something, and he went back to his car, and he pulled out another weapon. It looked like a Kel-Tec or something, and ran up the back of the driveway of this house that he had been going up and down and said, "Fuck yeah." Okay. That's when Pena said he heard what sounded like 5 gunshots. Oh, was Mixon not home then? Was he not involved at all? Because they keep making this sound really ominous.
I kind of hope he wasn't home.
For Mixon.
I don't want him to be part of this.
They did confirm a residence belonging to Mixon is part of the crime scene.
So he's not at fault here.
Was he playing that night?
So he's not at fault. It's just his residence was involved in the incident.
Okay. Well, then, honestly, I'll be honest. I don't think you need to report on it then. Maybe if he wasn't there.
Yeah, because now all you're doing is associating Mixon's name with a shooting.
Yeah.
So
that just kind of seems like, but that's kind of TMZ. They don't really give a fuck if they're like besmirching someone unnecessarily.
They don't care.
They just want the juice. They just want the gossip.
They don't ever seem to care what it does to the other person.
Yeah. We've reached out to Pena for comment. No word back. As for Mixon, he's yet to publicly comment on the matter as well.
He probably doesn't want to talk about it.
Right. I mean, there's no reason to get yourself mixed up in it if you haven't been there. You know, if you weren't a part of the actual thing happening, why would you comment? Why would you go on the record about it? Just leave it alone and hope it goes away. How many Dodge Hellcats were blocking the street, says Jaeger King. Alex Nerio says TMZ reported he was shooting, didn't they? Am I starting rumors? See, I thought that TMZ was reporting that Joe Mixon was somehow mixed up in this too. But
you could do Joe Mixon shooting, see what happens.
Juvenile injured. So one of the kids got shot. 911 call released. Defense attorney representing, here we go. This is 1 hour ago. Defense attorneys representing Bengals running back Joe Mixon after shooting connected to his home. Uh-oh. Let's take a listen here. There we go.
Last night, this crime scene involved Mixon's house. It's not clear if Mixon was home at the time. A neighbor said this involved part of a group of high school students playing Nerf wars.
Somebody at one of these houses fired 7 rounds, and we obviously caught that on video as someone was scared to death. We have no idea what else occurred otherwise.
Investigators have not arrested anyone in this case.
That's odd. So we really don't know shit about it.
Well, they're all just saying that they don't even know if he was home.
Right. They don't know if he was home. They don't know if he was involved. That's odd.
Well, that to me, if you don't know if the guy's home or not, he probably wasn't involved. Right? You'd know.
I mean, I don't know. That's odd. That's just very strange to me that we can't even get a straight answer on whether or not the guy was there at his house at the time somebody apparently got shot or shots were fired or whatever it was. We got a bunch of stories coming up here. I'm just opening up the 8 o'clock hour stuff, so we got plenty if we want to knock it out today and do a half hour of overtime. What are we, 155 away if you'd like to contribute. Otherwise, about 9 minutes from now, we fire up the music, see if we can rattle those cans and knock it out that way. 155 away. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page as well. It's also in the description on both Rumble and YouTube. Thank you to everybody on Rumble and YouTube. Let's hit the like button. Let's hit the subscribe button. Thank you guys for being a part of this wonderful show.
Thank you.
Did Goosebumps books miss you?
They did not miss me, and they were my brother's favorite books, actually.
Okay. I read them when I was a kid for like a year or so. I mean, I had an uncle who was really, really like strict about, I brought my Goosebumps books to his house.
Do I know this uncle?
Yeah, good guy.
Okay.
But I was a little kid, probably like 9 or 10, however old you are when you read Goosebumps books. And I was really into him, and I brought them there, and he found them, and he said, nope, this is the Antichrist. This is the devil. Like, he thought that was like
picture this.
bad anti-Christian shit.
Mm-hmm.
And here I am going like, it's a fluffy white monster who wants to eat the children. You know, what's wrong with that?
In my house, the thing not allowed was like Harry Potter because it was wizardry. And that's like devilish and stuff.
It was straight from hell.
So I totally know what you're saying.
Well, don't worry. I guess they're going to fix it because Scholastic books, you know, the Goosebumps books were like the most popular thing at our book fairs in school.
Oh, yep. Mm-hmm.
Like if they had Goosebumps books, they wouldn't be there
They'd
long.
fly.
Yeah. Scholastic has been busy censoring R.L. Stine's Goosebumps series for years. They informed R.L. Stine about it, and he said, no idea.
So they're just censoring his books and he doesn't know?
Right. They're taking his books. His publisher, Scholastic, is taking his books.
Oh, that's a lawsuit, isn't it?
I don't, depends on what deal. This is why you need to be careful what you sign.
Read the fine print. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You got to be careful what you sign because
Damn.
maybe they do have editorial content.
That's sickness, actually.
Publisher Scholastic has made more than 100 amendments to Goosebumps, changing words such as plump to cheerful, because that's fat shaming to call someone
Get
plump.
it? Body positivity.
Yeah, and replacing crazy with silly.
Make sure you replace spaz at all times, too.
I got to be honest with you guys. When I'm reading a horror book for children, you don't want to see a crazy monster. You want to see a silly monster. That makes the book way more scary and frightening. The monster had crazy eyes as he gnashed his teeth. The monster had silly eyes as he mashed his teeth. Now it just sounds like the monster's retarded.
And eating mashed potatoes.
And eating a lot of mashed potatoes.
This sounds like, you know how the 4-year-old in the house sometimes gets scared of like a stupid thing that really doesn't need to be scared of? So I'll like talk her down from it and be like, oh, no. It's nice things. It sounds like that's what they're doing to the books.
Yeah.
Like, no, that was supposed to be scary.
You know what's funny? The people who grew up reading these fucking books are now the people changing it for the next generation. That's one of my biggest problems I have with people, is the people who come in through one door and then shut it on the next group.
This is awful because the kids that want to read these books look for the scare. Like, they're trying to be a little creeped out and stuff. That's the whole point of the Goosebumps.
They're trying to piss their pants a little bit.
Right.
Scholastic's changes, first reported by the Times, included removing a reference to fat people with, quote, at least 6 chins who were abducted by aliens. The revised version now says the people are at least 6'6".
Oh, get it? So now they're just big and cool?
Yeah, they're just tall now. The aliens are abducting tall people. In a reissue of the 1998 title Bride of the Living Dummy, the ventriloquist dummy Slappy knocks out a girl unconscious with a love tap, but the villain now uses a magic spell. Well, the whole point is the dummy is really evil, so he's smacking bitches right in the mouth.
Okay, even if these like changes are fine or whatever, like they're pointless. Like you're not really doing anything.
They're
like,
really
people understand what this is supposed to be.
Right, they're really stupid and they're accomplishing nothing. But now you get to say, it's just someone going in and stirring a pot of soup just to say they did something.
Well, it's
That's
like
all
they're
it is.
stroking their dick over themselves. Look at I censored books.
And then against the author's wishes. The author's like, they didn't fucking tell me about it.
I'd be thoroughly upset, and I'd have my lawyer combing through that contract big time.
In the 1996 book, Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns, a character is described as tall and good-looking with brown eyes and a great warm smile. Lee is African-American, and he sort of struts when he walks and acts real cool, like the rappers on MTV videos. Okay.
Fine.
The revised version now calls the character tall and good-looking with brown skin, dark brown eyes, and a great warm smile. He sort of struts when he walks and acts real cool. Well, because we can't say he looks like the rappers because that might be taken as a black thing.
But saying that he struts like the rappers on MTV was supposed to be something that all of us at the time could relate to because we all watched MTV.
Right, we could see that walk. We could see how they strutted. Yeah, he held his gun sideways. We all know that now. We don't know that with the revised version. He owns pit bulls. We knew that.
Pimp hand strong.
Yeah, in the old version. But now we don't know. In the Curse of Camp Cold Lake from 1997, the boys of summer camp whistled loudly instead of having given a loud wolf. You can't even say loud wolf whistle?
As if it's offensive to wolves?
Guys, fuck you. Another book, I Live in Your Basement, originally features the main character asking, did he really expect me to be his slave forever? The protagonist now asks, did he really expect me to do this forever?
Okay, the word slave in itself doesn't always refer to like the slavery we're always thinking of. Like if you're a slave to something, you're a slave to something. It doesn't have to refer to slavery.
Triple N says, yeah, it was really weird. What they changed it to was he walked like an N. That doesn't seem like it's helpful. That's not doing anything good. Don't worry, guys. We have
but I'm buying it now.
And by the way, aren't these books being changed by the same people who are shitting on like DeSantis for saying that we shouldn't have pornographic materials in kids' libraries because that's censoring books and that's terrible? When literally all they're doing is saying, look, you can have this book, you can go buy it anywhere. We just don't want you to get it at a kid's library.
I always say it's a matter of what's convenient to like however they're feeling.
Yeah.
It's very arbitrary.
Scholastic insisted the changes were necessary to protect young people's mental health. If you've got a fucked up brain, you shouldn't be reading Goosebumps.
I don't think you're supposed to be protecting your mental health when you're trying to be scared.
Stein said he was not consulted. He said the stories aren't true. I've never changed a word in Goosebumps. Any changes were never shown to me.
They're fiction. Right? Like, it should be fine.
Scholastic takes its responsibility seriously to continue bringing this classic adolescent brand to each new generation when reissuing titles several years ago. Scholastic has reviewed the text to keep the language current and avoid imagery that could negatively impact a young person's view of themselves today, with a particular focus on mental health. Okay. So basically, we want kids to be softer than they were. So we're gonna prove. Look, if you want to rubber-proof everything, that's great. But not a horror book. Not a book where people read it to be scared.
We're going to cater to the extra softness of each generation until we cannot handle anything. Honestly, that is where this is going.
Coming up, guys, we've got a lot of stuff for overtime. But first, Barry Watson is going to go nuts here. He really is going to hate this. He's really going to hate the can rattling e-begging segment where we try to knock out that goal and do an extra half hour. So, guys, try not to drive Barry too nuts. He really doesn't like this. Let's fire it up. Let's see if we can do this thing. We are 155 away. MSO says no goal. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it.
MSO is making his prediction once again. He says it's not going to happen. Is today the day where he's finally correct? He's got to hit it at some point, right?
Yes.
All right, we will see. 5 minutes away from knocking this out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, new memberships. All of it counts towards that 155. Optic Nerve says, Barry two nuts over here. Right? Busting balls, Barry.
Aw.
We have fun with all you guys.
Yes,
We know you love us and you just have a hard time spelling it out. We'll help you express yourself. Stevie J is calling MSO very plump and silly. Well, he might be right He might be right this time. We will see. 155 away from doing an extra 30 minutes. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats. We'll see if we get there. Kyle W. kicking us off says, my sensitive ears.
Thank you, Kyle.
140 away from hitting this thing. They're saying Gourdy needs to make his cameo appearance. He did earlier, but I guess we can bring him out for overtime.
Yeah.
And, for his happy birthday here.
Maybe Gourdy could get a birthday treat for his overtime.
Perhaps. The mood says get it down to 50 and I've got the rest. Well, there you go. He's putting it out there. 4 minutes to go in this little can rattling segment we do at the end of the show if we haven't knocked it out yet. 140. Barry Watson says, no bones about it. I love early AM wave. Well, thank you. Take that as a compliment, sir.
Yeah.
You're a very nice man and a good fan of this program who
Very
loves a
sweet.
good Mike Lindell impression. All right. $10 from Rex Dart parody account. He says, can't miss the goal on Gourdy's birthday.
Thank you.
Or can we? We will see.
I hope not.
$5 from Fauci's Pangolin. That's going to make it 130 away from doing this thing. So do I cancel Compound to pay you guys or wait? Oh, we'll be back on Compound. Don't you worry.
Yes.
Don't you worry.
Someday.
Alex Nerio with $4.99, getting us down to $125. Says for Gourdy's sweater fund, MSO says it again. No goal. Today is the day.
No.
Stevie J says steel toe to Daywave is the new Stern to O&A. Yeah, we just passed the baton.
Yes.
Over to the next one. All right, we got 125 away. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. How much time do we have left? 2.5 minutes left to go.
You can do it.
2.5. Black ornament, really? We got, well, I'm not really in that business anymore, but thank you for letting me know. Oh, boy.
I feel bad sometimes. I hope he figures shit out.
Is MSO onto something? Matthew Jenkins with $20 says for Gourdy and the hair dye.
Ooh.
110. It's getting close, MSO. 110 away.
Thank you.
2 minutes remaining. Exactly 2 minutes remaining. Jaeger King says a new decent live morning show is a great thing. Well, hey, buddy, thank you. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't already.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Rumble and YouTube. We're checking on both of them. PayPal and Streamlabs. Seeing if we're going to do it. Less than 2 minutes to go. 110 away from knocking it out. And I think MSO might end up getting his way. We're going to see.
Not today.
Oh, boy. $2 from Dub. Thank you. Appreciate that, buddy.
You.
Says 07. Of course, the 07's from the ROTC guys. Oh, boy. We're at, where are we at?
The moods that get it down to 50.
1 minute and 50 seconds. MSO saying this is it. Cream of Green says you guys are America's favorite AM radio show. Well, we'll see. The mood says we get it down to 50 and he's got the rest. But right now, we're 110 away. And it's not looking good. 1 minute. We're inside of 1 minute. If this was a video game, the numbers would be red.
Yep.
And they'd be ticking away.
Your health is dwindling.
Uh-oh. Looks like we might miss on a Thursday.
No.
MSO's streak. $50 coming in from the mood. That's going to put us at 60.
Thank you, buddy.
And then we've got 50, Shut the F Up, Karen. That knocks us down by 35. That's 25. 10 from Fauci's Pangolin. We're at 20. 5 from Kyle W. Okay. 15 away. We are 15 away from knocking this out. Are we going to do it? We have 19 seconds left. 15 away from doing it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Karen.
Is MSO going to be correct for the first time? $10 from Brandon Can't Lose. We take 7. That's going to make it $10.
Thank you.
$10. Do we get it at the buzzer? All right. Time has expired. We're going to hit the refresh button here. Marble Arms got another 10 in at the buzzer.
Do it.
That's going to make it 5. We're going to see. I'm going to hit the refresh button here on PayPal. And wow. I mean, here's the problem. You can't cheat these people out of their half hour.
They had a nice rally.
Over $5. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to do the 30 minutes of overtime. $5 is good enough for me. You guys have earned it. That was a fun little rally right at the end there.
Yes, you did a very good job.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
For as big as you come up for this program. Wait a minute. Megan with 10.
Thank
you,
Megan.
There you go. So we knocked it out. Good work, everybody. Close enough. So do we call this, you know what? We got to give MSO a little bit of credit here. I think he gets a draw for that one.
I think so.
I think 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes off with, or $5 away, and then after the buzzer runs out, it comes in. I think that's like extra time in soccer.
Sure.
So you know what? I like MSO. We're going to give him a tie on that one.
I think that was an extra 5 from Kyle W. too.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
So we're already into tomorrow. Thank you guys very much.
Ooh.
And MSO I think he gets a tie on his record today. So he's like 0-17 and 1.
Oh boy.
0-17 and 1.
Maybe we could end like the last minute of the show with giving Gourdy his little birthday biscuit.
Oh, there you go. We can do that.
That's kind of wholesome, right?
The mood says, no, you do it on credit when you hit 50, so MSO lost. That's true. We do give you guys the 50, and then we just assume we knock it out during the overtime. MSO says push. I'm okay with calling it a push.
That's good.
I'm okay with calling it a push. Need Trump says everybody doesn't get a trophy. Well, here's what we'll do. Nobody gets a trophy today. The audience gets a trophy.
Gourdy gets a trophy today, too.
Of course, Gourdy gets a trophy for his...
He's just snoozing.
For his birthday. Is he still asleep?
I'm telling you, he'll sleep for the whole 4.5 hours.
God. Elon Musk caught a little bit of shit yesterday. And this is one of those things where he kind of earned it.
Okay.
Like, he deserved the shit he got because and it's just a case of someone not being careful with the way they word things or not being careful with the people they fire or how they let them go or anything like that. He fired some guy with muscular dystrophy when he took over Twitter.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, in like practice and reality, probably not the worst thing unless you didn't handle it well.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk has condemned his own public platform and said it's better to talk than tweet, as he publicly apologized to a fired Twitter employee who suffers from muscular dystrophy after he accused him of using his disability as an excuse to do no actual work. Now,
well,
there are a lot of different ways we can take this. We
Yeah.
can take it the insensitive route if we want to, which is working a job at Twitter really something for someone with muscular dystrophy? I could go that way if I wanted to. And while it sounds mean, I'm not really being
insensitive.
I'm being insensitive, but I'm not being unreasonable.
Okay.
Put it that way.
Okay, but I think that might be a good job because you just have to sit at a computer all day.
Yeah. The Mood says, am I a co-owner yet? I know David will still be majority shareholder. You know what? Yeah, you're a shareholder. You're on the board. How's that, Mood? The mood is on the board, not the bood is on the board. The mood is on the board. Totally different. You try saying it. Say it 5 times fast.
The mood is on the board. 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 The mood is on the board.
All right. Sorry, I'm a fucking...
You're just old.
Mush-mouth dipshit,
It's
tarded
okay.
ass senior citizen.
But you have a beard now, so
I have
you're
a
fine.
beard and apparently dyed hair. I got to be honest, as I look in the camera and I look at the OBS here today, I'm liking this more and more every day.
That's my new favorite shirt you have, by the way.
Oh, you like my St. Cloud boxing and wrestling clothes?
Aaron had to get one because he cornered his first fight last weekend.
Cornered my first fight on Saturday, and I got to tell you, watching a guy that I teach, throw punches and take punches feels a lot better than throwing the punches and taking the punches.
You get to work with him again tonight?
Yes, I do. I'm a little pissed, though, because like the matchup he got for his first fight, shit, I'd be undefeated right now if I had those kind of matchups.
I know.
Fucked me up.
What are you going to do about it?
I guess nothing. I'm going to sit here and bitch.
You're going to sit here and bitch and corner people to beat up the people you should have beat up.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lead them on a revenge tour to beat the fuck out of them.
The Imholt revenge tour.
Yes.
I like it.
Return for revenge. So this guy with muscular dystrophy got fired from Twitter, and Elon Musk accused him of using his disability as an excuse to do no actual work. Icelandic entrepreneur Holly Thorleifsson, 45, had sent a direct tweet to the billionaire to ask whether he was still employed at Twitter after he was locked out of his work's computer system, telling Musk that the HR department had not responded to him for 9 days. Eventually, Thorleifsson, who uses a wheelchair, got his answer after a surreal Twitter exchange with Musk, who proceeded to quiz him about his work, question his disability, and his need for accommodations.
Question his disability, huh?
Ooh, that's never a good thing.
Probably shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, you can't work because you have cancer, huh? Why don't you rip out the tumor and show me?
You're a jackass either way now, because if you ask them to prove it and they're like, they actually have the cancer, now you're an asshole. But if they had, even if they didn't have cancer, you're still the asshole to ask somebody.
Yeah, well, and not only that, like with muscular dystrophy, it kind of sucks because on one hand, you're not wrong for saying that a guy with muscular dystrophy is probably not as able to do the job as someone who doesn't.
Right.
But you're still a dick for saying that. Like, you can be right at, like I've said to you before, sometimes doing the right thing isn't doing the right thing. You know? Like, you can let
I always have to learn the hard way too, though.
Yeah, you can let a guy go because he's not productive, which is the right thing to do. But it's not the right thing to do because he's all gimped out and shit. Which is not the way you should say that, by the way, if you're firing the guy. Like, hey, why are you letting me go? Well, I don't know, your work suffers because you're all gimped out.
What would Dr. Lexus have to say about this?
He would. What Dr. Lexus would say to this guy is pretty simple. He would say, it
says on your chart that you're fucked up.
Right.
Yeah. But then when you got really sad about losing your job, he'd say,
now, there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives.
Exactly. And when he heard how Elon Musk handled it, he said,
you talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Even Dr. Lexus knew that's not how you handle that situation.
Oh, it's demeaning.
Oh. So Musk added, the reality is this guy who is independently wealthy, which is true, he's an entrepreneur, did no actual work, claimed as his excuse that he had a disability that prevented him from typing, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. Can't say I have a lot of respect for that.
Okay, stop shitting on Elon Musk then, right?
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
The guy says, I have a disability. I can't do my typing job. Well, you sure can call me a piece of shit 500 times on Twitter.
What are you going to say? You talk to text your tweets?
Yeah.
Say that, by the way. Talk to text your tweets.
Talk to text your tweets. Talk to text your tweets. Talk to text your tweets. Talk to text your tweets. Talk to text your tweets. That is hard.
It's not like texture.
Yeah. And then, what does the guy do? Does he take a pencil in his mouth and then just peck at the letters?
The stylus pen, actually.
Oh, okay. I understand. I hope they film him squatting 100 pounds at the gym after work.
That would be awful. So you're just sitting there like fucking...
I mean, Elon's not wrong. Or are you trying to do
I
it?
already dropped it.
Yeah, see, you would suck with muscular dystrophy.
Monkey feet.
We got April's stylus is...
I forget I have a stylus.
In limbo. I've never seen you use your stylus.
I don't use it. The kids use it more than I do.
Ah, shit. Did you have to drop it in the most tarded place in the world? Here we go. Leave it. I got this. Monkey feet to the rescue. Grab it. Grab the Blackfoot. All right, while the exchange was going on, Thorleifson said he received an email that he was no longer employed. Well, that'll teach you to talk shit, wheeling around like you're Captain Happy Wheels.
You probably shouldn't do that.
Musk was later forced to apologize to the Icelander after he was slammed by other Twitter users, with some accusing the CEO of being a terrible person who discriminates against disabled people. I mean, that guy is pretty disabled.
He looks pretty smug, though.
He does. He looks like he's talking a little bit of shit.
Well, he's probably thinking he's getting a payday now.
See, I feel if you're going to be the disabled guy, you also can't go around talking cash money shit to people.
I agree. What are you going to do?
Right. You have to either be disabled or you have to be a hard ass who says my disability is not going to label me and I'm going to talk some shit. But you can't say I'm not going to let my disability define me. Then when someone goes, yeah, you wheeling your ass around and shit ain't getting anything done for Twitter. He's like, hey, I'm disabled.
What does he think he does? Like sits there and like talks out his ideas and people tweet it for him?
Yeah, like the guy, I want to sit across from this guy and I want to go, what exactly would you say it is you do here? That's what I want to know. Musk was tweeting, quote, the reality is this guy who is independently wealthy. Okay, we went over that one. Then he tweeted, I would like to apologize to Holly for my misunderstanding of this situation. It was based on things I was told that were untrue or in some cases true, but not meaningful. Boy, I'm getting a real Trump vibe out of Elon Musk.
Really? I don't. I see him very much as just some rich guy who just is sticking his nose in things he doesn't need. He probably doesn't need Twitter.
Yes, like Trump.
Is that Trump?
Yes. And then when he apologizes, it's never like an apology. It's like, yeah, there was some shit I said that I didn't need to say, but then there was other shit that totally was true, but I guess it wasn't important.
All right, you're making me see it.
Based on your comment, I just did a video call with Hallie to figure out what's real versus what I was told. It's a long story. Closing point, the dude still is totes crippled. No, I'm just kidding. You didn't say that.
I just did one of those things where I went back and read it.
Yeah, you read it. You're like, where did I miss that part?
No way.
Better to talk to people than communicate via tweet, he said. I don't know if that's something the owner of Twitter should be saying.
Right. It's correct in practice, but maybe not in business for you.
Right, exactly. Keep that shit to yourself. Look what happened to I guess there is no stock price anymore. It's a private company. Let's consider says he looks like a Catholic priest who had revenge taken upon him by one of his grown-up victims.
Aye.
Wow, not a lot of sympathy over here.
So we got a donut pillow in that wheelchair.
Jaeger King says, guaranteed the guy didn't do shit other than forward emails and respond to email chains. Kate Gollum says, I can't do my job because I can't text, but I can text using text-to-speech program and do that nonstop. See? I can't do my job somehow. Yeah, if you can talk to text to shit on Elon Musk, can't you like text to speech, talk to speech?
Hold on though.
Your work stuff?
There's still something missing there. Like, don't you still have to touch something on your phone to get it to start the talk to text thing? You can't just say phone, start talk to text.
Yeah.
He's not talk to texting.
I don't know. This guy's
phone, open Twitter.
I feel like you know what? I feel like I'm going to say that I think this guy actually is kind of lollygagging it and then shitting on Musk. And the only reason that he shit on Musk so hard is because Musk was on to him and is lollygagging. That's what it was.
This all looks kind of sus.
Yeah. Hello, Gaylord says, dude, Aaron, why did you block me? I was going to donate $20 to Gourdy's birthday, and then that's how I knew. Well, you probably said something obnoxious or gay. I mean, you are Helio Gaylord. Here you go. Now you have another account. You have a chance to wow us with how big of a fan you are of our show.
That's true.
I mean, look, I'm all into second chances. Look, I'm not even getting rid of you, Helio Gaylord.
You know what? Alcoholic Ape has a great point.
As he often does.
I've got a Galaxy here, and everyone at Twitter, you know damn well, has Apple iPhones. So all you have to do is say, hey Siri.
Okay.
Because that's what the kids do on their iPads, too. And it does just pop right up.
Jaeger King says if he wasn't sitting down in a wheelchair, this would not be news. It is kind of weird to have muscular dystrophy and work in that kind of environment, but...
Or work anywhere, really.
Yeah, shit. I'm not going to say... Look, I saw what happened to Elon Musk. I don't want any of that smoke. Are you kidding me? Let's continue on here. We got a few more stories, and then we got to give Gourdy a little birthday treat on the show this morning. How's he doing over? Oh, he's still out cold.
Should we put his bow tie on for his biscuit eating?
Yes, we probably should. We'll do that in about 10 minutes here. Research shows that young liberals are more depressed than their conservative counterparts, according to a new research study. Especially liberal girls are more depressed than their conservative counterparts. I will say that, okay, this is a study, but at the same time, in my experience in real life, this happens to be true.
Yep, I would agree.
Younger conservative women are usually a little more obnoxious, don't get me wrong, like with the upbeat and the high and the this and the that. And liberal girls are usually a lot more cynical. And it didn't used to be that way. Like it used to be if you were a liberal, it meant you had hope and you had dreams.
No.
And now it's just like everything's stupid and the world's burning and it's terrible. And I feel like that's kind of by design. I feel like they want these kids to like end up that way.
And I feel like liberal girls and stuff like that are so obsessed with making sure everybody's super happy with them and never takes offense to anything they say. And once somebody does take offense to something that they said or did, even if it was tiny and minor, like they lose their minds over it.
I think they're more like the rules for thee and not for me. Like they're policing everyone else's speech.
Yeah, but once something has been said to like them, like, oh my God, you offended me, they're spending their life now agonizing over it if it's somebody they cared about.
They're quick to upset.
Yeah.
There are real people we're talking about, says the article, young people, and they're depressed not because of systemic racism or anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. They're depressed because almost all the ideologies they have require them to be upset about everything. That's a good point.
Yep.
It's not just young women whose depression rates have surged. It's specifically young liberals, with liberal teen boys actually faring worse than conservative teen girls, because young girls have always reported battling depression more than boys.
Mental
health
anguishes
in
in general.
Yeah. So, but then to break it down and find out that liberal teen boys actually have way more mental illness than conservative teen girls, you might be onto something here. I think it's probably true. The way you think about the world and the way you see things and the way you put them into practice, that can fuck you up.
Is it maybe because a lot of things like in the liberal world, like as of today, like today's liberal ideas and stuff maybe goes against your natural male tendencies a little bit?
No, I think it's pretty simple. You're on the lookout. Your head's on a swivel constantly to be upset about something, or the thing you are is constantly under attack, so if you're black or you're gay or you're trans or you're Latino or anything else and you're like really liberal, oh my God, everything is under attack. Everyone's out to get you and everything. But then if you're white and you're liberal, well, you're not very good and you're part of the systemic racism and you're the power structure. That's the problem. So no matter where you turn in this kind of young people progressive politics, there's always an attack. There's always something to feel bad about. There's always, you're either a victim or you're a bully. There's no like existing.
I think you're constantly agonizing over everything.
Yeah. And then you put that on top of the fact that young white women usually have their hands full when it comes to mental health in general. No offense. I'm just saying statistically.
No, it's true.
So it makes me wonder, is it young people who subscribe to these political ideas that end up making themselves crazy and mentally ill? Or are we talking about people who are already mentally ill kind of gravitate towards that mindset? Like, which one is it?
I think it's a little of both, because with the option number 1 you gave, I think you're being pressured into being that way.
Sure.
And that sucks too.
But like, I look at a lot of people on like a lot of the non-binary people on TikTok, and I look at them and I go, yeah, if they didn't have this, there would be something else they would be crazy about though. You know what I mean? Like, you look at them and you're like, okay, they've got the septum piercing and they've got the crazy hair. If it wasn't non-binary or something like that, it would be climate change, or it would be, it's because of the way their brain works. You know, they need to be miserable about something. It used to just be goth kids.
Yes, but I also think that even if you're not upset about something, I think a lot of like kids or teens will see that that's a way to get friends or get likes and stuff like that, to have a thing that you're against. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're adopting something because it gives you purpose and it gives you attention.
Maybe. It might be a little bit of both, but I think it might be that you just got a lot of people who have a lot of shit they're dealing with up here, and then they get into politics thinking that's going to make them part of something, and they just go crazy liberal, and I don't think it helps.
And dude, you don't even know who you are yet.
Right.
Because we're not the same people we were in our teen years.
Yeah.
No way.
Morgan says, April needs her own show. Chemistry is great with hubby. I think she's holding back, taking a back seat. Oh, shit. You're in my shadow.
Well, why don't you just turn your back on me some more?
Guys, she'll be fine. All right.
I'm going to call your divorce lawyer.
Yeah, you can't call mine. He's mine.
I've thought about that before. Like, what a funny joke. Haha, use your divorce lawyer for our
That's just that's a hilarious concept.
I don't think he would even take my case because he's your friend.
That's right.
So I'm screwed.
Jaeger King says they always have the wacky glasses too. That's true. Yeah, the hair, the glasses, the septum piercing. It's a sign.
How you dress.
Helio Gaylord says, didn't you say like anime nerds who won't bathe? Yes, they commit suicide. Oh, do they? Yeah, I guess. But I feel like you get into anime. I feel like you already are a certain way, and it causes you to gravitate towards certain things. I don't know how much those certain things make you a little mentally dodgy. I think you already are. You go into that, and then it becomes kind of a feeding loop.
Well, I think it, like, you might have a tinge of something, but then it amplifies it.
Helio Gaylord has actually been really cool. I feel really bad now if I'm the one who hit him. Sorry, buddy.
That didn't happen today, I don't think.
Good enough guy. Well, that wasn't his old. What was your old name? Let me know.
Yeah.
He says they either do that or they light a law enforcement training facility on fire. Who knows? Yeah, they go to Cop Town or whatever they call it.
Yes, but some people have been trained now to believe that that's the thing to do. That's the right thing. Because when the George Floyd riots were happening here.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Oh, I was like, your face.
Go ahead.
During the George Floyd riots and stuff, like, people were like applauded, like, yeah, that's the right thing to do, man. Racism, it's got to go.
Right. Yeah, they get cheered for. That's what I mean. It becomes a feeding
it's positive
loop.
reinforcement.
Yeah. Helio Gaylord was Farfik-Nugan? Who the fuck hid Farfik-Nugan?
I don't know.
He's always been cool. I don't think I did that to you, buddy. In fact, I'm going to go and I'm going to unhide Farfik-Nugan today. That might have been, sometimes people go to hide somebody and the chat moves up and then the next person gets hidden. I've done that before, but I've always reversed it.
I have too.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Farfik-Nugan. I'm going to go look. I'm going to go digging through the hidden list, and I'm going to unblock you, buddy. Not unblock you, unhide you. I'm sorry about that. Robert Miller says a bunch of lefties with purple hair and nose rings are killing themselves due to internalized angst.
Mm-hmm.
What's the problem?
Well, I mean,
it's a problem for them and their families, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yes, they should find a hobby like protesting for BLM. That should help. Yeah, like we said, it just becomes this kind of self-confirming loop for them. The piece explores recent data from the CDC. So Fauci probably doesn't know about this because they don't speak. Showing alarming rates of sadness and depression among American teenagers, along with another study exploring the depression levels of American teens broken down by political affiliation.
Ooh,
The CDC survey doesn't ask teens about their political beliefs, but the study found not only divergence by gender, but divergence by political ideology. Breaking things down by gender and ideology, they find that liberal girls had the highest increase in depressive affect, and conservative boys have the least. That's because they just kind of run trampling over everything and just kind of, fuck it, I own the place, you know? But liberal boys are more depressed than conservative girls. That's because the conservative girls are saving themselves for marriage, so they're getting all that butt sex. They're feeling really,
loose.
They're getting it, but they also are saving themselves for Jesus.
You know what does concern me about this, though? Is this is going to be another, like, write-off or excuse as to why we're handing out SSRIs to children.
Yeah, that's something to think about as well.
Because we're not going to focus on why these kids are depressed and having serious mental issues and stuff. We're just going to prescribe the fix-all pills that do not fix all. Plot twist.
Yeah. Marble Arm says liberal girls are boys. Yeah, progressive girls tend to be a little boyish, and progressive boys tend to be a little girlish. It's kind of a weird swap we've got going there. Luigi Buscemi says, hola, thanks from San Francisco. No problem.
Ooh.
Speaking of thanks, hey, guys, your VIP and merch packages should be arriving today or tomorrow for most of you.
Yep. They went out yesterday morning.
They went out yesterday. So I would say by Saturday, you should all have your stuff. You'll be,
cool.
And I hope you're pretty happy about that.
I'm making a new list for the next one already.
Yeah. April, why don't you go ahead and grab Gourdy a treat and put his bow tie on and all that stuff. I'll do a little story here. And then we'll end the show today by wishing Gourdy a happy birthday. I guess our show mascot, if you will. Gourdy turns 1 today. A convicted felon in Walton County, Florida, was arrested on weapons charges Monday after shooting his finger off, as you do. Lance Johnson, 25. By the way, guys, that's a 25-year-old. You show that in an anti-drug class, and they'll go, fuck, that's me in 7 years if I don't quit the smack? Shit. His facial hair looks familiar, doesn't it? Oh, no. It's got a better hairline than me, but boy, we grow in facial hair exactly the same, don't we? Uh-oh. I still have all my fingers, though. I win. Lance Johnson, 25, of Defuniak Springs, was arrested on a warrant regarding an incident February 13th, day before Valentine's Day, where the Walton County Sheriff's Office said he shot his finger off while testing a homemade firearm. Yeah, I mean, you gotta test it, right? Since Johnson is a convicted felon, of course he is, the warrant was issued based off the charge of possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. But while they were searching the place, they also discovered numerous items of paraphernalia, ammunition, and meth. So you're 25, you've shot off a finger, you've already got a conviction, you can't own a gun. Have we got to the shot off your finger part? You're trying to make your own, and you've got meth in the house. Boy, I tell you, this guy is just full of good judgment. He's nailing it. Gracefully age, yes. Goth Dangerfield says, holy shit, aging gracefully like my lord. Does not look good. All right, here we go.
Do you want to show them the biscuit and maybe break it in half?
Here's the biscuit. We got this for him at Petco. There
Where
it is.
The pets go.
Gourdy's got his bow tie on. Do we have the bow tie on full display? It's a little off to the side there. There you go, buddy. He hates being here down in the studio, by the way. So do we want to Oreo cookie this thing, or how do we want to do this? We want to break it? Hey, bud, stay. Just hold on, bud. Hold on. It's Gourdy's first birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. Why don't we here? Let's
Oh, I was going to say just break it in half so it has equal cream, but
here. Let's there we go.
I didn't know if I was going to give him the whole thing.
There you go, bud. Oh, well, eat it.
Get it, buddy. Good boy.
All right, good boy.
Oh, he doesn't want to chew it here.
He doesn't want to chew it here. Do you want to put him down on the ground, let him eat that one, and then he can eat the next one before we go?
Goodness gracious.
All right, there you go, bud. Go. Oh, he wants the one with the more cream on it.
No, he like gets nervous about his chewing. What is he doing?
He's just walking around. This did not go well. Is he going to town now? There you go. Oh, he's just licking. He's just licking the cream off of it.
Here.
It's like a little kid eating an Oreo. Dude, he's pissed. He is not happy. He doesn't know how to eat this thing, and I think it's kind of fucking him up a little bit. He's trying to figure this thing out. We should get the second camera on this. But I don't want to screw anything up. He's got the cookie. Oh, he's got the cookie now?
Here, I'm going to let you try this.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, this was a bad, messy one to use on the show like this. All right. Let's bring him back. Todd had said that's a strange-looking hamster.
He just got aggressive at me.
Did he really? He doesn't want to come back here.
He's got the whole cookie in his mouth. He got aggressive with me.
Oh, he wants to go eat it in his blanket. Okay. There we go. Well, what do you do? Well, he wasn't very happy with having his birthday on the show. Hey, do you want to take a bite?
Got pretty fucking cunty.
Do you want to take... Was he being kind of a dick?
No, he actually like whipped around and growled at me. He's never done that before.
Damn. Well, that shows he really likes the cookie. People are asking if he's vaccinated. Did he just threw the cookie down on the ground. Gourdy. Oh, no, he's got the cookie again. Now he's jumping back. Oh, he's trying to get back in the bed. Okay, so he's back in the bed.
I almost called him that word I call him. I'm not happy with him right now.
You are not happy with Gourdy.
He literally whipped around and growled at me because I was going to pick him up to bring him to a new treat, and he doesn't understand that, obviously, and he got upset.
What he's trying to say is...
No, I don't want food aggression in this house.
What Gourdy's trying to say is, like, I ain't about that showbiz life, motherfucker. I just want my treats. I don't want to eat it in front of all these people. I just want to go over...
He doesn't know.
I just want to go over on my bed, and I want to go eat my cookie.
What a shit.
Hey.
See if I give you any birthday tickles.
The dog wants what the dog wants. All right, guys. Oh, I have a fun little story for you. Today at 2 p.m. Central Time, I'm going to join Husey and Stevie Lou for a little bit.
Oh, that's right. You said 2 p.m.?
Yeah, we're going to record it, though. It's not going to be a live stream or anything like that. It'll come out later. But I always... This is my first time. We've had Husey on as a guest here, but I've never been over on his channel before, so I'm very excited about that. And I always love seeing Stevie Lou. There's a good guy.
So what does the rest of our day look like then? That's right in the middle.
We've got we got Husey at 2:00, and then then we got boxing at night, and then no evening show tonight.
Oh, that's right. We don't have to go to the gym early.
Nope. There you go.
Breakfast.
There you go. We can have breakfast.
I want breakfast.
They're telling me 357 likes. Not good enough. Everyone hit the like button.
Thumb it, fuck it, whatever you want to do.
We got to get the hell out of here, but you guys keep hitting that like button. I want to see that get to 400 before you get out of here. Everyone hit thumbs up. Everybody hit the subscribe button, and we do appreciate you supporting this program the way you do. April, thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you all tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central.